Arnie Parkwin. Chapter 1. Mayor Ross Midbury. Panting echoed in the stairway of City Hall. The combination of my heavy breathing and Stormy's somewhat theatrical whines bounced around us, probably too loud, but it wasn't a busy foot traffic time of day, so I wasn't worried. His soft platinum hair brushed my skin as he kissed along my neck and sucked at a sensitive spot near my collar. The edgy puff of hair on top of his head, styled up on his otherwise shaved cut, was just right for tugging and running my cheek over. He let out a low, sexy sigh. I loved how much effort he put into letting me know he was having a good time. Almost as much as I loved the way his trim body was a perfect fit in my arms. Stormy was worth every single dollar he charged. He lifted his glossy pink lips toward mine and leaned his slight weight against me as he warmed my front, while the wall at my back cooled me down. Overhead, the underside of the stairs would shelter us from anyone coming down, so hopefully we would hear them and be able to stop before we got caught. On the landing below us was the entrance to the 3rd floor, and if someone opened the door, they would look right up and see me with Stormy. We would be extra special fucked, completely on display. Adrenaline trembled through my body, a high I chased any chance I could. I ran my hands down Stormy's back and gripped his ass through his tight jeans, palming his plump, perky cheeks and dragging him tight against my body. Professionals were an interesting bunch as a whole, but Stormy was unique. He came to me any time of the day or night when I called, without ripping me a new one for interruptions to his schedule. And unlike some men who worked for cash, I didn't think he was gay for pay. He didn't have to pop pills to catch wood. Not that I gave a fuck if someone did that. He didn't close his eyes and imagine someone else. He always stared right at me while I fucked into his body. The connection was electric. He was always hard for me, and I loved it. All I had to do was kiss him, and he'd be pushing a gold medal-worthy hard-on against my leg, hip, or if I was good and drunk, my lips. I humped against him as I thought about the last time I'd had his cock in my mouth. "Mr. Mayor, why don't we go to your office?" He murmured and licked at my chin. When I gave his ass cheeks an extra hard squeeze, he chuckled. "What, you're not so hot for me you'd take me anywhere you can have me?" I thrust against him, and the wave of twisted pleasure that throbbed in my cockhead rushed through my gut and had me clutching him closer. He smirked, but a sadness I hadn't been prepared for snuck across his face until he was frowning. "You know me. I'll do whatever you want. Your money, your decisions. It's not smart to do it here." I liked the idea that anyone could see me balls deep in you. I leaned down and sealed my lips to his. The real truth was that I couldn't stand Mark's fretting every time I did something I wasn't supposed to do. Unlike Vane, who I was fairly sure banged his fiancée in his office every other day, I kept Stormy well away from New Gothenburg's executive floor, and far, far away from my too innocent, yet highly effective senior assistant, Mark. Mark not seeing Stormy just made my life easier. He always had something to say about my habits, as he liked to call my sex life. Lately, Stormy had kept me out of the office a lot because I fucking loved drilling his ass. I couldn't get enough. I'd spent every last cent I could on him. Hell, I'd even drained my emergency savings to pay for today. He was so worth it. Stormy smacked my shoulders and arched back enough that he could drag in a deep breath. His copper eyes trapped me for a few heartbeats. His irises were so beautiful I'd asked once if they were contacts, and then I'd had to endure his smugness for the rest of the night. He was the total package, even when he was being insufferable. "Ross, I'm just worried." He glanced around. "I get these bad vibes sometimes, and my horoscope today said to prepare for communication issues to ruin a project." His nose was long and aristocratic, and I loved the way it wrinkled with his pout. I grabbed his leg and dragged it up so I was holding his thigh and supporting him. He moaned as I thrust against his delicious body. "Astrology, we're going to base sex around what the stars say? It seems smart." He beamed at me and nestled into my embrace. "You know, I don't do this just for anyone, but I'd even take you to my apartment. It's not too far from here. Nice soft bed, fully stocked kitchen." He blinked up at me, and I got the impression he wanted to say more. But like a good professional, he was leaving the final say up to me. My gut froze as I thought about what he'd said. Apartment? Like the place where you live? Not your room at the Courtesan? Isn't that a bit personal? Dangerous for you? He snorted and kissed the corner of my mouth. "You're not a stranger anymore. Unless you're going to strangle me out cold the next time you fuck me, I'm fine with it." "Maybe we're getting too close," I said, and eased off my hold on him to let his foot fall to the floor. I pressed my hands against his pecs and moved him back a step. His eyes widened, and my heart pounded hard, but not from lust. He wanted me to go to his apartment? What was he thinking? I kind of wanted to go. What the fuck am I doing? No, that's not it. I just thought it would keep you out of trouble maybe. But I'll do what you want, Mr. Mayor. I'm your call boy after all." He gave me a pained smile, winked, and slithered down my body to his knees. He was quick to fish me out of my pants and aim my cockhead into the bliss of his mouth. Closing my eyes, I leaned back against the wall and sighed through the sweet torture of suction. Stormy knew what I liked and used the barest hint of his teeth as he pulled off and then sucked along the underside of my cock. I petted his hair and grabbed a handful of it, even though I didn't urge him any faster. I loved the way he played with my balls and swirled his tongue. I glanced down. Stormy was looking up at me, pretending he enjoyed what he was doing, as he opened wide and bobbed his way down my dick until he had his nose buried against my groin. Pleasure coiled fast and furious at the root of my cock. My balls tingled. He swallowed and my bones turned to liquid, while my dick hardened until it seemed like it would grow bigger than the rest of me. It felt so fucking good. He swallowed around me again and heat streaked through my body. My hips popped forward and I drove myself deep to fuck his throat. He encouraged me with soft strokes of his fingers along my lower abs. "Stormy, you're so good at this. You give $1,000,000 blows," I whispered, and he hummed, sending goosebumps to race along my skin. My balls swung as he palmed them. The massage he gave my sack had me floating. I was ready to pump cream into his belly already. The door below us banged open. It took me a second to peel my eyes open and engage my brain cells. When I did force my eyelids apart, it was to the sight of two burly uniformed police officers with shiny golden New Gothenburg Police Department shields glinting on their chests. Their boots were loud on the steps as they advanced toward us. My first reaction was to laugh, but Stormy swallowed again, hadn't stopped sucking, and my vision whited out. I moaned and was so fucking close. "Stop now," came a slightly accented yet amused voice. "Holy fuck. No one thought they'd catch this. You're a brave arsehole, aren't you, Midbury? Hope you got yourself a decent lawyer." My fuck-blissed brain supplied that he sounded British. How odd. Before the fact that I was screwed burst to the forefront of my mind. I bent forward with my arms out. I didn't know what the hell I thought I would do. Protect Stormy? All at once my cock was swinging, cold and lonely, and Stormy stood in front of me, blocking me from view as the two cops made their way up the stairs to the landing directly in front of us. I struggled to get my cock in my suit pants, and it wasn't fucking pleasant. I winced and shoved my still happy dick down along my leg just so I could get my zipper closed without cutting the damn thing off. "Get your hands off me!" Stormy shrieked before anyone even touched him. I winced, but the startled cops stopped in their tracks. "Were you aware this is a known prostitute?" The cop without the charming accent sounded meaner than his buddy, a blonde with wide shoulders, and I wanted to do something drastic as he dragged poor Stormy across the landing from me and slammed his front against the wall. "If you hurt him, I'll make sure you lose your fucking job," I snarled. "You're not in the position to be making those sorts of remarks at the moment, I'd wager," said the blonde cop, who looked very familiar now that I was paying attention to him. I glanced upward and tried to decide if I was fit enough to outrun him and barricade myself in my office. Nah, probably not. And besides, I wouldn't want to leave Stormy alone. "Hey, did you bust that sex trafficking ring?" I pointed at the blonde cop as my mind mostly surfaced from my sex buzz. He grinned. "I did. You gave me an award and everything." "Officer Paxton?" For a moment he seemed pleased that I remembered him. He sighed and glanced over his shoulder at Stormy, who was cursing a blue streak. "This is the last fucking time I ignore my horoscope," while using his foot to attempt to nudge away from the cop trying to snag his slippery wrist in one side of a pair of cuffs. "Yes," Officer Paxton said with a wry twist of his lips. "Now I have the dubious pleasure of taking you in." "I don't suppose there's any way we could avoid all of that?" I twiddled my fingers out to the side. "Let me go with a warning or something?" "You couldn't even see my dick. I know for a fact it was completely out of view when you burst in here, to this very private space." Officer Paxton snorted out a laugh. "Maybe under happier circumstances, sir, you might have discovered an easier time of weaseling your way out of this incident. But..." He turned and gestured toward a spot on the underside of the stairwell above us. At first I didn't see what he was pointing at, but then the gleam of a lens gave me a saucy wink in the light as I shifted more toward where Officer Paxton was standing. I groaned. "Is that a camera?" "Yes, indeed." "When the hell did they put that in?" If I knocked my head against the wall hard enough, was there a chance I could put myself out of my misery? Fuck, I wasn't that lucky. "Ross and I are fuck buddies," Stormy said as the other cop finally managed to snap the cuffs on him, glaring as he was spun around. It was bad that I liked the view. His jeans had rips in them that put his hairless, lotioned, silky brilliant skin on display, and his nipples popped under the thin mesh of his long-sleeved black shirt. "And I won't say any different. Consensual fuck buddies." Officer Paxton shook his head. That might have been true, except that City Hall security officers have the mayor here passing you money. They showed us a recording from earlier in the week before we came up here. At least Paxton didn't appear entirely happy about doing his job right now, but that wasn't very comforting. Stormy winced. It's for my rent. He's lending me money. Is that illegal now? And then you decided to blow him? The cop at Stormy's back jerked viciously on his restrained arms, and I wanted to yell, but Paxton held out a hand and the cop backed down. Well, I'm fucking grateful. Why wouldn't I? Stormy snarked, and I couldn't help it. I laughed. Officer Paxton took the cuffs from his utility belt and held them up in my direction. Could you not, please? We'll go to your station and get this sorted out, sure, but let me walk out with you? My stomach tightened at the gleaming silver. This whole scenario was far too close to some of my favorite jerk-off fantasies. Stormy, hot cops, cuffs. I gave myself a shake. Paxton glanced at his partner, who seemed like one of those people who was permanently in a bad fucking mood. Sorry, sir. I have my opinions about these sorts of things, and the sex trade in general, but the law's the law. Hold out your hands. I'll let you keep 'em in front since you're not fighting me. The only win in all of this was that my cock had finally begun to wilt. I stuck my hands out, heart racing, my stomach plummeting. How in the fuck would I make this go away? Maybe if I talked to the right people. The cuffs snapped around my wrists, and I wasn't prepared for the way the cold metal felt on my skin, or the little tug Officer Paxton gave the chain that held the shackles together. I jerked my hands apart, and the metal was really fucking snug. Didn't give at all. And then I glanced over and saw Stormy, his hands behind his back. All I could think about was him cuffed under me, while these burly cops watched me fuck him. Maybe they would egg us on to fuck because we were their prisoners, for their entertainment. The dirty scenario spun out fast through my mind, and I winced as my heart-on blazed back to life and struggled against my suit pants. What if they made Stormy cuff and fuck me? My cock got so full it ached, and there was no hiding my bulge. Stormy's thirsty gaze skated down to my groin. He licked his lips and smirked at me. Damn it, you're the best, Stormy. Oh, Ross. He sighed and shook his head, but amusement danced in his eyes. Officer Paxton cleared his throat, and a smile threatened to take over his face before he frowned, but his eyes still twinkled. It happens, from what I understand. He didn't say what it was exactly, but we were all men, and none of us were stupid or blind. Fucking fuck. Poor timing, Dickzilla. The other officer sneered in disgust at all of us and began to drag Stormy down the stairs toward the closest door. The cop knocked Stormy off balance and he blasted his elbow against the railing, which made him hiss out a pained sound. "Be careful with him," I shouted, and Officer Paxton put a hand on my shoulder, walking me forward after them at a much more sedate pace. My cock was uncomfortable, to say the least. I was long past the age of being embarrassed about what my dick decided to do, or I thought so anyway. Officer Paxton went out first, and I was wholly unprepared to walk out into the hallway with a camera in my face. "What the fuck?" I grumbled, and Avery Wysocki gave me a crooked grin as he snapped a photo. He stood back to get another one. Wysocki was tall, with a boyish face and reddish-brown curls that tumbled onto his forehead. The leech was also a reporter for the local newspaper, and the one who had dropped the article that nearly ended Vane Elwood's career as deputy mayor. I was here because of the city budget meeting, which is boring, and heard there was some trouble. Thought it wouldn't hurt to look into it since I was downstairs. He flashed me a blinding white smile. You're just in time to hit the evening news. You're not allowed up here without a pass. Wysocki shrugged. And it appears you're under arrest. What for? He looked at the officers with a pleased gleam in his grubby reporter eyes. Fucking hell. Officer Paxton shook his head. We're taking Mayor Midbury in to answer some questions. Soliciting a prostitute, the other cop snapped. Stormy ducked his head and tried to hide his face as Wysocki took a photograph of him, too. He refused to pick up his head and made the cop with him guide him along as we walked toward the elevator in a pack. Fuck, I snapped. If no one had seen anything, I might have been able to get out of this somehow. Maybe I could have greased the right palms. Well, okay. Vane would have paid off the right people. I was broke from fucking Stormy. My mind raced and my hands sweated, and my fucking cock got harder as I tugged at the cuffs. I'd always gotten fearwood, an adrenaline boner, whatever people wanted to call it, and the cuffs were making it worse. Enough of this. We have a job to do, Officer Paxton said politely, but he left no room for argument as he stepped forward and left me in the unpleasant position of following him, when really I wanted to run away, or even better, rewind the last 10 minutes of my life. I was so fucked. Stormy glanced over his shoulder and winced, mouthing sorry at me, and I believed him. He would be sorry. He was the best guy. How the hell would I be able to afford to pay him 10 times a week to stick that delightful ass in the air for my cock without my paycheck from the city? I wouldn't be destitute, but I would certainly not have that sort of dough. Fuck my life. Chin up, Officer Paxton said when we were finally outside in the spring sunshine, and he led me along the sidewalk to his black and white cruiser parked next to the curb. Things look bad now, but I'm sure they'll all turn out okay in the end. He tried for a comforting smile, and I only laughed as I sat in the back seat. Pretty sure my life is fucking ruined. It was strange, but I oddly didn't feel as bad about that as I thought maybe I should. After he closed the door and locked me in, I scanned the back seat for something. What? I wasn't sure, since I wasn't skilled enough to make a break for it. He went around and got into the driver's seat. Where's Stormy? I asked. If at all possible, it's procedure to not let people involved in a crime together travel to the police station in the same vehicle. We do try to go by the book now and again. I watched as Stormy was loaded into a different cruiser ahead of us by that asshole cop, and my guts sank. I had a bad feeling about this, and it wasn't just because I'd put the coup de grace on my mayoral term. How would I ever apologize to Vane? Why hadn't I been more careful? I tugged on the cuffs. I knew why. I got off on doing things I knew I shouldn't. People gathered on the sidewalk to watch, and I covered my face with my hands, my dick still as obvious in my pants as a redwood. Vane had warned me, threatened me, and finally begged me to do something different with my life. Get help if I needed it to stop doing the things I did. I told him I had everything under control. We'd both known I was full of shit, but he was a good friend, so he trusted me. Guilt had me hunching forward with what felt like seasickness as the car started to move, leaving behind my crumbling empire at City Hall. Chapter 2. Lane Stormy Kennedy. There were two things I knew about cops. They liked catching politicians doing illegal shit, and they hated professionals. Both of these facts were going to make the situation a lot more difficult for me right now, especially because Ross had given the cops so much hell over the last year. I glared at Officer Naylor, the cop who'd roughly shoved me into the back of a police cruiser and then yanked me out again when we got to the station. Cameras were already waiting, flashes of light blinding me until I saw white dots dancing in front of my eyes. Naylor didn't seem to care, though, taking the time to smirk at me and then smile at the reporters, like he was a celebrity and they were here for him. I'd only crossed this asswipe 2 times in my career, but he was the kind of cop who was memorable because of his hatred for all things sex work. He acted as though he was an angel who didn't blow his wad by watching porn after his wife went to bed. I knew his type. Do as I say and not as I do. It also didn't help that the first time he'd caught me, it involved a blowjob as payment for letting me go without any charges. When the second time happened, and he'd apparently grown half a conscience, I'd had Madam Winters and River Demchenko to save my ass. "Are we really doing this again, Naylor?" I grumbled, fluttering my eyelashes at him over my shoulder. "You know what happened last time. Ms. Winters will come in here with our lawyer and destroy you." He grunted as he shoved me up the steps and toward the station's doors. There wasn't anything subtle about the way he pushed and jerked me around. He wanted the reporters to think he was a strong police officer who took the law very seriously. But in the end, he was another two-faced cretin. There were good cops on the force, of course. I'd met some of them, Naylor's partner included, but I always seemed to get targeted by the assholes. "Shut up, Kennedy." I rolled my eyes. He thought he had some power by knowing my legal name, but Naylor knew nothing about my real identity. If he did, he would have been pissing his pants. "I want to have my one phone call. Soon." He grunted again as he paraded me through the station like he'd caught a criminal on the most wanted list. One of the nice cops I knew, Caro, sent me a sympathetic smile from where he sat at his desk. I winked at him on the way past, because it didn't matter what Naylor did, I wasn't fazed. I'd seen my fair share of pricks, thank you very much, and he wasn't anything new. We went through the usual booking process. Headshot, fingerprints, phone call, all that jazz, before he marched me to the cells to await my lawyer. I'd been through this before too, so it was another walk in the park as far as I was concerned. I was still annoyed I hadn't listened to my horoscope today. It had never let me down before, but Ross was so insistent, and I liked him. He wasn't the type of person I wanted to say no to, so I'd gone along with the idea. He was a junkie for sex in semi-public places. For me, getting caught wasn't a big deal, but he was the mayor, and the media was everywhere. The thought of what might happen to Ross made me wince as Naylor took off my cuffs and shoved me through the door into a holding cell with 3 other guys. He laughed as though he was the reason for my reaction, before the buffoon slammed the door shut and strode off again, his thumbs hooked into his belt as he swaggered his way back out of the room. I rolled my eyes. Meathead. The sound of laughter made me turn, and I flashed a dazzling smile at the 3 men in the cage with me. One of them, the man who laughed, sat with his back to the corner of the cell, a leather jacket with a patch I knew well embroidered on the right of his chest. A king. I liked the biker clubs around here. They didn't judge us and they paid well. The Kings of Men MC knew how to party, and I'd been to their clubhouse more than once and gotten my ass pounded. I couldn't quite remember this guy, though. "Did I say something funny?" I asked, and plopped down on the metal bench. The two other guys in the cell weren't as good-looking as the king, and while one didn't seem interested in our conversation, the other's beady eyes watched me like I was a meal he wanted to devour. Usually I wouldn't have minded, but I had a feeling I wasn't going to be paid in here for doing anything down and dirty. The king had his head tilted back, eyes closed as he hummed an answer. "He is a fucking meathead. First time I've heard him called that, though. I prefer to think of him as a bloody prat." The soft British twang of his accent made me smile as I leaned back against the cold bars. That's too nice. Do you British do everything nice?" He snorted and opened his eyes wide enough to send me a smirk. "Not always. I don't bash heads in very nicely." I chuckled and swept one knee over the other. "I'm Stormy." "Bishop." He nodded before his eyes slipped closed again, and he crossed his arms, almost as though he was going to take a nap. I took a moment to appreciate his strong jaw and smooth appearance, not something I'd expect from a biker. The Kings were the unsavory type, but that's why I enjoyed going to their clubhouse with the other professionals. Personally, I'd rather just be called what I am, a whore. I didn't remember Bishop from the nights I'd entertained myself at their clubhouse, but if I had seen him, I might have asked for a ride, and it sure as shit wouldn't have been on his bike. He was gorgeous, with shaved dark hair and tanned skin, not what I'd expect from an Englishman. Something told me there was more to the story there. Hey you!" A craggy voice snipped at me. I spun a sarcastic smile on the other cellmate, who'd been watching me intently. "Yes?" He pushed himself up from the bench on his side of the cell and waltzed in my direction, as though we weren't currently stuck in lockup. Unlike Bishop, this man wasn't handsome. He wasn't ugly either, but there was nothing that piqued my interest. Sandy blonde hair, cold blue eyes, and a scar below the right side of his mouth. He reminded me of an ex I'd had when I'd first moved to New Gothenburg. "You a prostitute?" "Allegedly," I said, waving my hand dismissively at him. "My lawyer will get me out of here soon. A Mr. Riverdemchenko. You should call him. He's good at his job." Bishop snorted, but hadn't bothered to open his eyes, so I thought he might have known him. River took on all sorts of criminal cases, harlots and kings included. "Wanna suck my cock while we're in here? I'm fucking lonely and dying for a warm mouth." Blondie cocked a smirk at me, as though I'd find it attractive. I admit, I'd slept with worse, but I wasn't in the mood. I worried for Ross and what this could mean for him. The media would eat him alive, and this wasn't the first time he'd been questioned about his ability to lead. The man continued to stare, so I widened my smile. "If I was a professional, and if I was requiring money, you couldn't afford me." The third guy in the cell, who hadn't been paying attention to me, outright laughed so hard he nearly fell off the bench. He held his chest and bent forward until he was heaving in a way that told me he'd had too much to drink the night before, probably in here for a public intoxication charge. Blondie glared and reared forward with bared teeth, and I knew a threat when I saw one. Even Bishop moved, jumping to his feet as though he was ready to defend me, but I was no damsel in distress. I shifted quickly, my self-defense lessons kicking in as he charged. I moved and twisted until I'd grabbed his shirt and kneed him firmly in the boys, making him scream in agony and drop to his knees. My balls twinged in sympathy. I couldn't stop the reaction, even when I caused the pain to someone else. It just fucking hurt to get nailed that way. "Serves you right," I said, patting him on the head like he was a child who'd done something wrong. "Just because I'm an alleged whore doesn't mean I can't put you in your place." Bishop sent me an impressed look, and I waved my fingers at him just as the doors to the outer room opened and heavy footsteps filled the silence. I turned, watching Officer Paxton walk to the door of the temporary cell. His gaze wasn't on me, though. "Hayden, what the hell?" he asked, his British lilt very similar to Bishop's. It took me a moment of studying them both to realize that even though Paxton was blonde and Bishop had short dark hair, they looked alike. Not twins alike, but definitely siblings or cousins. Bishop shrugged. "He pulled me over for a shit reason." "And?" Paxton crossed his massive arms over his chest, glaring. "He couldn't have arrested you until you opened your big mouth." My attention was hooked, to say the least. "What's upsetting you more? The fact they charged me for something as stupid as vandalism, or because they figured out I'm your brother?" Bishop matched Paxton's stance, jaw tight. "Ooh, brothers." I bounced on my toes and waggled my eyebrows. "You're both so good-looking, too. I can just imagine it. A cop and a biker brother, both fucking me. What do you say? I'll give you a discount." My grin was hurting my face, but I couldn't stop the excitement from surging through me. I'd only done one pair of brothers before, and it had been one of the best nights of my professional career. The door to the room opened again, and this time River stepped in, appearing as tall and perfect as he usually did in his fancy tan suit and shiny designer shoes. His hair was slicked back, and the round gold-rimmed glasses on his face glinted under the lights as he stalked closer to us. His briefcase swung in his hand as he moved. "Both of you should be ashamed of yourselves." River pursed his lips and turned extra disapproving eyes on me. "With the mayor in City Hall, where anyone could catch you. For fuck's sake, Stormy, why?" I shrugged. "He's got a really nice cock, and he knows how to use it." River took a deep breath like he wanted to bash me over the head, and the only thing stopping him was the bars between us. He glanced behind us briefly, but the man on his knees clearly wasn't worth his time because his focus returned to me. "If you've been charged with soliciting sex, you do not offer a police officer a discounted rate with his brother. Officer Paxton doesn't mind, does he?" I reached through the bars to pat his chest, but it wasn't Paxton's grip on my wrist that stopped me, but River's. His gaze hardened until it was almost scary. "Stormy, do not touch my sir again. Am I clear?" I shot a glance from Paxton to River. I didn't miss the way Paxton smirked, almost as though he enjoyed River's act of possessiveness. Waving a finger between them, I said, "Are you two?" "He's mine," River answered bluntly before nodding at Bishop. "And he's taken too. Trust me, you don't want to mess with his boyfriend either. He'll claw your eyes out." "Oh, I think I'd like him. When can I meet him?" I asked the question over my shoulder at Bishop, who grinned proudly. That was cute. I wanted someone who'd smile at the mention of me, but I'd learned only the lucky ones got those kinds of men. I was far from lucky in love. My horoscope even suggested the same thing. I wouldn't be meeting the man of my dreams anytime soon. "So, who are you here to bail out, me or Stormy?" Bishop asked. River sighed and cleared his throat. "Both, but Stormy is first. Madam Winters is here, waiting to rip some shreds into the police officers who arrested him." He sent Paxton a pointed look. "Maybe find something important to do until she's gone. She doesn't need to raise her voice to get a good jab into you, sir." The name was said quietly, I assumed so no one on the security cameras could hear him. Paxton's smile was fucking gorgeous, and I didn't think I'd ever quite seen an in-love expression like that before. But there it was. Paxton was head over heels with his submissive, who also happened to be my lawyer. Well, hell, I'd pay top dollar to see them fuck or play. "Noted. I have a lot of paperwork to do anyway," Paxton said as he pulled out a set of keys and unlocked the cell door. Blondie groaned behind me, and Paxton pointed at him. "Stay where you are if you don't want me to knock you on your arse low." Yeah. Blondie, also known as Low apparently, grumbled as he fell on his ass anyway, glaring at me. I flooded my fingers at him as a goodbye when Paxton opened the doors. Even though I knew I was looking for trouble, I kissed Paxton on the cheek as I slid past him. "Thanks, handsome." River's glare turned so hot I swore I was about to catch fire any second. I smiled innocently at him and bounced my way toward the door, River not far behind me. He didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. If he wasn't so professional with his job and business, I expect he would have let the cops throw me into prison for a few years just for touching his dom. He grabbed my arm as we walked down the hallway, a few cops joining us as soon as we exited the cell room. Clearly they were there to watch me, to make sure I wasn't going to run away. "I like you, Stormy," River began, his voice tight and so low only I could hear him. "Aw, I like you too, River. But if you put your lips near Jace again, I won't save your ass the next time you get in deep shit. You can find yourself a new lawyer. Am I clear?" I swallowed, aware he was being completely serious. Nodding, I sent him an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. You know I like teasing." "That's fine. Just don't do it with my sir." He straightened his suit and knocked his briefcase against my ass, gesturing for me to move forward, and I did. I followed his directions until we got to an interview room where Madam Winters was already waiting. She looked as elegant as always, tall and willowy, with her blonde hair pulled up into a tight bun. Her dress was black and moved with her body, a perfect fit for her hourglass figure. Beside her, much to my dismay, was her son, Darcy. "Fuck, the Ice Prince is here," I mumbled. River snorted quietly. "Come on, let's get this over with. I'll have you out inside of an hour." River did as he'd promised. It didn't take much. A little ear twisting, and the cops wanted me out as quickly as they could make it happen. I didn't know what River said exactly that scared them into doing what he wanted, but whatever it was, had them sweating like a few guys I'd been with in an all-night marathon. I was a free man again, stepping out into the late afternoon sunlight with Madam Winters and Darcy at my side. River stayed to deal with Bishop next. "What about Ross?" I asked the madam as we walked down the steps and past the waiting media. They either didn't remember who I was, or they had no interest in me. I suspected they wanted to get more photos of the mayor. Madam Winters got me into the back of a white Audi with the engine already idling as we all slipped inside. I took the middle seat, with Darcy and the madam squeezing in on either side of me. "What about him, sugar?" she asked, leaning back against the leather seat. "Ross Midbury knew the risks. He signed a non-disclosure agreement. He can't get you into trouble." That's not what I meant." I winced and smoothed my hands over the mesh shirt that showed the tattoo in the middle of my chest. A pretty rainbow triangle with a black eye in the middle. Branches sprouted out as eyelashes and bled down the bottom of the eye as though they were tears. It was my only body art because I believed in quality over quantity. I wanted to make sure he'll be okay. They won't fire him, will they? Darcy made a sound that was a mix of a snort and a grunt. He crossed his legs. His shiny black suit pants fit so perfectly they showed off his strong thighs. If he wasn't such a prissy ice prince, I would have thought he was appealing. He didn't have the personality to fit his attractiveness. After this, he'll be lucky to have a job at all. Maybe we can find space for him in the hotel as a courtesan. Darcy, Madam Winters warned quietly before she patted me on the thigh. Don't you worry, sugar. I've seen Ross get out of the most impossible situations. He's a chameleon, born to adapt. I just don't want him to lose everything because of me. I shrugged, my stomach warming at the thought of the sex I'd had with him in the past. I had my favorites, and Ross was one of them. He didn't make me feel dirty or ashamed of what I did. He treated me the same as he would a favorite barista or a supermarket worker. I was doing my job and he was paying me for the service. I told him doing it there wasn't a good idea. My horoscope said there'd be trouble. She smiled sympathetically and curled her arm around my shoulders. I leaned into her, laying my head against her bosom as though she really was my mother offering comfort. Madam Winters took us all under her wing, and we owed her a lot. You'll need to call your father about this, she said, stroking my hair. Ugh, I know. I groaned and buried my face against her collarbone. Inhaling her sweet perfume, I sighed. He won't be happy I was caught again. I'm sure he'll understand. She tugged me away from her and cupped my cheeks, pressing a comforting kiss on my forehead. That's what I liked about Madam Winters, what we all liked. She was a mother figure to us. She didn't just take whores off the street and work them to the bone. She cared and protected us. God help whatever man or woman raised their hand to one of us. It had happened once or twice. And I never knew what transpired with those clients after that, because we certainly never saw them again. At one point, there'd been a Kilo soldier who'd made that mistake, which resulted in a visit from the Irish mob boss. I suspected that the soldier's body was either burned by a king named Undertaker, or had been sunk to the bottom of the lake. It didn't take long to get to my apartment. I lived in the city, close to downtown, in a flashy building with a doorman who had previous law enforcement experience. He was a nice fellow by the name of Owen, and always greeted me with a salute, as though we were in the army. The grunge green uniform he wore matched the attitude of a soldier too, but I knew that was a decision from the apartment building's homeowners association, which I had never chosen to concern myself with. Good afternoon, Mr. Kennedy, Owen greeted, giving me that salute as I got out of Madam Winters' car and said goodbye to her. I smiled in greeting at him as he yanked open the door. Great weather, am I right? Hardly. Spring had only just started and it was still cool out, which made wearing a mesh shirt even worse. Maybe my lack of a jacket was why he'd said the comment, but I merely nodded in his direction as I stepped inside and through the foyer. Some of my neighbors paused to give me their regular sneer, but I gave them a wave and a grin as I glided past them into the elevators. Another man in a suit and trench coat was already waiting when I got there. The trip up to the 3rd floor from the top took too long, and the man who'd gotten in with me gave me an interested stare, his eyes glued not so subtly to my ass. I gave him a sparkling smile in return. "I cost a pretty penny. At the courtesan if you're interested." I winked at him when the doors opened and waltzed out, swaying my ass for good measure, because I might not need the money, but I liked selling myself. It beat the hell out of boredom. As the doors closed, I blew him a kiss. I sighed and pulled the key out of my pocket. The cops had taken everything from me when they'd booked me, and although I didn't have much to begin with because we'd left a lot in Ross's car, they gave it all back when River was done ripping them a new one. Luckily, I'd thought to bring my apartment key. I'd have to find Ross after this was over and get my belongings back. Once I was inside, I went straight to the large bathroom. It had stronger water pressure, and ditched my clothing as I stepped through the glass doors of the shower. The brown tiles on the walls brought forth a calmness in me, and I leaned my head against them as the hot spray of water from the shower head on the ceiling cascaded down on me like a waterfall. The events of today washed away with the swirling water down the drain, and while I could usually let it go, this time it stuck with me as I thought about Ross. It had been his choice to fuck in the stairwell. It wasn't the first time we'd done it, and the thrill of being caught had always been exciting. I'd gone with it today too because that was my job, but I wished it had worked out differently this time. I could only imagine how the media would portray him. Pervert. They would paint him as absolutely depraved. No one ever really respected sex work, thinking it was dirty, but more people paid for sex than society thought. Then there was porn and OnlyFans. Sex work was important in this world. I knew how journalists worked, though. They were bastards who took pleasure in fucking up other people's lives. I thought of Dad and sighed again. Finishing off my shower as quickly as I could, I dried and went to my bedroom in the walk-in closet, grabbing some loose clothes I liked to wear around the house. There wasn't anything sensual about them, but I had no one to be sexy for here. I plucked my phone from the clothes on the bathroom floor and then headed into the living room, falling into the roomy L-shaped couch that took up a large amount of space there. I lay across the cushions and hit Dad's number on my phone. "Lane?" he answered almost immediately, as he always did when I called him. "Hey, Dad." I smiled at the sound of his voice, strong and safe. "What happened? Madam Winters called. Something about you being arrested." I could already imagine him pacing his office, wearing a mark into the carpet from worry. I ran a hand over my face, digging my fingers into my eye sockets, hoping to push away some of the tiredness that had snuck up on me. My body was sore and aching, and I wanted nothing more than to curl up here on the couch and sleep for a few hours. I was caught with Mayor Midbury in the stairwell of City Hall. "In a compromising position?" Dad exhaled, and I could hear the disappointment there, the "you should have known better" that he didn't say. "Yes, he was arrested, as was I." "In City Hall? What were you thinking, Lane? What was he thinking?" Dad tisked. "He's a good man," I argued quietly. Dad was the last person I had to tell that, so I didn't know why I felt the need to defend Ross. Maybe because I liked Ross, and I hated people who didn't know him judging his actions. "Nonetheless, he's a mayor. He should have known better," Dad said, his voice full of understanding, even though his words showed his displeasure about the situation. If anyone knew how vile the media could be, it was Dad. He was a mayor, just like Ross, but in Pleasant Beach, California. He dealt with the same things, from tackling homelessness to motorcycle clubs. Although, as far as I knew, Ross didn't have any contact with the bikers in New Gothenburg, while Dad had deals with the Norse Lords MC in Pleasant Beach. They were beneficial partners for the city. "I think he might lose his job," I whispered, staring up at the patterns carved into the white ceiling. "It might be my fault." "Bullshit. It's his fault. If he wanted to have sex there, that's on him. As long as you got out of there without a record lane." I nodded, even though I knew he couldn't see me. "River fixed that. I think they're scared of him." Dad laughed, and I couldn't help but smile. I loved how safe I felt with him, and even though I missed him, I was happy here in New Gothenburg too. I had my own life, although Dad gave me a monthly allowance and bought me an apartment. He didn't judge me, even when I chose to sell myself for the hell of it. But sex work was interesting, and I'd met the most intriguing people. It sated the desire for adventure I'd always had since I was a kid. Not everyone who sold themselves came from a bad background. Some of the courtesans I worked with were proof of that. "I miss you," I told him. "I miss you too, Laney. Maybe me and your papa can visit sometime soon." I grinned at the thought, warmth flooding through me. "I'd like that. I miss you both a lot. I'm exhausted, though. I just wanted to call you to tell you what happened. Can we talk later tonight after I rest?" "Of course." The sound of squeaking told me he'd finally stopped pacing and had taken a seat in his office chair. "Make sure you eat well. If I see you haven't been, I'll hire you a cook like I've been threatening. Your papa wouldn't argue with me about that." I laughed. "Bye, Dad." "Bye, Laney. Don't forget to call tonight. Your papa has been worried sick." I snorted. Papa worried about everything, but Dad was far worse. "Yes, Dad. Talk later." Ending the call, I dropped the phone on the floor beside me and closed my eyes. A few hours sleep wouldn't hurt, and maybe I could call Ross when I woke up too. Chapter 3. Ross. The small room didn't give me much space to pace, with the potted plants, brown leather couch, and an armchair stuffed into it, along with the standard desk, but I gave it a good try anyway. On one of my circuits of the minuscule walkway, I stopped to glare at a painting of a bowl of fruit. Officer Paxton had told me this was the station shrink's office when he uncuffed and dumped me here instead of a holding cell. Why he was being so kind I didn't know, and I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. As I stared at the painting some more, I had to wonder if it said something about me, that I thought the pair of cherries hanging over the side of the fruit bowl kind of looked like balls. Probably said I was a sick, sex-addicted fuck. Oh, god damn it. I went back to wearing a hole in the floor. There was some laughter in the hallway, and I scowled that direction. Outside the door, a couple of cops stood around bullshitting loud enough that I could guess they were retelling arresting me, yet again. Their job was to keep me in here, no doubt, and they were having too good a time doing it. What the hell were they doing to store me? Officer Paxton hadn't mentioned him, and after enduring the media circus coming into the station, I hadn't thought to ask before I was dumped in here. The thought of that tasty man in a jail cell had my stomach churning. He was too pretty for prison bars, and my twisted brain dredged up all sorts of scenarios, mainly involving him with an orange jumpsuit around his ankles. And if I was truthful, more than half of them featured me cuffed and helpless for him. I sucked in a deep breath and groaned. Great fucking time to discover a new thing that did it for me. Fuck. But realistically, I wouldn't be in there alone with him, even if we were sharing a cell, and I was worried. I forced my focus toward the real world and away from the parade of saucy and sausage-filled images in my head. Then there was Vane. Yes, thinking about Vane was a cold bath on my dick daydreams. My cock retreated to hang out near my boys as I conjured visions of his incensed reaction to this mess. He would strangle me with his bare hands the next time he saw me. I sent a sly glance at the phone sitting on the desk in the corner of the room, not for the first time, and clenched my hands into fists. No one had told me I couldn't use it. With a glance at the door, I went over, sat down behind the desk, and then picked up the handset. There was a helpful sticker on the phone that said to press 9 to call out, and that's what I did. My finger hurt because I stabbed the numbers too hard while dialing Vane's office phone. I couldn't remember his cell, and they'd taken mine when they booked me in. He didn't answer, because why would he? City Hall was in meltdown. I needed Jean-Paul's desk number. Groaning, I dialed the only other number I had memorized, Mark's cell phone. My heart ba-dumped so fast I thought I might throw it up onto the dancing flamingo stationery parked in the middle of the desk. A pair of red cat's-eyes glasses had been carelessly dropped beside the phone, and I folded them and set them aside just to give my hands something to do. The call was picked up, and there was loud sniffling that made me feel like a steaming pile of horse shit. "Hello, this is Mark." "It's me." I waited. 1, 2, 3. I got all the way to 10 with my silent counting. There was no yelling, no cursing me out for ruining his career. Nothing. "Mark, you there? I know you warned me." There was a quiet sob, and I hung my head. Fuck's sake, I made him fucking cry. "It's okay, Mark." "Ross, are you in jail?" He all but shrieked, and I winced. I ignored that question. "You need to do me a favor and go to my office. You have to shred a few things, a pile of things." I glanced toward the door and cupped my hand over the phone. "There's a list taped to the underside of my desk. Go fast. Shred the list, too. Get rid of the shredded paper. I don't care if you have to start a bonfire in the parking lot." "What? Sir, but..." "Now, I have no idea whether or not they'll flip my office, and there are things that aren't their business." "Sir, I tried to make sure this didn't happen," Mark said sternly. "Mark, now is not the time." I dropped my head to the desk, hard, and winced as he babbled out an apology for shit that was all my fault. I couldn't understand most of what he said because he was crying again. If he would just bitch me out, this might be better, but my guilt only grew until it seemed like it might choke me any second. "It's okay," I said, and then there was an indignant grunt on his end, and Mark was yelling at someone, but I couldn't make out the words. "How are you?" Jackson's much calmer voice was exactly what I needed to hear. I perked up and sat straighter with a smile. "Not sure. They crammed me in an office instead of a cell, so could be worse." "What did you say to Mark?" he asked suspiciously. "Nothing. Just let him do what he's doing. Remind him to look where I told him." Jackson said something quietly on his end, away from the phone. He would make stuff happen, even if Mark was too upset to do it. I relaxed back into the seat and felt about 1 billion years old. Thank you, Jackson. You have no idea how much this means to me. Did you do it? Someone growled. Of course he did. That was definitely Vane. He must have his ear pressed to Jackson's to sound so close. Unfucking believable. I get to be yelled at in synchrony. Is Stormy okay? Can you find out for me? Who? They both said at once. The, man I was with. Oh, I know him. I can check around, Vane said. Jackson huffed. What do you mean you know him? You know what? Never mind. Mr. Midbury, you need to worry about yourself. On the desk laid a silver Sharpie, and I picked it up and twirled it around in my fingers. Oh, trust me, I am worried. Plenty worried. I'm always numero uno on my worry list. Mark is in your office now. Is he looking for a lawyer's number for you or calling one? I'll call one for you, Jackson said mostly to himself, the way he did when he was taking control of an issue we were working on in the office. He was good at spearheading projects, and I had a tendency to step aside and get out of his way. I used to love the adrenaline rush of the job, but lately I'd been scratching that itch for a good rush somewhere else that sure as hell wasn't the executive chair. And now I was sitting in a police station. Won't do any good to call a lawyer for me. Why the hell not? Jackson was so fucking cute. I just wanted to put him in my pocket. It was like he thought everyone was a moneybags like his sugar daddy. I twirled the Sharpie again, but it spun in the air and fell to the floor with a clatter. I spent all my money on hookers, Jax, and those are the facts. I don't have any for expensive lawyers who could haul my ass out of the fire right now. I'm fucked. Mark, what are you shredding? He asked, and then returned to me. How? Are you serious? As a case of brain amoebas. Give me the phone, Vane said, quickly followed by, and what the fucking fuck, buddy? His heavy breathing smacked into my ear and made my eyes twitch. I'm sorry I got caught. Vane's low rumble of anger had me hunching down in the chair. The courtesan is one thing. That's mostly safe. Even a fucking locked bathroom, Ross. Anywhere that isn't you with your dick in your fucking hand in public would have been great. Oh, it wasn't in my hand. I went for funny, but the stony silence that followed my admittedly terrible joke had me clearing my throat. I know. I have no money for a lawyer. Please tell me you love me enough to help me out. I mumbled in a rush. I could probably call my dad and see if he'd spot me. I'm going to be lucky if he doesn't try to cut me out of my half of his business after this. Fine, fucking fine. I'll take care of it. We'll fix this, I said and straightened again. With Vane at the helm, this problem was as good as over. I smiled and leaned back in the chair, glancing around the office. Suddenly the potted plants looked a lot friendlier, and the artwork more interesting. Why had I even been worried? No, we won't. There's no fixing this. You're done. And if I don't want to be next... Good mood gone. I rubbed at my chest. You're cutting me deep here, man. Are we not friends anymore? Shut up. Damn it. You're such a fucking asshole. Of course we're still friends. Like one paid piece of ass could break tradition. But this isn't going to be fine. If you think it is, you're high. You're not high, are you? Maybe we could say you need rehab or a medical condition. There's no saving this shit. He finally stopped his rambling with a sigh. Which station are you in? Lakeside. Fuck. Monahan is a ballbuster. Jackson, call." The line went dead, which was fine because the door snapped open. I tried to place down the handset into the cradle like I hadn't been talking to someone I probably shouldn't have been and fumbled it onto the desk. A man with shaggy brown hair and scruff came in and stared at me while I tried 3 times to hang up the phone before I accomplished it, and then sat back to cross my arms over my chest. He kept staring, and he was cute enough. He had some really nice lips, but that only got me thinking about Stormy again and worrying about him. I adjusted my tie, and finally, with a sunny smile, the man stepped fully into the room and closed the door behind him. He wore a cheap blue suit, not a uniform. I wasn't sure if that was better or worse. He was either a lawyer or one of the smartest people the cops could scrape together. "Hi, I'm Detective Agosti. You can call me Corwin, though, Mr. Mayor." Cop. He sounds respectful, at least. I gave him my front page smile. "Hello. Are you comfortable, Mr. Mayor?" He held up a can of Sprite and brought it over to sit it on the desk in front of me. I popped the top on the can, and the bubbles bit my nose as I slugged some down, all at once aware I'd been sitting here for a long while. Gloom gathered in the corners of the room. He reached down to snap on a lamp in front of me, then sat his ass on the corner of the desk. As he got comfortable, he kicked the Sharpie I'd dropped earlier, and it skittered across the floor and under the leather couch. "Got no real complaints." I sipped more of my pop. "Let's talk about your bad habits. It's okay, we all have them. I have some of my own. Yours are kind of expensive, huh?" He took out his phone and smiled again. "Me? I don't ever do the dishes the same day I make them. It's so stupid, and such a terrible habit. I also forget my towels on the floor and have to wash them all the time because they mildew. Gross, right? But not illegal. Not like this." He turned his phone screen toward me and swiped through several photos. Some were of me coming and going from the courtesan. My stomach sank at a photo of Stormy and me at a noodle house that had just opened in New Gothenburg's small Chinatown 3 weeks ago. Chinatown was only a square block, but the people who owned businesses there were very proud of their heritage, and they had pooled resources and funded a beautiful water garden everyone in the area could enjoy. The garden had been constructed close enough to the shadier areas on the east side that I worried there would be problems, but none of the motorcycle club violence ever spilled into Chinatown, which was a huge relief. I'd taken Stormy to the restaurant because he'd mentioned wanting to go to the grand opening, and I'd wanted to do whatever he wanted to do. It had made me wonder what a date would be like. My heart pounded harder. Detective Agosti swiped his screen again and showed me what were obviously security camera stills of Stormy and me from earlier in the day. One was of me, eyes closed and head back, with Stormy's face buried against my groin. My cock twitched and I bit my lip. Ugh, the adrenaline of that moment had been perfect. "You know, I'm pretty photogenic. Why are you stalking me? Most of that wasn't illegal." He shrugged and smiled down at his phone as he turned it toward himself. "You're fairly egocentric. Men like you usually are, though. Suffice it to say, we have you on camera, way more than only these pics, and we know what Lane Kennedy does in his spare time." Anger pelted through me and I stood, pushing the chair back until it smacked against the wall. "You leave him out of this. He's just a guy I sleep with. That's not a crime as far as I know. It isn't, right?" I asked, all of a sudden not feeling sure of anything, even the floor I was standing on. No, that wouldn't be. He agreed, and that fucking easygoing grin of his was back, but I was on to his tricks. Where's the blonde with the delectable English accent? I liked him better. He wasn't trying to railroad me. Detective Agasti glanced at his phone and moved the photos back to the shot of Stormy and me at the noodle house. I seethed inside. I can print this one off for you if you want it. This one almost seems like a social meeting, but we both know what was happening. He was paid to be there. And before you say it, no, it's not illegal to pay for companionship, but I doubt the evening stopped after dinner. He flashed me a knowing look. Officer Paxton arrested you, but I was asked to take over your case. The Courtesan Hotel. His dramatic pause got on my nerves. Lots of people are curious about it. Lots of high-powered people go there. I shrugged, and a sick sheen of sweat broke out over my body. My shirt stuck to my back. Everyone, when they first started their journey with the courtesan, and it was always a huge fucking learning curve, was made to sign a stack of paperwork. If the prospect of Madam Winters dragging me through court wasn't enough to make me want to lose my lunch, I knew that wouldn't be the most immediate way she might deal with me if she thought I'd talk to the cops about the courtesan or Stormy. I'd heard rumors. Everyone in this city who did what I did to get my rocks off had a good idea she wasn't a woman to piss off. I knew better than to ever consider hurting one of her people. Not that I wanted to do that. The courtesan is a historical site. They keep a small museum in the West Wing. If you want to know more, you should go. They give tours of the building when they're not busy. I gave him my shaking hands with important people smile and pushed the chair back into the desk, trying not to flinch at the crack I'd put in the plaster on the wall. Detective Agasti shrugged a shoulder. I didn't realize you were so dedicated to history, or that they would give tours like that at 1:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. He held up his phone, and there I was, walking out to my car looking like I'd spent the night balls deep in Stormy's ass. Because I had. Son of a bitch. I thought the security at the courtesan was on the lookout for people snapping pictures. How the hell had they gotten those? I crossed my arms and steeled my spine. What's your point? You're not exactly the first person to verbally spar with me, detective. He flashed me a handsome smile that probably got him his way a lot. We're prepared to make some of your charges go away. He brushed at some dirt on the knee of his suit pants and pouted at it when it didn't come off. You're not making anything stick. He shrugged. This isn't playground rules. You're not rubber. The only reason you aren't in a cell is as a courtesy. We have you recorded handing Lane Kennedy cash before you jammed your tongue down his throat, followed in short order by your cock. He darted a glance down my body, and I fought the urge to cross my hands over my valuables. It will take 5 minutes in a courtroom, showing my evidence to a judge, to have you escorted to a jail cell. My boyfriend needed rent money, I said fast, remembering Stormy's lie. Seemed good enough to me, and difficult to disprove. Detective Agasti chuckled and showed me his phone again. His friendliness was really starting to crawl under my skin and make me want to do or say something that would definitely screw me over in the long run. He swiped through a couple of photos of random dinners and then flashed me a photo that contained a shot of a nicer apartment building downtown, near the fancy one where Vane had his place. Okay, who lives there? That's where your hooker du jour lives. He owns his apartment. according to city records. Leaning forward, I stared in shock. I couldn't afford a place like that. Well, maybe if I wasn't constantly paying for ass. What did I know about Stormy? Nothing much, except that he was great in bed, funny, and held up his end of a conversation. Oh, he'd tried to keep me out of this mess. Well, and he also gave head like it was his one purpose in life, and up until now I'd thought maybe it was. But this threw me. Had he funded his apartment with sex? When the hell had he started peddling his ass to own a place like that, as a zygote? Well, if he lied to me, he's probably blowing my cash on clothes and mangas. He likes to read them. There's this one with a teacher and student. Well, okay, that's a few shades of non-con. And I think, like, half the mangas he owns is that exact storyline. But he likes them. You ever see one? They confuse me, sorta, because you have to flip them backward. Japanese comics. Lots of juicy, kinky sex. I shrugged. Expensive habit, worse than drugs. Detective Agasti snorted. You've got an expensive habit yourself, so you'd know. My lawyer isn't here yet. I think we should be done. I'm going to let you go. He stood as if that was no big hairy deal. What? My blood pressure receded out of stroke range, and I nearly collapsed to the floor. Detective Agasti smiled and smoothed a thumb across one of his dark eyebrows. He stopped and tapped his temple as my gaze got stuck on his laughing eyes. I'll give you 24 hours. If you don't play ball with us by then, I'll drag you and your little dick bunny back in here. Solicitation, public indecency. Fuck. We could probably get tax evasion if you've been doing this long enough. On him, not you. The officers wrote up their statements. Both listed that you were publicly receiving oral sex. You tell me something useful, and the only thing we charge you with will be public indecency. Either way, I lose my fucking shirt. Yes, that's not my fault. Clock's ticking. Unless you want to tell me something now. He stuffed his phone into his pocket and batted his long lashes at me. What a prick. It took everything I had not to fucking slug him in the mouth. They won't send me to jail for solicitation. Wouldn't be so sure. Depends on the judge. Tamaki hates sexual predators. Predators? I'm not paying young boys for sex. My mouth fell open and I almost gagged for a second. He's legal. Is he? My heart nearly stopped. Isn't he? Grim-faced, Detective Agasti stared at me, and I groped behind me for a seat that didn't exist and almost fell before I firmed up my knees. He snorted. Yeah, he's legal. I'm just fucking with you. That's the point, jackass. How would you even know? He winked at me. Fuck you. He snickered as I rushed toward the door. Am I going to get tased for leaving? He shrugged. No trick. You're free. 24 hours. Think about things. You try to leave the city, and we'll have you picked up. He yanked my phone from his pocket and tossed it at me, and I held my breath as I caught it. Next, he sent my wallet sailing, and I dropped it on the floor and had to pick it up. Anger had my stomach hot, and I wanted to say something horrible, but I had no power here, no leg to stand on. This was a fucking mess, and I was a nobody, again. It had been a long time since I didn't mean anything to anyone, and the hole that opened up in me almost made me sick. I turned away from him and stuffed my wallet into my pocket, then opened the door and pushed past some of the cops in the hallway. There was a shout, but then a soft laugh followed it, and Detective Agasti said, "Let him go." I wanted to scream. Outside on the sidewalk in front of the station, I dodged shouted questions and microphones shoved in my face. A tall man in a badly fitted brown suit came at me with his hand up, and I flinched away. His thick gray eyebrows wrinkled. "Sorry," he said in a rush and let his hand drop. "Andrew Sonny, your lawyer. They released you?" He frowned at the station behind me in confusion. The sun was only a few peach and purple streaks in the darkening sky, and I panicked as I stared upward. I'd been in there a long fucking time, and I had no idea if Stormy was okay or not. What could I even do for him, though? "Sorry, I gotta go." "But..." I strode away and pulled up the Uber app on my phone as I stalked down the street. I had to wait at the corner for 5 minutes, but was ecstatic to get into the Subaru as soon as it stopped. The reporters had followed me, although no one had the nerve to come shove a camera in my face, and they seemed to be having an argument nearby, probably about how to best accost me. It was a struggle not to flip them off as the car departed. On the way to Cakealicious, a cafe near the Courtesan Hotel, I sat in silence. Once I arrived, I got out and stood in front of the cafe until the Uber went on its way, and then walked over to the hotel. The historic building, originally a mansion built for people with more money than God, was perched like a castle on regal grounds. The architecture was beautiful, and I had to stop for a second to admire it as the lighting across the front blazed to life. The gold and glass front doors gleamed. 3 stories climbed upwards, and multiple wings sprawled out across the surrounding lawn. Off to the left, shadows of willow trees swayed along a walking path that wrapped around the courtesan and continued next to the lake, providing a dreamy star-drenched view. Stormy had let me fuck him by the water once. I hadn't been able to decide which was more beautiful, him or the night sky. Shivering at the memory, I started walking again. The arched windows with molded carvings along the tops invited me to stare, because there was always something new to notice among the masonry artwork. I took one last glance up the front of the building and then squared my shoulders. At the doors, I nodded at the men who stood outside in the cool spring air. One man dipped his head in return, but the other acted like he hadn't seen me at all. Inside, I strolled across the glossy marble floors shot through with gold veins and dodged a fainting couch holding a sleeping man. The mahogany service desk stood immediately to my left, and I zeroed in on the pissy blonde who kept guard over it. Darcy looked ready to kill when his shrewd blue eyes met mine across the expanse of high-gloss wood. "What are you doing in my mother's establishment?" he asked. His words were polite, but I spoke Darcy's secret language because I'd known him long enough, and that tone was as good as a string of fucks. "I'm here to see Madam Winters." He shook his head, and a big man behind him moved around the desk to stand beside me. I glanced up and gave him a little twiddling wave with my fingers. "Boy, you're a large fella, aren't you?" Darcy slid his hand along the shine-to-perfection desk and leaned slightly forward. "You have nothing to say to my mother." His jaw hardened, and the man beside me was crass enough to crack his knuckles. I wanted to roll my eyes, but Darcy was a touchy shit on a good night, and he'd have his mother's goons toss me with less than a snap of his fingers. He'd probably sleep like he was in a bed on a cloud later, too. He was so fucking cold. I have to tell her something. It involves the cops. Darcy narrowed his eyes and his nostrils flared. Fine. He moved fast, like someone had just removed an invisible barrier that had been holding him in place, and I was rubbing a stitch in my side by the time we were halfway up the grand staircase. He led us along plush-carpeted hallways, and I quickly lost track of the way. I was thoroughly disoriented in the old mansion by the time we stopped in front of an arched red and gold wooden door that reminded me of a fairy tale. Darcy stared into my eyes, and it gave me the creeps. "These are my mother's personal rooms. If you ever come here without a direct invitation, you will be dealt with," he said, and he actually seemed delighted for once to impart that dire information. What a fucking gargoyle. He knocked politely on the door and waited for the airy "Enter" that carried out to us before he opened it. I followed him inside. The suite was so feminine it almost hurt. Blinding white couches with spindly legs surrounded a matching table that was so dainty it might collapse if someone set something as lowbrow as a beer bottle on it. There was a tree in a pot in the corner of the room with large purple flowers blooming that appeared tropical, and mirrors with frames that matched the petals were hung between all the windows. I felt like I was on stage. Next to the couch was a small table with those same inadequate legs that held a vase of lilies. Madam Winters stood out starkly in a black dress. She held a book in her hands, and her eyes flew down the page. She rested her bookmark between the pages with a soft smile, and then rose from the couch. Annoyance flashed across her beautiful face as I strode in at Darcy's heels. "Mr. Midbury, whatever are you doing here? I went to considerable trouble, dear, to get my boy out of a cell because of you." She dropped the book on the table and folded her hands in front of her. "Considerable trouble." "I'm here because..." I licked my lips. Why the fuck am I here? "I need to see him. Stormy. Is he okay?" Madam Winters took a step back. The smile that spread across her face was actually kind. She brushed her long blonde hair off her shoulders in a flawless move that made her skirt sway. "Out of the question, even for mayors. He's not your boyfriend, sugar. I know you've spent a lot of time." "I know that." Anger jabbed at me, along with some other twisted emotion that made it more difficult to breathe. "The cops are trying to squeeze me about this place, and about him. Vane's going to murder me the next time he sees me. I just wanted Stormy to be okay, and I want to see him if he's out, help him if he's not. Her laugh tinkled through the room, and embarrassment wiggled in my guts and made my cheeks burn. "You're too involved with him. It's time to let Stormy go." She shooed at me like I was a bad puppy and turned back toward her book. "I'm not too involved." She sighed, and when she glanced back, she didn't seem angry, but she definitely wasn't pleased either. "Don't worry about us here at the Courtesan. Keep your lips zipped and we'll all be fine. Stormy is fine. I wouldn't allow anything less." "You mean Lane Kennedy?" I snapped. "They were asking me a lot of questions about him." She tilted her head. "That's so? They told you his name? What a wonder." "Yeah, and like I said, I'm fucking worried." "You are speaking to a lady." Her tone dropped cooler, and I winced. "Sorry, ma'am." She gave me another real smile. "You men, You do lose your temper so easily. All's forgiven with an apology, love, especially since I can see that you mean it. I'm Southern. We do care about good manners." Darcy huffed nearby and didn't look like he'd forgiven me at all. I'd almost forgotten about him. I was so intent on talking to Madam Winters. She walked over to the little table with lilies resting on top and opened a drawer. "Would you like to know why I hired Lane?" She gave me a coy smirk that had my heart clattering faster. "Sure." I hated to admit how eager I was to know more about Stormy, and she lowered her eyelids in my direction. Discomfort spread over me. I was only here because he'd helped me out a lot, made me feel really good. I would worry about anyone who got arrested with me. That's good manners. She grinned and looked about 15 years younger. I was shocked at how beautiful she was when she wore that type of amusement so easily on her features, and I didn't even like women that way. Laney had a table set up on a street corner downtown, near Bar Row. This skinny thing, barely legal, with this table outside of a lounge bar I used to like to go to with clients. The green room? Oh, you know it. They had great dancing and would get in real jazz musicians. You just don't see that much anymore. She sighed and pulled something out of the drawer. It closed 2 years ago. A real shame. Anyway, the sign on his table said tarot readings in this beautiful handwriting. My grandmother made me learn calligraphy, and he had done it so well. Took me right back home, that did. All of it, directly to the boardwalk. You miss the South? She shrugged a shoulder and walked to me, with a large silver-backed card in her hand. Sometimes. I don't miss the mosquitoes, I'll tell you that much. She used the card to hide her curved red lips. The silver flashed in the light. Lane was phenomenal. I was early. I don't really do clients anymore, but occasionally I'll go out with someone for old time's sake. Only when I want to, mind you. I nodded because she seemed to want that. I watched Lane spin webs around his clients, draw them in, learn everything there was to know about them in less than a minute. Such a busy little spider. You have to do that when you're a professional. I saw the talent in him. She fluttered the card toward me, and it flashed like fish underwater, mesmerizing. So I went over, drawn to the flame like everyone else. She smiled and then let out a wistful sigh. Before I ever spoke, he clasped his heart. She slapped her hand to her chest and pulled this card from his deck. She handed it to me, and I flipped it over. On the front was a man and a woman locked in an embrace. The Lovers was scrawled across the bottom. The longer I stared, I wasn't quite sure the couple was a man and a woman. I turned the card to the right. It almost looked like a man with short hair and a man with longer hair. I turned it to the left, and it seemed like two women. She giggled and tapped the card, apparently already familiar with what the trick of light did. He pulled that from the deck for me. Said he knew right away I was the world's most amazing temptress. She tittered and covered her mouth with the back of her hand. He had no idea who I was. Okay, what does this have to do with the price of tea in Boston? I was happy I was learning more about Lane, but I wasn't any closer to finding out if he really was all right. Don't be impatient, sugar. The cops came by and arrested him for panhandling. They must not have had anything to do that night and just needed someone to mess with. Okay, I think to myself, he's going to need his cards. I picked up the 2 decks he had on his table. You can't deprive a working man of his tools." Her mouth curved wider. I took a peek. One deck was full of the death card, and one was entirely the lover's. You see, that boy knew the heart of people. Love and death. That's how we all function. She smirked. Really, what he did was learn enough about people to tell them what they wanted to hear. Did they need a new beginning or something to fear? He sure as hell isn't a fortune teller now. She lifted her eyebrows and didn't look like she agreed with me. But he's handsome and interesting. Traits of a true companion. She reached out and brushed her fingers through my hair, and I shivered. That night, I sent my lawyer to get him free because I was intrigued, and I was there for him today, too. I like Lane, Mr. Midbury. He might be turning tricks for pennies now, but when he gets bored of that, he'll carry himself up and out of the shallow water he's treading. His future is useful to me," she finished, her words turning to ice. "And I will not see him hurt." "No, ma'am. I told the police he was my boyfriend." She came over and held out her hand. I passed back the card and was surprised when she ripped it in half. She pulled a pen out of the drawer where she'd had the card stored and wrote something on the silver back of one half before she passed it to me. "There's his address. I still think you should be putting your time to better use, but go ahead. Make a mess of your life." She smiled at me. "See what he has to say to the likes of you." "Thank you," I said, and felt like I should do something silly like bow my way out of the room. Instead, I just turned to go before Darcy managed to set me on fire with his look alone. "Oh, and Mr. Midbury." "Yeah?" I turned back to her. She settled down on the couch and picked up her book, pursed her lips, and then pointed at me. "You aren't welcome in my establishment until this blows over. I am not the police. I am not swayed by your position with the city. Money means nothing when it comes to protecting what is mine and the people under my care." Her smile was serene, and my blood ran cold. I nodded once and actually ran out of the door, my only thought getting to Stormy. I might have thrown his real name around with Madam Winters to try to get to him, but that's how I knew him. Stormy. And he was powerful and full of energy, just like his nickname, in all the right ways. Outside again, I stood under the starry night sky and was humbled for a moment not to be in lockup. I opened my phone to order another Uber and scowled when I poked at the usual button, but the cash for the ride wouldn't go through. I got an email notification and checked it. My card wasn't working, but that couldn't be right. I tried again to order an Uber, and the same thing happened. Then I got another nasty shock when an email from my bank arrived. "Your accounts have been frozen due to an order from law enforcement. Please wait to be contacted." I blinked up at the sky and laughed as I turned to trudge in the direction of Stormy's apartment building. Prepare for communication issues to ruin a project. Fucking hell. Replace project with my life, and it was definitely up in flames. Chapter 4. Lane. I woke to the sound of a rough banging on my door and groaned, nearly falling off the couch in my attempt to roll to my feet. Fatigue made it difficult to open my eyes fully as I stumbled toward the door. It was rare for someone to actually knock, because Owen, or whoever was on shift at the time, called up first if I had visitors. Yawning so widely my jaw cracked, I opened the door and froze in surprise at who was on the other side. Ross? I blinked a few times just to make sure I wasn't imagining him. He was dressed in the suit he'd worn when we'd been caught, more disheveled than I'd ever seen him. This wasn't the mayor of New Gothenburg I knew. He never looked like this, even after he'd spent the night fucking me before he left the courtesan. Are you okay? It didn't occur to me to ask how he'd found out where I lived until after I grabbed his wrist and dragged him inside. I closed the door behind him. If it had been anyone else, I might have been worried, but he'd always been one of my best clients. Ross smiled, but his expression wasn't filled with anything except tiredness. As okay as a mayor who's been arrested can be. Well, technically I haven't been arrested yet. You haven't? I tugged him over to the couch and pushed him down onto the soft blue cushions before I took a seat beside him, drawing my feet up under myself. I turned toward him and touched his shoulder. What happened? He leaned his elbows on his knees, dropping his face into his hands. While I waited for him to say something, his shoulders slumped forward. The wrecked appearance had me doubly worried as I slid my touch down to his arm, a vile taste coating my tongue as concern worked its way up my throat. Tell me something, Stormy, or should I call you Lane? I winced. None of my clients had ever known my real name, but I didn't question his newfound knowledge. The cops probably told him just to piss me off, because my safety sure wasn't any of their concern. You can call me whatever you want, sweetheart. Moving my hand to his head, I ran my fingers through his hair, nails grazing his scalp just how he liked it when he fucked into me. He shivered, and that was the reaction I'd expected. What do the cops have on the courtesan? I didn't think they had anything. I frowned, biting at the corner of my lip in thought. I don't think they do. They have something, or they want it very badly. They're threatening me, asking me to give them information about you and Madam Winters. Me? I chuckled and shuffled closer to him until my chest was pressed against his side. I hated what happened today and felt partly to blame. Why? That's what I want to know. He flopped against the couch and leaned his head back. I already told Madam Winters I have no plans to tell them about the courtesan or you. I don't know anything personal about you anyway, not that I would tell them what I knew if I did. I sighed, stroking his short dark hair with one hand while petting his chest through his white dress shirt. He had firm pecs and perky nipples, something I'd enjoyed touching when we'd had sex. I'd always imagined sucking on those brown nubs until they were plump. I'd keep sucking them until he finished in my ass. I'd never told him about the fantasy, though, but now I wished I had. I should thank you for that, I whispered as I shifted to my knees between his legs. His gaze shot down to watch me as I moved. Smoothing my hands over his thighs, I reached for the button and zipper of his pants before his hand snapped out and grabbed my wrist to stop me. I glanced up at him with confusion. He cringed. I don't have any money. So? I grinned. Think of it as a freebie for keeping your mouth shut about us. I went to unbutton his pants again, but Ross held on tightly. I'd never ask you to do anything for free. You're a working man, and I didn't do it so you'd give me a free blowjob. He yanked me up onto his lap, and I went instinctively, so used to Ross manhandling me in all the right ways. I fell with my ass against his plumped cock, my knees on either side of his hips. He paused, dragging his gaze from my thighs to my face, and I waited patiently. I've never seen you like this, he said, so quietly I wasn't sure if I was supposed to hear it, let alone respond. What can I say? I like being comfortable in my time off. Laying my hands on his shoulders, I massaged my thumbs along his collarbones, exactly how I'd learned to relax a man in my company. The tension seeped out of Ross. Let's get this off you. I tugged at his suit jacket, and he leaned forward so I could slide it off his arms and fold it up neatly before resting it on the arm of the couch. I went for the buttons of his shirt next, and to my relief, he didn't move to stop me this time. Taking my time to pop each button through its hole, I ate up the sight of the creamy skin that came into view. Ross didn't have any hair on his chest, but he'd told me before that he regularly went to a salon to get it waxed. I like chests with hair and without. I'd never really been picky, but it was his nipples that made my mouth water. I ran my palms over his pecs and flicked the nub of his right nipple. He hissed and I grinned. Have I ever told you how much I want to suck these? I murmured. He smirked and leaned farther into the couch, laying his hands across the back. No. Can I? I fluttered my eyelashes at him. I promise it'll take your mind off the police. I came here to see if you're okay, Ross said quietly, but there wasn't any fight in his dark eyes. He'd do anything I asked, and his cock agreed with my assessment, judging by the way it pressed into me. You're so sweet, I whispered into his ear, tracing the shell with my tongue as I ground my ass on his lap, making him gasp. I'm fine, not the first time I've been arrested. Madam Winters said that. His hands shot to my hips, and he gripped me so tightly that I felt his nails dig into my skin through the thin shirt. Usually she's all crafty and quiet about her whores. She must like you. I nibbled on his earlobe, gripping it between my teeth and tugging. I adjusted myself on his lap and then rocked my hard-on against his. He let out the sweetest little moan as I shivered from the sensation that ran from my balls and through my body, electric shocks that had my cock firming. That's how I found your address. A detective told me your name, Lane Kennedy. He reached around to grab my ass, fingers digging into my flesh through my sweats, and I grunted in encouragement. I like that name. You look like a Lane. I laughed and gave his ear a final jerk with my teeth before I sat back, grinding my ass down on his cock again, which was well on its way to giving me an enthusiastic salute. I'll let my dad know that you approve. Who are you, Lane Kennedy? He asked quietly, and I wasn't sure if I was supposed to answer. His stare roamed my apartment, and when it landed back on me, he spoke again. You can afford this by being at the Courtesan? The detective said you own your apartment. It's how he got me on the rent excuse. I shrugged, running my hands down his chest before slipping them under the shoulder part of his shirt and working it off his arms. He moved forward to wriggle out of the fabric, and I let my gaze roam his upper body, appreciating the hard lines. I wanted to bite into every inch, lick and nibble until I had him begging me to ride his cock. And his nipples. I swiped my tongue over my lips. He didn't take his eyes off me as I leaned down to attack the right nub, sucking on it hard until he was humping against my ass. I was only satisfied when his nipple was red and swollen, and then I moved to the other one, doing the same. He'd latched his fingers onto my ass cheeks, and I moaned at the bite of his nails through the material. But I wanted more. I wanted to feel the burn in my skin. When I was done with the second nub, I climbed from his lap and stood, taking the time to slip off my shirt and slide down my pants. He watched me with hungry eyes as I pushed the fabric down my legs, and I preened under his attention. Most guys told me how beautiful I was, but none of them stared the way Ross did. I felt like a piece of artwork to him, a priceless painting he wanted to hang up on his wall and stare at every second of every day. To him, I was a masterpiece. When I finally had my pants around my ankles, I stepped out of them, thankful I hadn't chosen to put on underwear. I wriggled my hips, my hard cock doing a dance with me as I pointed at his pants. "Want to take those off?" Ross visibly swallowed, his Adam's apple jumping as he ate me up with his gaze. "I don't have any money." "You said that." I raised my eyebrows. "The cops froze my accounts," he whispered, his fingers twitching where they rested on his thighs, like he was trying really hard not to reach forward and touch me. I cocked my head in confusion. "Can they do that?" "Apparently." The word came out strained, and irritation at the police force lodged itself in my chest. I wanted to go there and slap every one of them silly, but that would result in me getting my ass thrown in prison, and I had a feeling Madam Winters and River wouldn't be incredibly happy with me. "Well, I don't care about money. You could have told them what you knew about me and the courtesan, and you didn't. That's enough payment. Get out of your pants, now." I crossed my arms as he raised his eyebrows at me. "I want to ride that dick." He smiled, and it wasn't the kind of fake expression I was used to seeing from him on TV, but rather a real one. I was one of the few lucky people who'd seen the authentic Ross. He rose from the couch and unbuckled his belt. I watched his fingers work, excitement burning in my stomach. "Can I tell you something, Stormy?" I didn't comment when he said my whore name. I liked Stormy just fine, as much as I liked Lane. They were two sides of the same coin as far as I was concerned. "What?" "I haven't ever had sex with someone I haven't paid," he said as he finally had his belt thrown on the floor and his button and zipper undone. He slid the pants down his legs, along with his underwear, and then he sat back down on the couch with his cock curving toward his abs. I liked his cock. It wasn't the thickest I'd had in my hole, but he had to be 8 or 8.5 inches at least. "Never?" I asked, surprised. He shook his head. "First time I had sex, I stole money from my dad's wallet and went out to find a hooker. I was 16, paid $200. "Really?" I licked my lips at the thought of 16-year-old Ross handing money over to a whore before he fucked him. Even then, he'd had chutzpah. Backing away, I strode toward my bedroom to grab a bottle of lube and some condoms from my bedside drawer before I returned to him. I threw the goodies on the couch beside him. "Do you remember who it was?" "The hooker?" He shook his head. "First and last time I saw him. But my point is, I've never had sex for free. I fucking love paying for it. I like earning it." It took a few moments for my brain to understand, and my eyes widened. "Oh, you get off on having to pay for it?" He nodded and smirked. I loved how unashamed he was, a man after my own heart. I suspected the only reason the whole city didn't know his penchant for purchased ass was because he was mayor, and he'd lose his job if he didn't attempt some amount of discretion. But now it was out in the open. "Okay, I grinned. You paid me for this one. We didn't get to finish our fuck in the stairwell. But after this bang, you can still pay me. But I don't have... I'll start a tab, so when you get your accounts back, you pay. I leaned forward, kissing the corner of his lips, before I darted my tongue out to trace the shape of his mouth. And if you can't pay up, I'll cuff you to the bed and take what I'm owed by using your cock for my pleasure. I'll ride you like you're my dildo, my house bitch. Something glittered in his eyes and they darkened. I grinned, slapping his cheek lightly. You like the thought of me taking payment from you by claiming your cock is mine, don't you? You want me to cuff you. He swallowed again and nodded before he grinned. Fuck yeah. I slipped back onto his lap, his cockhead poking me in the lower back after I'd settled. Grabbing my hard-on, I slapped it against his belly. Did you like it when Paxton had you cuffed, Mr. Mayor? Did you enjoy being restrained? He groaned, eyelids fluttering closed and then quickly open again. Yeah. And did you like seeing me in cuffs too? I curled my arms around his neck, pressing our chests together so I could whisper in his ear. My cock was trapped between our bodies, and I used it as a chance to seek friction, jerking my hips forward. Do you like the thought of using handcuffs? Because I own a pair. I could restrain you to my bed and do wicked things to you as payment for my time. I could put a cock ring on you and then fuck myself on your hard long dick and use you until I'm satisfied. And then when I'm done, I might consider letting you come. Maybe. Fuck. He drew the word out and wrapped his arms around my waist, dragging me closer to him. He stuck a finger into his mouth before he had it at my hole, pushing into me. One finger barely did anything to me anymore, but when a second went in, I moaned at the stretch. I enjoyed being penetrated because there was something exhilarating about having a cock inside me. Or maybe I'd tease you first, get you hard for me before I spend hours sucking your nipples. To make a point, I squeezed his right nub, and he hissed at the stimulation of his already sensitive skin. My teeth marks were still evident in the brown flesh. I'd love nothing more than to have you cuffed while I sucked on these tits for a few hours. What are you doing to me? He whispered, surging forward to slam his lips against mine. We kissed while he fucked my hole with his fingers, and pleasure zipped through me. Having Ross against me was pleasant on its own, but with the added feel of my hole being stretched, desire and the need to get off flooded me. That's the kind of payment I want. I kissed the corners of his lips again, and then reached for a condom square in the lube. Ripping open the wrapper, I smiled at the way his deep brown eyes practically glowed with anticipation. I slid the condom onto his cock and licked my lips as the latex rolled down the rigid flesh until the base nearly reached the root. I pumped the lube into my palm before I jerked his cock, covering it with the liquid for a smooth glide. He groaned at my touches, and I soaked in the sounds. I'd always enjoyed the power I had over him. Wiping my hand on the couch, I had no patience for anything else. I rose to my knees and guided his cock to my hole. Are you ready, Mr. Mayor? He licked his lips, eyes turning so dark I felt like he was about to become a demon on me. I liked a man who fucked rough, and Ross was one of them. He respected me, but fucked me like the whore I was. Yes. I grinned down at him and sank onto his cock. My hole stretched around his width. and we both moaned as I dropped lower and lower until I sat on his lap, his cock wedged firmly inside me. I wriggled, earning a hiss from him. It's such a shame we didn't get to do this earlier. Fuck. He gripped my hips, nails biting into my skin just like I enjoyed. I grabbed his face in my hands and slammed my lips against his, kissing his delectable mouth until his hips were moving, and he was fucking shallowly into me. Ross had always been eager, though. He never wanted to take things slow, and always liked finding somewhere new to fuck. I also liked that about him. Vanilla sex was boring, but if he was planning on coming back here, I'd make good on my promise to cuff him and spend hours sucking on his nipples. Because those little pointed tips were something I wanted, and fuck if I shouldn't have them. This time, I let him go. I rose to my knees, giving him the space he needed. He took over and spread his legs to get into the right position, and then he was pistoning his cock into my hole like a man possessed. His movements were erratic and needy. I didn't know if it was the length of his cock or the curve, but he always managed to pound direct hits to that walnut-sized gland inside my ass, making stars burst in front of my eyes. I held on tightly to the back of the couch near his head, and with every one of his thrusts up, I bounced forward until it was my nipple in his face, and the sneaky jerk took advantage. He sucked it into his mouth and tugged, hard, and my cock jerked so abruptly I thought it was all over. Tension sizzled through my shaft, and I was close to exploding right then and there. It didn't happen, but only because I had the experience to keep my orgasm at bay. As much as I enjoyed sucking on a man's tits, I also fucking loved mine being eaten too, and that's exactly what Ross was doing. My heart slammed against my rib cage, with a kind of need I couldn't remember ever really feeling before. Ross wasn't just sucking and nibbling on my nubs, he was going to town on them. And between that and his cock, I was a raging mess. Reigning in my control was like facing a wild tiger that wanted to eat me, and I knew I was going to lose. I never had a chance. Ross had something to prove, and I was here for it. Oh, fuck. Baby, yeah. I grabbed a chunk of his hair and yanked the strands, and he groaned. His thrusts grew faster, and every time he hit my prostate, I was closer and closer to losing my wad. And by the bastard's quick grin up at me, he was enjoying every second. Well, two could play that game. I leaned down to whisper in his ear. Next time you come to me, I'm going to cuff you to the bed and own you. Remember what I told you, okay? Cock ring so you can't come, and I'm going to ride you like you're a wild horse. My stallion, only good for mating me with your cum, filling my ass up. Fuck. Ross reared against the couch cushions, his head thrown back, and his grip so tight on my ass cheeks I knew I'd end up with some long-lasting crescent-shaped marks. He groaned and fucked a few more times into my hole before the tension released from his body, and he flopped against the cushions, sighing. I grinned and wrapped my hand around my cock, and it only took a couple of strokes before my orgasm ripped through me, heating my insides until my balls emptied, and cum shot from my slit, painting our stomachs. It took all my effort not to collapse on him and squish my load between us. I chuckled, and although I felt boneless, I forced myself off his softening cock. I took off the condom and then tied it up at the end, dumping it into the trash in the bathroom when I went to get a washcloth. Ross hadn't moved by the time I got back, so I wiped him down before I did myself in the couch. "You didn't answer my question," he finally said after I dumped the cloth in my laundry and came back again. "What answer is that, Mr. Mayor?" I fell onto the cushion beside him and sighed in exhaustion. A quick check on my phone told me it was nearing 9, which meant Papa would be calling soon. "How can you afford this place?" He looked around, and I did too. Everything was neat and tidy. Stone tiles spread out across the entire apartment, giving it a clean feel. The walls were painted whites and grays, and the ceiling was carved with intricate cloud-like patterns. The living room had a bar tucked into one corner and floor-to-ceiling windows across one wall. While I had the curtains drawn now, I could open them to the new Gothenburg city skyline. I shrugged. "It's a place." "That's not an answer," he said, but acknowledgement passed over his face. He knew I didn't want to discuss this. Sighing, he touched his half-hard cock gently and moved it against his thigh before he glanced at me again. "I probably won't be mayor for much longer." "They can't fire you over this, right?" I asked, irritated at the conservative people of NG. I knew they could, of course, and they would. Ross certainly looked resigned to the fact he'd no longer be mayor. He leaned against the couch and spread his arms along the back. "The detective who talked to me, Agasti, gave me 24 hours to decide if I have anything to tell them about the courtesan or you. If I don't give them something, they'll drag me to jail. He didn't say what the actual charges would be, but it's not difficult to cook up something with what they have." I snorted. "Cops like to threaten. Here, let me read your cards. The tarot will tell us." I went to rise, but he grabbed my wrist and pulled me back down again, half on his lap. "I don't believe in those things," he said with a smile. I gasped. "Why not?" "Just tell me one thing." He stroked his thumb over my chin. "Would you have drawn the death or lover's card for me?" Chuckling, I plopped a kiss on his lips. "The way you flirt, definitely the lovers." Ross nodded thoughtfully, but he looked 1,000 miles away. My heart ached for him. "You won't go to prison, Ross," I whispered. "We'll hire you a good lawyer." He smiled sardonically, something I didn't like to see on his face. Ross Midbury wasn't a hard man. If anything, he'd always been gentle when he wasn't fucking me like an animal. He cared. "I don't have the money. I told you that." "Let me help this one time. It is partly my fault you're in this position." He shook his head and pushed me off so he could stand. I watched him sadly as he reached for his underwear and pants, sliding them onto his legs. Despite the circumstances, I couldn't help but stare at those thighs, and that ass, too. He was so muscular, and the way those cheeks worked made my mouth water. "I don't take charity." He zipped and buttoned his suit pants, and I pouted that we weren't going to have another round. When he reached for his shirt, I didn't stop him, even if I wanted him to stay. I'd learned a long time ago not to get involved in clients' lives. It led to boundaries being broken, and that was the worst thing that could happen for a whore. Not to mention, Madam Winters wouldn't be happy with me. She liked Ross just fine, but he was still a client, mayor or not. By the time he had his shirt and jacket on, I was on my feet and bringing him into a hug. I kissed his cheek. "At least let me pay for your taxi home." He hesitated and didn't look like he was in the position to argue, but I didn't miss the shame that crossed his handsome face. I nodded and walked over to my intercom, calling the doorman downstairs. "Hello?" Owen's voice made me smile. He was the easiest one to deal with. "Owen, it's me, Lane. Can you do me a favor? I have a friend coming down who needs a cab. You have my credit card number on file. Can you give the driver that number to charge for the ride?" Owen made a noise. "Yes, sir, I sure can. Thank you." I switched off the intercom and turned to him, smiling sadly. "If you need anything, Mr. Mayor, you know where I am. You will always be my mayor, no matter what." He nodded sharply and gave me a warm smile in return, then walked over to me. I kissed his cheek, but he wasn't having that. I was shoved against the wall, and I grinned when he sealed his lips over mine. We kissed like that for a good 2 minutes, and my cock made a move to rise again, reminding me I was still very naked. He didn't attempt anything, though, because in the end, Ross Midbury was a fucking gentleman. "Maybe when we get this sorted out, and I'll be able to afford you again." "Maybe." I shrugged and tugged on the lapels of his suit. "You could just come around and let me restrain you and suck your tits like I want?" A tremble went down his body, and I grinned. "Goodbye, Ross." He nodded before he gave me another peck and left. I watched, even after he was long gone, because I couldn't not. My stomach roiled with disappointment, and I stamped down the urge to follow him. He'd wanted to check if I was okay, and I was. He didn't need to know who my father was, or my papa either, for that matter. I sighed, hating that it had come to this, but life had to go on. But maybe... I glanced at my phone and grabbed it, searching my contacts for River's name. It was my fault he was in this position after all. It wouldn't hurt to pay River to help. Chapter 5. Ross. Cold spring rain beat down on my head from the dark sky. The entire world had decided it was mad at me. My gray suit was a sopping wet mess, and I shivered as a frigid breeze blasted me and whipped my hair into my face. I pushed the strands back off my forehead. Fuck. I needed a haircut too, but that was the last thing I could deal with at the moment. I couldn't even pay a fucking barber. I'd thought about calling Dad because he had to be out of his mind with worry. I knew him. He'd wait for me to make contact. Dad was well aware of how busy I'd be with a disaster of the political type on my hands. If I was actually, in fact, trying to spin this and stay in office. It was just too embarrassing to go into the details with him, though. Why hadn't I cared more about my job? I'd loved the initial rush of winning my position, and the first 2 years were even good, but I was beginning to suspect there was something not quite right with me. I wasn't happy with anything when it stopped being interesting and exciting. Maybe that was why I hadn't taken more precautions with Stormy. I touched my phone in my pocket while I stared at the front door of Mark's little house. No, I couldn't drag my dad into this. We met up once a week for dinner and to bullshit, and that would be plenty soon enough to enlighten him about the sludge pile that was my new life, assuming the local news didn't clue him in first. I tried to go to my apartment, but there was a platoon of reporters camped out in front, so no dice there. Vane's had been more of the same, and besides, I was actually worried he might punch me when he saw me next. I couldn't even be mad if he knocked me on my ass. It wasn't like I didn't deserve it. He'd sunk a ton of his personal money into our campaign when we'd run, because he believed in me. He'd already started spending for our next run against that putz Lightman. Vane would be lucky if he was able to beat Lightman alone now, and that was my fault too. Sighing, I started along the newly poured bright white walkway to Mark's front door, oddly aware of my chest and how the muscles moved. Stormy must have bruised my nipples when he'd played with them earlier, and tingles of awareness squirmed through my stomach. It wasn't that I was turned on, but the sensations of the damp cloth moving over my nips made me think about being turned on. The feel of Stormy's hot mouth on my body doing something I hadn't told him to, or encouraged him to do, or even thought I wanted him to do. It had been fucking amazing. I'd never had someone just doing random things to me. But then, maybe that was because I'd always paid for dick. I'd never considered what someone might want to do to my body for their own enjoyment. I made myself get in the game because I would have to talk a hearty amount of bullshit to convince Mark to let me stay the night. It would take about as much finesse to get him to stop being mad at me as it would to sway the general public, maybe more. Mark's house wasn't large, maybe only had 4 rooms judging from the size of it, but much like Mark, it seemed very orderly. The front porch had 2 lights lit, and they were both LEDs that blinded me if I stared directly at them for longer than a millisecond. The curtains were closed, but rather than looking tacky, they matched the trim and blended with the color scheme. The plaque for the house number gleamed a warm burnished gold. I held my breath as I knocked lightly on the door, the black metal unforgiving on my knuckles. I flexed my hand to work out the sting as I waited. The door didn't open, which made sense. It was late after all. I knocked again and again, and then realized maybe he just wasn't fucking home yet. The front porch lights were on, but the ones inside weren't, now that I really looked. There was no car in the driveway. I groaned and settled myself down on the stoop with my head in my hands. Cold water poured down my neck. I'd never felt so miserable in my life. I shivered and wished I'd stayed at Stormy's, but that wouldn't have been right. I couldn't pay him, and he was sweet to say he would start a tab, but we both knew I probably wouldn't be able to pay it anytime soon. And I hated the thought of taking advantage of him. He'd been too good to me to pull that kind of bullshit on him. Not long later, a car eased into the driveway. Mark emerged from his vehicle umbrella first, and then turned to slam his door with a crack. He marched himself toward me and stopped when he was a few feet away. The glare he shot me was so hot it could have peeled paint off a new car. I got to my feet with a wince. There are reporters at my apartment, Vane's too. I was your third choice? He snapped. After everything I've done for you, I wasn't the first person you came to? His umbrella trembled toward me as if he might want to bop me on the head with it. You're the first one I called. I smiled at him. Technically, that wasn't true, but he had been the first person to pick up. My answer got me a sour frown and a sigh, which was an improvement over a death glare, and he elbowed me aside to unlock his front door. When I tried to take the umbrella to help him, he yanked it out of my grip and went on fumbling with his key. I got the impression that if he wasn't so polite, he'd be swearing at me already. So I let him go, and eventually the door was open. Mark didn't exactly invite me in. The door hung open after him. I took my chances and followed him into a warm, cozy living room with a couple of couches and no TV in sight. What the hell did he do in his free time? There were books stacked on the floor beside the closest couch. Did he really read that much? Right in front of the door was a small square of tiles, and I didn't want to piss him off, so I removed my muddy shoes and put them next to his. He hung the umbrella on the back of the doorknob and didn't say anything as he stomped toward the kitchen visible through a rounded archway on our right. He took off his dripping coat and hung it on the back of a chair pushed into a table. My socks were soaked. Rather than mark up his carpet, I took them off and laid them across my shoes before I followed him into the kitchen. He didn't look at me, and that was my first clue that this might not be okay ever again. Mark was attentive, sweet, a real go-getter, and right now he seemed like he'd been kicked down a flight of stairs. I hated it. He went over and leaned against the counter, dragging his suit jacket closer as he crossed his arms. After a few minutes of heavy silence, he picked up his head and stared me down. His ginger curls were tight spirals stuck to his head. I wanted to ask what he'd been doing out in the rain to get so wet, but it probably had something to do with me. I was shocked at the anger that twisted his features. Never, in all the time we'd known each other, had his lip curled like he wanted to take a bite out of me.
I cannot believe you.
I know, I'm ruined. I shrugged. What else could I say?
This wasn't only your career you messed up, Ross. What about me and Jackson? Our names are on half of your communications. We're connected with you. This could...
He bit his lip and glanced away.
I don't have a lot. What I do have, I worked really hard for. I always told people they were wrong about you. Not Ross Midbury. He doesn't do anything illegal. He does too many good things in New Gothenburg. You donated your own money to Heart for a Home.
He turned accusing eyes on me, and I buckled under the pressure. I pulled out a chair from his 2-seater kitchen table and plopped down on it. That was Vane's money and my dad's money. I got Dad's company to match their donations. They wrote all that money off. Hell, Vane and Dad did too. That was for publicity. You knew that. Behind closed doors, I never pretended to be a good person.
Sure, but it was something good you made happen. I believed in you.
He yelled and crept closer to me.
Lots of people did. I worked for Mayor Delmont before you. He was the worst. He was a homophobic, racist, xenophobe asshole who hated everyone who wasn't white and had lived in New Gothenburg for 7 generations. He hated everything that helped poor people. He was the embodiment of a conservative, and he was rolling in filthy money. I came to your campaign. I helped you because you were a change. You were good. You were new to politics. But you're just as fucking awful as everyone else, aren't you?
He scrubbed at one eye with the back of his hand and dragged in a deep breath. Yes, I shrugged. Yes, I am. I mean, I don't hate anyone. I like helping. Perfect politician, though. No, I'm just the mayor of New Gothenburg, and this city has teeth. The way he jerked forward at his middle had me leaning his direction, but all he did was huff air and stare at his feet like he might be sick.
Just tell me what the hell you thought you were doing in that stairwell, even if this is all about the need to get off.
He bit his lip and glanced up at me.
Why did you take the risk?
I can't really say. With one hand, he tapped behind himself until he rested it flat on the counter, and then straightened like an ancient man.
Did you ever care about me as your co-worker or friend?
Not as much as I should have, obviously.
But I do care. I'm here, aren't I?
He laughed, and it wasn't a pleasant sound as he tugged at his red curls and slowly shook his head.
You're such a bullshitter. You're here because you don't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah. I shrugged because it was true.
Get out of my house. I can't have you here.
He sniffled and didn't sound too sure, so I pressed my luck. But there are reporters camped out at my place. A plague of reporters. His jaw tightened.
Maybe I've decided to start caring as much about you as you do about everyone else around you,
he snapped. Mark, buddy, you don't mean that. I smiled at him, a big blinding one, and that only made his face run red and his eyes bug. He pointed toward the front door.
Get out!
I slunk away from the kitchen, taking my time, hoping maybe he'd change his mind. Water ran in the sink near where I'd left him, and with my damp clothes, that was the last thing I wanted to hear. I put my wet socks on with a wince, and then stuffed my feet back into my disgusting shoes. They squelched. What the fuck was I going to do? Mark didn't relent. In the end, I borrowed his umbrella without asking and went back out into the night. Fuck. The rain pelted my umbrella, and the cold had me shivering after the warmth of the house. For a while, I toyed with the idea of calling my dad. I was fast running out of options, but I wanted him far away from this mess for several reasons. The first being that I loved him. The last, that I didn't need anyone taking too many looks at our connections to each other that weren't familial, like all the ways our money tangled together. Fuck, he'd be furious with me too soon enough, because I'd have to tell him eventually that he needed to do everything he could to keep the cops away from his medical supply business. Dirty money had flowed through his otherwise pristine bank accounts, thanks to little old me. That was assuming he wasn't so pissed off he turned me in himself. Groaning, I swiped my hand over my face and started walking. Mark lived in a residential neighborhood, so it took me about a half hour to pass a bar, and when I did, I stopped. I had no money to speak of, but I was fucking over tonight, and a bourbon or two sounded mighty good right about now. The hole in the wall was nothing special, a boxy shed-like building propped on rickety walls between a commercial garage and Come and Go, the name of which always made me giggle, even though I was closer to 40 than 15. The small wooden sign over the propped-open door only said Gibraltar. Cigarette smoke poured out into the night. Inside there was a small bar with scratched laminate. The floors were mud-caked unfinished wood, and the people who were drinking had all probably served in the Civil War. They were seriously that old. I figured this was a vet's hangout because I saw a lot of old military memorabilia on the walls. When I went to the bar, the grim gray-haired man behind it simply shook his head at me. "You made some bad choices, son," was all he said before he slid me a beer I didn't order. So I sat my ass down on a stool that wobbled under my weight and drank, and drank, and drank. The bartender didn't ask for money, but he must have known who I was. Every now and then he just shook his head and mumbled, that's a shame." At 2 a.m, I handed Mr. Grimm, who had never once tried to start a conversation, the watch I wore and my cufflinks. He tipped his head in acknowledgement, and I decided that must have meant we were square as I staggered out into the rain. Outside, with water pouring on me, It took me a minute to realize I'd forgotten my umbrella, but when I swung around to go back for it, the front door was locked and all the lights were off. I was feeling pretty sad and didn't care anymore about the reporters. My feet were gross and I was wet and wanted my bed. I walked home. Halfway there, I started singing campfire songs from Boy Scouts and laughing over them. All the frogs go, go, fo-dio, dio, dio. When I reached my apartment building, I swore because I actually had forgotten about the reporters. My vision was a tad blurry as I stared upward, trying to see my apartment. I got dizzy and almost fell over, and that's when it occurred to me that even though I probably couldn't climb up the side of the building like Spider-Man, I could sneak in the back entrance. I very stealthily, or so I thought, ran for the bushes along the side of the building and stumbled that direction. But the blonde girl from the local news was back there with her crew when I crept toward the glass door, and she stuck her mic in my face. I blinked into her wide, pretty green eyes and stared hard at the freckles on her face that made her so wholesome and charming. Everyone loved her.
I'm Missy McPherson with Channel 6 News. Can you tell us what happened today at City Hall?
What? I asked. She talked a lot, and I watched her shiny lips move. Stormy had shiny stuff like that for his lips. I missed him. She cleared her throat.
Mr. Mayor, who was the man you were caught being indecent with today?
She fired another string of questions at me, and I swayed on the spot. None of her words truly registering beyond the last one about Stormy. He was my boyfriend. Yeah, that's right. Her expression lit up with glee, and she gripped my arm as I tried to step through the door to my building.
You and the deputy mayor are both gay then? Is that why you ran together?
She peered up at me, all perky interest. My stomach churned, and I didn't have time to look away as it rioted. I puked on her. It was awful. I couldn't stop. I turned away, but it was too late. In what felt like slow motion, everyone around us took a huge step back. She blinked at me and then screamed directly in my face. There was laughter from all around, and somebody nearby said, "Please tell me you got a good angle on that." I shoved my way into my building and kept going. I stumbled against the doors to the elevator and fell to my knees, and had to sort of hand walk my way to my feet again before I pressed the call button. I was relieved when I fell into the elevator and slammed the button that closed the doors. My stomach felt better. In a blurry way, I knew I would pay for this. I pulled out my phone as I got to my floor and crawled into the hallway. I managed to get into my apartment and sprawled out on the couch, flipping through the phone for Stormy's number. If I could just talk to him, I'd feel better. I hit his name and the phone rang.
"Hello?"
came his sultry voice, and I sighed. "Just did something dumb."
"I'm sure it's not that bad."
My world went fuzzy, and the room spun as I mumbled responses to questions from Stormy that didn't seem to matter. Everything was awful for a while. I got the feeling we'd done this before. He'd talked me through feeling like hell before. I just couldn't remember when that was.
"How much were you drinking?"
The concern in Stormy's voice made my breath catch on a very unmanly sob.
You are not doing this to yourself,"
Stormy said, but that wasn't right. Stormy wasn't here. Brightness stung my eyes as I blinked them open and then slammed them closed again. Light suction on my right nipple had my cock throbbing. It almost hurt, felt good, damn near tickled, but my cockhead pulsed every time a wet, wonderful tongue flicked over the sensitive tip on my chest. That's so weird. Why does my dick like it? The dark chuckle that slid over me tingled across my skin and stood the hairs up on the back of my arms.
Oh, good, you're awake. I was beginning to think I'd have to take a chunk out of you.
Huh?
Naughty Mr. Mayor, you were not a good boy last night. Did you know that?
He tisked and nipped at my nipple again. The jolt of pain made me rock my hips and forced a gasp from me.
There's a very, very angry man in your living room. I offered him coffee.
Name? He sucked away the sting in my nipple, and I fought down a whimper.
Didn't say.
Damn it. Gray hair or brown?
Red, actually. Should I be jealous? He's cute, and he kept giving me these snotty looks.
Groaning, I pulled a pillow over my head and moaned when Stormy went right back to my nipple. He really liked doing that. I wanted to rub off against him while he played with me, but he wasn't lying on me, and instead was sprawled out to the side in prime teasing range. I lifted the pillow. Can you kill me? That might make this all easier. Wait, how did you get in here? Stormy snorted, and he was beautiful in the sunshine that streamed into the room. The rays set his platinum hair aglow, and his copper eyes sparkled.
You don't remember begging me to come over last night? Letting me in? Crying while I held you?
The smile he gave me had my stomach squirming in a strange but nearly happy way, in spite of my hangover. It is safe to say I do not. He rested his chin on his hand and gave me an irritated look so reminiscent of Mark that my stomach flipped. Oh, I mean I completely remember all of that. You're a god, and I mean it. He snorted and grinned.
Whatever you say, lover. Those reporters were dazzled by my stunning good looks, and I think I might have made things worse by coming here. Or better? Who knows? I sure don't. Madam Winters might be upset. I didn't stress about it. I just came over. You're turning into a bad habit, Mr. Mayor.
Groaning, I nudged him off me and sat up. He pouted and flicked my nipple.
Don't forget my payment. I want to play with these.
Shit, I grumbled.
Get up.
He grinned.
I am up.
I gave him the sauciest wink I could manage, considering I was feeling as steady as a canoe in a hurricane.
Out of bed, then,
he said with a laugh. I zombied toward my bedroom door, and Stormy stopped me with a tug on my boxers, so I scraped my nasty clothes from last night off the floor and dragged them on. I could shower and change later. When I got out into the living room, Mark stood there, and he was wearing the same thing he'd been in last night as well, a black suit. To be fair, it might have been a different black suit, because he probably owned 100 of them. Dark circles were smeared under his eyes, and his pretty red hair, one of his nicest features, seemed to have hosted a bird rave. There was even a candy wrapper stuck in one of his curls. What happened to you? He grimaced in my direction.
After you stopped by, I went back to the office and tore it apart. I made sure there wasn't a single folder I didn't go through. I shredded a lot of invoices, a lot, for Midbury medical supplies. But there were some funny buyers on them.
He tossed a candy wrapper on my floor and popped what I thought was a gobstopper into his mouth.
Names like Aaron Arthur. That's the president of the Kings of Men Motorcycle Club. Why is he giving money to your dad's company for medical supplies?
Mark's eyes glittered with fury. That's what I wanted you to do, shred stuff. I didn't answer him as I scratched my ass and glanced around. The white couch in the corner had a gnarly stain on it that I assumed I'd caused somehow. Maybe spilled a pop or beer. I had no idea. One of the paintings was off the wall and on the floor, but somehow the glass had survived intact. All of the pillows from the other couch were on the floor. What happened in here? Stormy shook his head at me when I caught his eye.
Why? What was going on?
Mark demanded.
Why was I at the office all night getting rid of your mess? What were all those papers?
My head gave a painful thump, and I held both hands out toward him to slow him down some. It's expensive to run a campaign, and I had my half to cover for this coming year.
What were you doing?
Mark hissed. I'd never seen him so livid. His forehead and cheeks flushed red enough that I could have probably cooked an egg on them. I glanced at Stormy, but he merely sashayed himself into the kitchen, and I couldn't help but ogle his ass as he went. He looked damn good in a clingy pink shirt that made his graceful back pop with beautiful angles. Maybe he'd showered recently, perhaps even here, because his hair was still damp. I got the impression from everything he'd said that he'd stayed the night. Should I say anything with him here? I hesitated, and Mark crossed his arms. You don't want to know.
Ross!
Mark shrieked, and I slapped my hands to my ears, but that was all he said. I gave myself a shake while my brain seemed to grow and shrink several times before it evened out. How much had I drunk? Okay, my dad owns Midbury Medical, right? I help him sometimes. I used, few invoices from his company for people who, say, wanted certain things to happen in this city. Like someone who wanted an additional floor on their nightclub, for instance. But there were zoning reasons or community reasons why that shouldn't happen. A person like that might have paid $10,000, and then their permit would be issued. I would keep 8, and some would go to grease the wheels in the right spot. I tried to smile at Mark, but felt myself failing. Bingo bongo, campaign money. Mark's arms fell, and he huffed air through his nose so hard it whistled.
Don't you dare quote Steven Universe at me when you're talking about something unpure. I can't even believe you. Tell me Vane didn't know.
Jeepers creepers. Seriously? Stormy laughed from the kitchen. That's no good. How did you even catch that reference? I didn't see a TV at your place. Vane didn't know, I said to Mark. He was torn between smiling and glaring, and the result was kind of cute. But I knew if I laughed, he'd rip my face off and feed it to me.
I can't believe you. You better not get caught. If people think I did this...
Yeah, I get it. If anything happens, I'll make sure that no one thinks it was you. I'm not a total fuckhead. Stormy pranced back into the room, sipping at a straw shoved in a can of Pepsi as he shook his head. He dragged a familiar blue pill out of his pocket and tossed it into his mouth. With a wink, he swallowed what I assumed was Truvada, helped along by another sip of pop. Ugh. I needed to take mine when my stomach didn't feel so awful.
Bribes? That's what this all comes down to?
Stormy came over and offered me the straw. I moaned as I drank some of the caffeinated carbonated cure-all. I shrugged. Only small ones, from bad people with lots of money. Does that even count as a bribe?
That's the definition of a bribe,
Mark shouted and scrambled my brain again. Stormy shook his finger at me. That's how it starts. I'm already screwed. I shrugged.
What is he doing here?
Mark pointed dramatically, or at least I thought so anyway, at Stormy, and proceeded to hyperventilate. There are degrees of screwed, Stormy said, ignoring Mark. Take, for instance, upchucking beer onto New Gothenburg's favorite sexy nightly news girl. That isn't good at all. His eyebrows waggled and he snorted, but he couldn't hold in the giggle. He sounded so happy. I didn't want him to stop laughing, even if I was pretty sure I was the butt of some joke. I frowned. Did I do that? Stormy sucked in a deep breath and cackled. That asshole detective only gave me 24 hours and I'm wasting it. What should I even be doing?
What do you need to stay out of prison?
Mark asked, while Stormy continued to lose his shit. Stormy handed the can of Pepsi to me, and I spitefully backwashed into it. But that's what he deserved. I shrugged. I'm just fucked.
Come on now.
Stormy walked over and rubbed his hands along my shoulders, massaging the aching muscles.
You're not a quitter.
I'm hungover and going to jail today. Mark stalked over, shoved Stormy out of the way, and slapped me across the face. It was Mark, so it didn't hurt at all. But it did surprise me, and the Pepsi fell to the floor. He blinked at me so fast his reddish eyelashes became a blur, and then he stepped back. Stormy covered his mouth with both hands, but his eyes were still laughing. What the fuck?
You need to pull yourself together. You can't fall apart now.
Mark's voice slipped higher and louder until he was nearly shouting. Ow! I held a hand to my cheek, but the inside of my skull gave a vicious thump. Ow! I groaned and rested my other hand on top of my thick skull, but a brass band had set up shop in there and played a wicked fast, painful rhythm. Mark shook his head.
You made an ass of yourself last night. That's going to be the upchuck heard round the world.
Damn it. Stormy glared at Mark.
I think you probably had a right to do that, but I'm the only one slapping sense into him from here on out.
Mark nodded as he stepped back.
Sorry, sir.
Thanks for defending me, Sugar Pants.
Mark, slap him again,
Stormy said with an eye roll. Mark's hand twitched at his side like he might want to listen, and I shuffled out of striking distance. I was surprised when Mark turned a cold, assessing stare on Stormy and gave him a once-over from head to toe.
You're not how I thought you'd be.
Stormy winked at Mark, and he ducked his head.
And what do you know about guys like me?
Mark glanced my way and then stepped towards Stormy. I was surprised when he beckoned Stormy closer and whispered something in his ear that had Stormy snickering all over again. The flash of something unpleasant slithered through my gut. Stormy finally caught his breath.
You thought you were being mean. Look how cute you are trying to defend him. You're like a beagle.
Mark was pink again. Had he always blushed this easily? I'd never taken much notice of him at work, didn't know, and that made me feel a little bad. I relied on him a lot and barely gave him the time of day. Stop flirting with my assistant and help me think. A heavy banging on the door froze all three of us, and when I made no move to answer it, Stormy strutted over, his ass amazing as ever in the pair of clingy workout pants that just did not do a single bad thing to his body. I wasn't sure how I could look like a sloppy mess outside of a suit, and he was amazing in anything he wore. Stormy flung the door open. "Oh, schnookums, the cops are here. What a present. It's not even our anniversary. You shouldn't have. I love cuffs." He gushed and reached toward someone at the door. He let out an outraged yelp that had me rushing to his side, and when I got there, he was cradling his hand like it had been smacked. Detective Agasti was out there with his usual warm smile and a passel of gloomy-faced friends. "I can honestly say I did not expect to see you here after I froze his accounts." Agasti stared at Stormy curiously, as if he'd actually shocked him. He had an irritatingly refreshed bounce in his step as he paced closer. "I told you he was my boyfriend." You did. Well, I have a warrant. Let's go, boys," he said as he shoved the piece of paper into my face and elbowed me inside. I stood there trying to read the paper, knowing nothing about procedure in this type of situation and feeling overwhelmed. Before the cops could even get 2 feet into the room, Stormy yelled, "I'm sorry, but his lawyer will have to see this first. River Demchenko doesn't play that way. You will wait, or there will be hell to pay." There were groans and glares in my direction from all of the cops, except Agasti, who only ever seemed perfectly content. "That's interesting," he said cheerfully. "Who now?" I asked. Stormy only laughed. Chapter 6. Lane. They didn't wait for River, but I didn't expect them to either. If they had a warrant, they could search wherever they wanted, but it was worth mentioning River's name just to see the looks on their faces. I recognized Officer Paxton immediately in the crowd of cops who entered the apartment. He stepped up to Agasti as soon as he got in the door. "Detective, I'd like to exclude myself from this search," he whispered low, probably so his cop buddies wouldn't hear, but I stood close enough to catch the conversation. Agasti turned to him and crossed his arms, though the jovial expression on his face didn't disappear. I had my fair share of experience with detectives like this one. They aimed to confuse the perps with their happy manner, and it was easier to play good cop, bad cop, too. Dad had given me some pointers about law enforcement, and I'd never forgotten those lessons. "Why is that, officer?" His gaze dipped to the badge on Officer Paxton's chest. "Jace Paxton." Paxton cleared his throat. "River Demchenko is my partner, sir. We live together. Me being here is a conflict of interest if he's their lawyer." Agasti's eyebrows jumped high, and he took a moment to give Paxton a once-over. It was the kind of look that had me ready to beat the detective's judgmental expression off his face, like he couldn't quite believe a cop was with a lawyer like River. Amusement replaced the censure, and he nodded. "Take you and your work partner back to the station, officer. Tell them I have enough men." Paxton nodded. "Thank you, sir." He gave me a short smile before he patted another cop's arm and said something to him. Together, they walked out of Ross's apartment. Agasti gave us a grin. "Well, That was an eye-opener. I shrugged and hooked my hand in Ross's elbow, giving Agasti a pout. You seem to be surprised a lot today, Detective. It's not difficult to believe that a cop would be dating a lawyer, and it should not be difficult to believe that I would be dating Ross. Once River gets here, you'll be sorry you ever knew our names. I get off on Threats Lane, or should I call you Stormy? I smiled at him. Oh, honey, you can call me whatever you want. Stormy is just a nickname, of course, nothing more. Plucking the warrant from Ross, I gave Agasti a wink before I read through the paper in my hand. I'd seen this kind of document before, when they were trying to get my father for corruption. It went nowhere, and I suspected whatever Agasti was doing now would end similarly. All we had to do was grease the right palms. What are you searching for exactly? We're here to arrest Mr. Midbury on public lewdness. In addition to that, we have reason to believe he solicited you for sex, which in our world is patronizing prostitution. That's a Class A misdemeanor. He'll go away for up to a year if I have it my way. Agasti smiled wide, flashing me perfect teeth, and I thought about punching them in. We're here to search for any evidence of paid sexual transgressions. That's ridiculous. I started to walk forward, but Ross grabbed my arm and dragged me back. That's the law, Stormy. If you're not careful, you might be next. He never lost that arrogant expression. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. He walked around us, and Ross held me tighter, like he was afraid I'd lash out at Agasti as he strode past. I thought about it, but the last thing I wanted was to end up back in that cell. River would tear me a new one. Ross drew me back against his chest, and I glanced over my shoulder at the rigidness in his face. Between the watery eyes from his hangover and the dark expression, he wasn't the man I was used to seeing. I didn't blame him, though. Those men searching his apartment were trying to destroy his life, and all we could do was stand here and watch. The sound of crashing from somewhere in the bedroom had me wincing. I should go, Mark whispered from beside us. He'd been so quiet that I'd forgotten he was there. I glanced at him just as he gave Ross a sad pout. I'll let Vane know what's happening. Ross nodded, but looked like someone had pissed in his cereal. Not that I blamed him. Mark hugged Ross goodbye, and they were awkward enough that I thought it might not be a usual thing between them, before Mark gave me a short glance that told me he really didn't want to talk to me, but had to acknowledge me somehow. With a final wave, he was out the door. River ended up getting to the apartment 15 minutes later, with another lawyer who worked with him, who I knew as West, right at his heels. They stalked in through the door. River had murder on his face, and he set his sights straight on Agasti, who gave him a finger-wiggling wave that made River's face turn red. I'd never met anyone who could make the tight-assed lawyer react that way, and I stepped farther back into Ross, waiting for River's reaction. I didn't expect him to attack Agasti, because if River was anything, it was composed. But who knew what would happen? Agasti pushed all the right buttons with people. Detective Agasti, why am I not surprised? River huffed and stalked over to us, ripping the warrant out of my hands and passing it to West, who went to work reading it. Because you only have one feeling, Demchenko, and that's coldness, Agasti said from his spot leaned against the bar that separated the living room from the kitchen, where detectives were opening the drawers in the food pantry. How they expected to find proof of soliciting prostitution in there, I didn't know. The smell of fresh coffee drifted from the pot, and my mouth watered. I'd put it on this morning and had forgotten all about it when Ross woke. Agasti headed back into the living room and grinned. As I've explained to your client and his alleged boyfriend, he stopped to give me a smirk. We are arresting Mr. Midbury on public lewdness and patronizing a prostitute. With what proof? River snapped. And what probable cause did you have to get a search warrant? We have video proof of Mr. Midbury and Mr. Kennedy, who are both your clients apparently, exchanging money and sex. That video could have been tampered with. River stepped closer, his hand gripping his briefcase so tightly that I thought he'd swing it at Agasti's face. You know this won't hold up in court. He was giving me money for rent, I said quickly, stepping up beside River. He's my boyfriend, and I was struggling. Agasti's brows did a dance on his forehead. You own your apartment, Mr. Kennedy. You don't even have a mortgage. Since when are you working vice, Agasti? River interrupted, the coolness returning to his face. His grip on his briefcase eased. I got moved from homicide to vice a month ago. I never expected to catch such a big fish in my first month. He winked at Ross, and I stepped in front of him. I didn't have a chance of protecting Ross from Agasti's gaze, though, not when Ross was much wider and bulkier than me. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Demchenko. You and your client decide. He turned back and walked away, and I let out the harsh breath I'd been holding. I looked at River pleadingly. Tell me you can stop this. River glanced at West, who shook his head and nudged his glasses farther up his nose. Unlike River, West had a kinder face, and he reminded me more of an older brother whose main mission in life was to take care of the less fortunate. He didn't instill fear like River, but he was another damn good lawyer. It's a solid search warrant, signed by Judge Tamaki. Whatever they got on him must have probable cause, because Tamaki doesn't mess around with a person's rights. Fuck, River mumbled before he stared at Ross hard. Other than being caught with Lane, what else can they have on you? Ross shook his head. Nothing. They have the video of me and Stormy in the stairwell. Shit. He ran a hand over his head and sighed. They got some photos of us too. More money being exchanged. That could be just us going out on dates, right? I whispered hopefully. River took his glasses off and squeezed the bridge of his nose. Could they have pictures of you exchanging money with other professionals? Ross winced, and I knew the answer without him saying a word. I'd heard about the other whores having nights with him too, and I wasn't jealous. That's the way our business went. And even though I easily lied to the detective, Ross wasn't anything but my client. I reached out and snagged his hand, giving it a soft squeeze. They never showed me any, but it's possible. Okay. River raised his chin and slid his glasses back on. Then I have my work cut out for me, don't I? We're finished here, Agasti called out from the bedroom. When he re-entered the room, he had a pair of cuffs in his hand, and Ross's eyes widened at the sight of them. Is that necessary, Detective? West asked, stepping up beside River. Our client has been nothing but cooperative. If you're trying to make a mockery of the mayor, we won't allow it, and we'll be sure to inform the judge of your behavior. Agasti dropped the cuffs but didn't stop smiling as he approached Ross. Fine. Come on. He grabbed Ross by the upper arm, and all I could do was watch helplessly as they guided him out of the apartment. The uniforms followed, obviously not finding anything they were looking for, and West was out the door like a shot, probably to make sure they weren't making a spectacle of escorting Ross out in front of the media. My gut churned as I blinked around at the mess they'd left. I thought about cleaning up, but I didn't know where things went. The times I'd come here comprised of me being on my knees or in the bed. I hadn't taken the time to check the place out. River touched my shoulder, and I returned my attention to him. You do realize they'll use you against him, right? Agasti is proving to be a bastard when it comes to the courtesans. He wants them all, and he'll ask Ross to give you up. Technically, me and West being his lawyers is a conflict of interest. I trust him, I whispered, patting River on the chest. He wouldn't give me up. He's not stupid. Madam Winters would destroy him. He signed a non-disclosure agreement about what happens in the courtesan, not outside of it. You spent a lot of time with him outside the hotel. He pursed his lips. I trust him, I repeated. He shook his head. I hope that's not your downfall, Lane, but I'll defend him. And I'll pay your bills. He guided me over to the bar stools set against the kitchen island and sat me down on one, and then he sat in the one beside mine. The coldness in his face warmed, and a gentleness I hadn't seen before washed over him. Does your dad know you're paying me for this? It doesn't matter. It's my trust fund. Squaring my shoulders, I got ready for a fight. Holding up his hands, he smiled, and that threw me for a moment. Okay, I just want to make sure you know what you're doing, Lane. He's a John, nothing more. Madam Winters would tell you the same thing. Maybe, but he's a good man. If you say so. He squeezed my shoulder one more time before letting go. Do you want to come to the station? You won't be able to go into the back with him, but if you're playing the caring boyfriend, it's best if you come with us. Yes, I said, without missing a beat. I shifted over to grab his apartment keys from the kitchen island and met River near the door. I'm coming. I didn't know how long I sat in the police station, but it felt like hours. I'd found myself in the waiting area in front of the information desk, watching everyone who came in and out of the door with curiosity. There was an array of interesting characters, from a drunk man who'd wet himself, to a woman who claimed her husband had stolen all the money in their joint account and gone on the run. I kind of wished I had popcorn, because it certainly felt like a movie. I didn't often find myself in a police station. Lane? I jumped at the sound of the soft voice and glanced up at Officer Caro, who came around the desk with a gentle smile on his face. I always thought he was too kind to be a police officer, but I was used to dealing with people who hated the scum of New Gothenburg. Caro wasn't one of those men. He reminded me of a teddy bear, right down to the bushy beard, soft stomach, and sweet smile. Hey, Officer Caro. He took the seat next to me and glanced at a woman who came bustling through the front glass doors, huffing her way to the desk as though being here was a hassle. A homeless man being let in by cops followed her, and his stench was enough to make my nose wrinkle, but the cops were quick to lead him through a door to the right. You get all kinds in here, I chuckled. You don't know the half of it. He shook his head and laughed with me. The mayor being caught in City Hall is the least of New Gothenburg's problems. but the media is eating it up. Why? Ross has never done anything wrong. Because he's a mayor. He waved toward the closed door that led to offices where I knew plenty of cops were working behind the scenes. They hate him for making them redo training after the incident with the woman being sexually assaulted by Haynes. As far as they're concerned, Midbury was throwing them on the fire to make himself look good. And now that they have him on something, they want to make an example out of him. I finished. He gave me a sad smile as an answer. The lady at the desk raised her voice, waving her hands in front of her furiously, and gained our attention in the process. Caro sighed and patted me on the shoulder before he stood and stalked over to her. His height alone would scare anyone, and as soon as she saw him approach, she snapped her mouth closed. He talked to her for a moment, and then gestured for her to follow him. Not long after Caro disappeared, River exited a door to my right, back straight, and a hard expression on his face that I decided immediately I didn't like. I stood and held my breath as he came toward me. "How bad is it?" I whispered. "Bad." He dropped his briefcase onto the chair I'd been sitting on and rubbed his hands over his face, digging his fingers into his eyes under his glasses. Once he'd taken a deep breath, he grabbed his briefcase again and motioned out the front door. Together, we walked from the station and toward his car, a sleek black Maserati. Once we were inside, he reached between our seats to settle his briefcase in the back before turning to me. "They want to take him for public lewdness and patronizing a prostitute. They asked for you, too, but you were right. Ross didn't relent on that. He wasn't going to give you up." "You can fight the charges, right? Since they're not charging me?" I asked hopefully. My stomach churned, and I felt the urge to be sick, but I couldn't, especially not here in River's car. He'd give me to the cops himself. "I could try, but Ross doesn't want to go to court. He wants this to be over quickly." River slid off his glasses and leaned his head back against the leather interior of the car. "The DA came up with a deal for him. They'll drop the patronizing charges and leave you alone if he agrees to 2 months in prison and a fine for each photo they have on him." "That's ridiculous." My hands curled into fists on my thighs. "All that for public lewdness? He doesn't even have a prior record." "And he was getting his dick fluffed for a fee. He pissed them off. Shit rolls downhill." River shrugged. "Then take it to court. Fight it." A woman walked in front of River's car, clutching her child's hand tightly as she ushered her onto the sidewalk. The little girl waved at us, and I raised my hand to wave back. How I wished I was that age again, back with Dad and Papa, and innocent to the world around us. I want to do it, but he doesn't. He thinks that'll just hype the media up about the whole situation, and he wants it to go away. Thinks he owes it to Vane Elwood. On top of that deal, they promised him a cell on his own. River touched my shoulder to get my attention, and I returned my gaze to him. "They're putting him in cells I call the rich man's prison. The only other inmates who can go near him are men in for white-collar crimes." "And that makes it better? He'll lose his job, River." "He's already lost his job. There's no way in hell he'll keep it after being caught with a professional in the stairwell of City Hall. I've already heard talks that the deputy mayor is going to step up." "They haven't talked to Ross about it," I snapped, harsher than I'd meant to sound. He sighed. "They will. He's done as the mayor, Lane. He got caught with his pants down. Literally. It's all over." I leaned forward and dropped my face against his leg, groaning. He patted the back of my head, but I didn't feel any better. Fuck. This is my fault. I should have listened to my horoscope. River huffed, and I swore I heard him mutter, "They aren't real." After a moment of silence that lingered between us, he sighed. "You should go see Madam Winters. She called me and wants to see you." "Why?" He shrugged and started the Maserati. The rumbling was a soothing sound to my soul, not one I expected. I wasn't a car fanatic, but even I could admit Rivers was beautiful. Expensive, too. "I don't know. West is with Ross right now, sorting out the details. I'll take you to the courtesan." All I could do was nod as I grabbed my seatbelt and buckled it. If the madam wanted to see me, then I had no choice except to go. She took care of us, and that earned respect from everyone. But there was more to her than met the eye. She was a dangerous woman. It didn't take us long to get to the courtesan. From the outside, the hotel looked like the glamorous historic building it was, with curved balconies and a clean brick facade. All the structures on this street had the same restored vibe, whether it was a house or a store. But the courtesan was the only hotel near here, and really it looked more like a palatial estate. I thanked River for the ride as I slid out. The two doormen at the front nodded a hello to me, and I smiled in response. As soon as I walked in under the brilliant light of the glittering crystal chandeliers, I was accosted by Darcy, who grabbed my upper arm. He sneered, and I dazzled him with a charming grin I knew would annoy him. And like I expected, the twist of his mouth grew. "Mother wants to see you." I slapped a hand over my chest. "Of course, Darcy, darling. That's why I'm here. Don't be a smartass." He slapped on that fake smile he used for guests and guided me up the stairs. We passed a few clients I knew, and I made a point of stopping to talk with them, which only made Darcy's grip tighten on my arm. I ignored him just to frustrate him even more. He wouldn't complain, though, because if Darcy cared about anything, it was appeasing the guests. By the time we got to Madam Winter's room, he was ready to strangle me. I grinned teasingly as he knocked on the door, and the madam told us to enter. She was waiting for me on her favorite reading couch, legs folded under her and a book in her hands. As always, she looked regal, a mistress who liked the finer things in life. She was wearing a silk robe today, which was light purple with bright red roses patterned across it. It wasn't often I got to see her like this, and I always enjoyed it when I did. She beckoned me forward with a movement of her index finger, and I shifted toward her, leaning down to give her a kiss on the cheek as she angled her face toward me. "Hello, sugar. How you feeling?" "Okay." I took a seat at the floor beside her, crossing my legs underneath me as I leaned against the couch. "Did River tell you that Ross is taking a 2-month prison sentence?" "He did," she said gently, reaching forward to run her long red fingernails through my hair. Darcy pursed his lips from where he stood near the door, arms crossed. "We knew they'd get him for something. They had a bone to pick." Madam Winters hummed as her nails scraped across my scalp. I sighed, leaning into her touch. Even though I had my dad and Papa, I never had a mother figure, and she'd quickly fit into that slot. She cared for me as a mom would, and even my parents trusted her.
Honey, you listen to me real good, okay? You know I love you and that you're one of my favorites.
My lungs burned as I held my breath for what was to come, which couldn't be anything good. Her lips were pressed together tightly, much like Darcy always did, and there was a furrow to her blonde eyebrows, as though she was about to do something she didn't like.
You're connected with Ross now, and that's not good for our business. I love you, and I'm doing this because I love you, and all the other courtesans here. I need you to keep some distance for a while.
For how long? I asked with a shaky breath. While whoring had started out because I was bored, the people here had become my adopted family.
Until it's safe to return.
She grabbed my face between her hands and laid a kiss on my forehead.
I need to take care of everyone here. You understand, don't you?
I nodded even though my chest hurt. Fuck. Not only was Ross going to prison for 2 months, but I didn't have the courtesan either. What am I going to do?
You don't need the money, sugar,
she whispered in the soothing voice she used to calm someone down.
Maybe go visit your parents for a little while? By the time you get back, this might all be over.
Maybe. I leaned into her touch and raised my eyes. I'll miss this place. She shushed me gently, stroking her fingers across my chin.
It's only until the cops find someone better to focus on. Then you'll come back to me. Your room will stay vacant until you come home.
I smiled, even though my heart hurt. My stars definitely hadn't warned me this was going to happen. Okay. She kissed me on the forehead again, and my eyes slipped closed as I soaked in her warmth and comfort. Chapter 7. Ross.
This way, Your Highness.
The guard laughed like a jackal as he directed me out of the solid steel door into the gravel parking lot of the minimum security prison that had been my home for the last 2 months. I took a deep breath of fresh air and let it out slowly. I'd expected freedom to feel better, but my situation wasn't significantly improved by being outside. Hardy fucking har, I grumbled under my breath, but I'd gotten out of the habit of antagonizing people, especially the guards. I'd learned really fucking fast that in minimum, being a dick might not lead to any of the prison horror stories I'd dreamed about. No dropped soap pornographic orgy scenarios with handcuffs for one, but the guards took any chance they could to knock me down a peg or two. My first 3 weeks, I hadn't gotten any of my mail because I'd pissed them off by talking back. By the time I did get my mail, I was dealing with a forwarded eviction notice and a car repo, and no way to fix anything. So that was fun. And I'd started keeping my mouth shut around everyone else inside. The other white-collar felonious asshats who were in for crimes equivalent to mine were snotty fuckers too, so it wasn't like I wanted to have any conversations with them anyway. I glanced back at the low white brick building and shook my head. The guard at the door waved, and I spun back around to keep walking. There weren't any tall fences with armed guards here. Stretching away from me were rolling green hills that were beautiful, actually, because wildflowers had burst into bloom in the last few weeks of sunshine and warm nights. The brilliant green leaves on the trees ringing the parking lot swayed gently in the breeze. My father's red Lexus was parked near the edge of the lot, right next to River Demchenko's black Maserati. I slowed to a snail's pace because my father was standing there talking to River, whose body language screamed he was ready to rip his hair out. Somehow he'd managed to slap a smile on his face for dear old Dad. Catching a whiff of myself, I winced. The suit I'd been arrested in smelled exactly like I'd worn it boozing and was turning my stomach, but I took a deep breath and picked up my pace. Why was Demchenko here? Fuck. I hoped I wasn't being charged with something new. Dad? I called. He stopped and looked up. My shoes crunched the gravel, and the world seemed too bright and loud as I approached. The singing of the birds in a nearby tree took on mocking notes and reminded me of the fucking guards. I just wanted to get under cover and away from everyone who might be looking at me. I wanted to be away from everyone's judgment. Son, my word, Dad said and made his way over to meet me. My old man was great and didn't hesitate to open his steady arms and hug me. Not that I'd expected him to do anything else, but the grim look on his face when he stepped away didn't bode well. Dad's snow-white hair was combed back, and his suit was a nice dove gray, paired with a lavender shirt I was sure his new wife must have picked out. He looked like a black and white version of me, plus 30 years of small laugh lines around his eyes and mouth. My heart warmed. I'd missed him. What's up, Pops? He tried to smile at me. He was a happy guy, so it hurt to see that loving expression crumple and be replaced with quiet anger. His lips thinned and his nostrils flared. You're not going to like this. It was only right to let you know in person. You kept asking if you could stay with me when you got out. Yeah? My insides turned into a block of ice. That's going to have to be a no, son. He stepped in and gave me another tight hug. I'd missed him more than I'd realized I could, which meant I hugged him back in spite of what he'd said. But I was getting mad myself. I shuffled back out of his arms. What? Then why did you drive the whole way out here? Because I needed to speak with you in a way that couldn't be overheard. His expression went cold, and I gulped, but he gave me yet another hug. I couldn't decide if his affection was good or bad, because it had a farewell vibe that made me sicker to my stomach than my rank suit did. I found out what you were doing with the company finances, he murmured. I stiffened, but he didn't let me go. Dad, I buried those transactions as well as I could, but I can't have you there. I won't do it again. Now it's my reputation on the line, Ross. I built a company to leave you, give you a steady income, and now what will I do with it? His white eyebrows dipped together. Dad, I trusted you, Ross. He let me go and stepped back. Worse than the look on the judge's face when he'd arraigned me, or the asshole guards, who all thought it was funny to fuck with me, or even hate mail I'd received inside, was the look of disappointment that crossed his kind, weathered features. I'd never felt like literal trash before right this second. I know, I won't let you down again. I dredged up a smile. I promise, when we get back to your house. You don't understand. Dad cupped my shoulders with his hands, and they were the same gentle ones I'd grown up with. Dad had never once hurt me. I couldn't claim I'd ever had anything bad happen to me. He'd been a perfect role model. My stomach shriveled. I love you, Ross. You're my son. I'll always love you. But for the time being, I think it's best if we only see each other out and about and not at my home. My body ceased to exist for a few seconds, and then filled with a dread that weighed me down like rocks.
You didn't say anything about that on the phone. Where am I supposed to go?
Dad's frown deepened. You have the money from the company that you've been getting all year. You told me you put it in savings and stocks. You'll be able to find a new place to rent and get a hotel in the meantime. I bit my tongue. Dad was already giving me sad eyes. I knew him, and I also knew he wouldn't have wanted to tell me I couldn't come home. I'd done a lot of borderline terrible things over the years, and he'd forgiven me. But fiddling in the company finances must have been a step too far. I didn't blame him. If I ever got caught, he could lose everything he'd worked his entire life for, right along with me. What was I supposed to say? No, Dad, sorry. I spent all that money on some hot ass. He knew why I'd gone to jail, but that might be a bit much. Sure, I mumbled. Nearby, River cleared his throat, but Dad ignored him. I didn't want to do this. You're making it difficult for me to help you right now, Ross. Yolanda likes you. She's your stepmother, after all. She's beside herself, but she agrees with me. We can't have you with us right now, not when I do so much work from home. My heart beat faster, and I felt like I was a kid again with the way he stared at me and then gave his head a measured shake back and forth, as if my crimes were so heavy he could barely move. I won't do it again. I'm not even mayor anymore. Fuck. Why not just say, I'll be good, Daddy, promise Thomas, and get it over with? I winced. And what about the next scheme that comes into your head? He crossed his arms, and the tiny golden cross on his tie pin glinted in the sun, blinding me for a second. I thought you were finally getting your feet under you when you ran for mayor, getting your head on straight and figuring your life out. It was a relief. I have a company to think about. We have a lot of employees, and I can't lose customers because of you. I want you to know I love you very much, but you're going to have to clean your life up. Yeah, I thought I was finally on my way to the top too, I said bitterly. I get it. Is that why River is here? Dad turned and gave Demchenko a nod, which he returned. Mr. Demchenko spoke with me and kindly agreed to take you where you'd need to go. I can't be seen with you at present. It's a sad situation of your own creation, son. You did this. I get it. The urge to yell at him tightened my chest. How am I supposed to have dinner with you if you don't even want to be seen with me? Dad lowered his arms and shrugged, far more lost than I'd ever seen him. Guilt was on me again. I'd done that. I'd taken one of the most self-assured men I knew and fucked him up. Was Vane doing any better? I rubbed the back of my neck, and Dad stood there, awkwardly groping for something to say. Finally, he cleared his throat. I suspect by the end of summer there'll be more interesting news in New Gothenburg. In the meantime, we can drive out of town to do dinner. Call us. Maybe give it a few weeks, though. Dad, my car was repoed for non-payment. Time to figure out your life, my boy. He turned toward his Lexus, and my guts sank farther with each step he took away from me. Dad, please, I said just as he opened his car door. He glanced up and called, Spend some of your savings. I hung my head and stood there stunned while he got in and started his car. The parking lights came up on the Lexus. Dad was always a careful driver and always had his headlights on, rain or shine. He backed out of his spot and I stared, still shocked, as he pulled away without me in the vehicle beside him. The plan I'd concocted for myself while I'd been in jail wasn't particularly elegant, but it had mainly involved going to Dad's to hide while I thought about what to do next. Fuck. I'd had 2 months and hadn't come up with anything. I groaned and covered my face with my hands. A horn honked and scared the shit out of me. River honked again as I glanced his way. I shambled over to him, a wreck inside and out. "You look like shit," he said cheerfully. River was one of those men who never had a hair out of place. His dark hair, almost black, was combed to the side, and his suit was spotless even though he had driven here. The gold-rimmed glasses he wore glinted along with the blinding white smile he gave me. "Yeah." Demchenko turned to watch the last wink of the sun on the chrome of Dad's car as it disappeared around a bend in the road that led here. Then he swung back and leveled me with a narrowed-eyed glare. "What?" "Your father is under the impression you paid me." Tilting his head to the side, Demchenko reminded me of a dog sniffing for weaknesses. "So?" "He thinks you have money. Lane says otherwise. Who are you lying to? I just need to know for my own peace of mind." The way his jaw tightened made me think if I answered wrong, I'd be walking back to New Gothenburg. "Dad. I always lie to my dad. I haven't told that man more than a half-truth since I started jerking off to unapproved pay-per-view at 12. River smirked. You're my kind of guy. I knew it. Get in." River unlocked the door of his Black Beauty, and I slunk into the leather seat of the Maserati. He puffed up at my admiring glance around the interior and started the car. "So, your father said I need to take you to a hotel. You should know Lane found out somehow that your life was going to shit, and he went over and had movers put your stuff in storage when your apartment was taken back. He's paying for that right now." River raised an elegant eyebrow in my direction. I sank farther down onto the seat. "What hotel should I drop you at?" he asked. I had about 40 minutes to endure this line of questioning, and I'd seen him in court. I knew it would be brutal if he quizzed me the whole way to the city. "Don't know," I said through clenched teeth. "Well, You were right. I have no money. I have no idea. I didn't let my apartment go on purpose. I didn't let my car go because I was bored with it. If Lane didn't spend it, he has a lot of the money I made this year." I rushed to say everything in one breath because I didn't want to have to speak again. Demchenko backed the car out of the spot and drove casually out of the parking lot. We were to the small highway that led toward New Gothenburg by the time he said, "What are you going to do?" The sun was sinking toward the horizon in the brilliant blue sky. Butterflies danced across Queen Anne's lace in the fields in the distance. How could such a pretty day be perfectly awful? I gathered my willpower and forced myself to look at Demchenko. He cut me glances as he drove, easily dividing his attention between me and the road. "I get another quarterly payment from my dad's company in July. That's about $8,000. Until then," I shrugged. "I have a month and a half to try to figure shit out." "You owe at least that much to Lane already." He held up his hand and glanced at it, flicking his fingers like he was counting in his head. "Actually, you might owe him that and half again on me alone." "Fucking great. What did you do before you were mayor?" he asked. He cut me a long-suffering smile that made it clear he was doing his very best to be friendly. Whether that was because of Dad, or Lane, or he'd just had a good day, I wasn't sure. Why now? Why couldn't we just fucking drive in silence so I could marinate in my mortification of having to crawl my way back into New Gothenburg? I wasn't in the best frame of mind when I rode out here on a bus. How far are we from the city? Now? He glanced at his speedometer. Half hour, maybe. You're lucky I'm not charging you for this. So answer me. Lucky? I'm not lucky. Yeah, you really fucking are. His pleasant tone downgraded quickly, and I scrambled mentally. I didn't actually want him upset. I worked at my dad's company, medical supplies. Easy work, but boring as fuck. Vane and I crossed paths a lot in New Gothenburg because we have the same bad habits. We always had fun. We started hanging out. Sometimes I helped Vane sell real estate. I got my license a while back for something to do. Vane's not going to want me to do anything for him. No one would buy so much as a Matchbox car from me right now. Demchenko chuckled. It wasn't a nice laugh. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Yeah, you did a really good job of shooting yourself in the foot. Try the head. I mumbled and glanced out the window. Nah, I've seen people much more fucked than you. I snorted. Okay, if you say so. I do, he snapped. The rest of the ride was quiet until we reached the outskirts of New Gothenburg. Nerves skittered through my stomach along with a strange peacefulness. I'd been homesick of all things. Even though my apartment didn't exist anymore, I'd missed the city. We drove along toward the west side with Lake Ontario sparkling on our right. The traffic was light at this time of the afternoon, just past dinner hour and too late for the after-work rush. If things were different, this would be a perfect drive on an inspiring spring evening. But they weren't. I found myself wishing for a tornado to pick up the car and drop it in the lake. Out of curiosity, where am I taking you? I glanced at him. He cut a look at me and then back to the light traffic ahead of us. Don't use the sad eyes. I don't have sad eyes. I'm not one of those guys. He huffed out a laugh. You are. I'm not doing it on purpose. If you were, it wouldn't be as effective. I'm immune to bullshit. He straightened in his seat and adjusted the rearview mirror. I'll take you to Lane. He's been paying for you all this time, so I doubt he'd just dump you into the gutter now. He nodded at himself and used a finger to smooth down one of his already perfect eyebrows before he went back to staring straight ahead. I slouched down on the seat, and embarrassment had me wanting to fling the door open and roll out like an action hero I definitely wasn't. I put my hand on the door and decided I'd probably just hurt myself beyond repair. I almost leaped anyway. I can't. I owe him money. Why not? Demchenko sounded just this side of done with me. I like to sleep with him. Demchenko hit the brakes and then gave me a look before he accelerated again. I kind of figured that. I also deduced he must like your cock right back. Why else would he be doing all this? But I can't owe a guy like him money. I hated the very idea of it. I'd fucked him, gotten off, and it was fantastic. More than anything, I wanted to be with him again. It was an ache. I wanted him so badly. But how could I ever do anything with him if I owed him money? And it had been 2 long fuck-free months in jail. I'd spent a lot of nights thinking about Stormy and what I might like to do with him when I was out. But without any money to pay him, it was too depressing to contemplate. Fuck, I'm in the hole right now. Ha, that's what he said. Demchenko's smirk was dirty. His nose wrinkled, and I wanted to punch him. I rolled my eyes. Really? These are the jokes you have? Yeah, I went there with it. What are you, 15? He snorted out a laugh that went on far longer than my jangled nerves could handle. It was a relief when he pulled up outside of Stormy's apartment building. He drove into the small parking lot, and I groaned and ducked down as much as I could when I noticed Avery Wysocki from the paper standing around on the sidewalk near the building. He was on his phone, yakking away. What is that piranha doing? Waiting for this, no doubt. Your release was in the paper. Somehow it got out. Smile at him when he sees you. If he corners you, make sure to lay it on thick that you're going to stay with your boyfriend. Make him lose interest. Be open and forthright. All the stuff you're terrible at. Fuck. Demchenko sighed. Thankfully, Wysocki didn't notice us until we were almost to the building, and we were able to walk to the door faster than the reporter could follow us inside. Once we passed the man at the doors, I let out a sigh of relief. He wouldn't let Wysocki follow us. The elevator ride had me biting the inside of my cheek. What the fuck would I say to Stormy when I saw him? Obviously, I'd have to thank him for all the money he'd spent on me. Why did he do it? I asked Demchenko, who'd been checking his phone. What? Pay for you, taking care of things. Why did he do all of that for me? Demchenko flicked a disinterested gaze toward me. I assume he likes you. Unlike your friends, who are busy trying to put out the ongoing fire at City Hall. I'm sure they fucking hate you. I certainly would in their positions. Thanks. I restrained myself from saying anything more. My pleasure, he said with another one of those dazzling smiles. He was a handsome man. But how anyone would ever be able to fucking stand him was beyond me. When I walked along the short hallway and finally got to Stormy's door, I stopped. Demchenko ended up reaching around me to knock. I glared at him and shuffled my feet. I don't have all day, was all he said, and then he grinned when Stormy jerked the door open. Oh, you brought him. Thank you, River. Stormy was beautiful. My heart nearly stopped. He was always fucking hot, but his hair was glossy and longer than he usually wore it, with dark roots growing in. It was very punk. A cloud of deliciousness engulfed me as he stepped forward and hugged me tight. He smelled like vanilla in the rain, and his body heat and friendly arms were everything I'd been missing. I sagged against him, and it was his strength that kept me on my feet, even though he was slimmer than me. I made myself stop leaning on him. Beautiful clean mint from his breath tickled my senses as he let out a happy noise and gave me a tighter squeeze. I was worried when you only called me once while you were in there. Did you get hurt? Were you in a lot of fights or something? He straightened, and there was such worry in his pretty copper eyes that I groaned. I don't deserve this. Were you watching saucy prison movies? He glanced away guiltily, and pinkness settled across his cheeks and the bridge of his nose.
Some. He was in minimum, Demchenko said, and I shook my head.
It was horrible. I am in desperate need of care. I leaned forward and murmured into Stormy's ear, and it was amazing to be flirting with him again, rather than staring at the mind-numbingly boring inside of a cell. In the face of his hot body, I'd forgotten the important point of my drained bank account. I sighed and stepped back, only to be jerked farther into the apartment by Stormy.
All right, kids, I'm out. Be good, or don't be good. I make more money that way. Ciao.
Demchenko shut the door after himself as he left. Stormy tugged my hand and urged me to follow him. His place was just as over-the-top fabulous as I remembered, and I'd been so deprived of entertainment inside. I looked at his bookshelves with new appreciation when we passed them. But as interested as I was in the apartment I'd been too upset to really take in the last time I was here, I couldn't stop staring at him. He wore shorts cut higher than most men might find acceptable, and a red tank top with a glittery yellow star in the center. The tattoo on his chest played peekaboo with the shirt's neckline, and his collarbone stuck out and made my mouth water to taste them. I was in his life again, and my body tingled with the thrill of it all. But then we smiled at each other. The weight of some kind of expectation settled on me. I began to feel awkward fast. I owed him money. I wanted to touch him. Fuck. Thank you for Demchenko. Without him, I might have been in jail longer. Stormy squeezed my hand.
No problem. I hoped you would call me again after that first time.
He gave me an appraising look, but didn't appear hurt, just worried. That was even worse. If he was mad at me, I could at least just go crawl in a hole somewhere and die. He wanted something from me, even though it just seemed to be needing me to be okay. I shrugged. And I would have said what? Prison's great. I only want to hang myself a little. It wasn't a vacation. His eyes went sympathetic, and I wanted to kick my own ass. That hadn't been my intention.
Well, what are you going to do now, for starters?
I dropped his hand and scrubbed my fingers through my hair with a growl.
Everyone keeps asking me that. I have no plans. I'm fucked. Look for a job, I guess.
He crossed his arms, and for the first time in my life, I had the displeasure of watching anger burn in his eyes. I hated it. He was always so mellow in the past.
Wow, you did all that work to be mayor, and you're going to scuttle under a rock like a cockroach because you got caught fucking?
He tossed his head.
Unreal. You're not a loser, Ross. I can't believe you.
And arrested. I jabbed a finger at him, but only ended up touching that tantalizing line above the scooped-out neck of his shirt. He fluttered his eyelashes and shook his head at me. I pulled my finger away as if it had been burned, because I hadn't planned to caress him. And lost my job. And, oh yeah, I had to clear out the last of my savings to pay fines. He shrugged.
Temporary setbacks.
I'm not sure why I'm here. You probably have paying clients to fuck. I snarled, feeling fucking infuriated with the entire situation, and still not sure why he'd given me the time of day. He pursed his lips.
Not really. Life has been dull since you went away.
Stormy prowled up to me, and the way his jaw set and his mouth thinned into a stern line had me giving ground until I thumped against the door hard enough to rattle my brain and my skull. He kept coming until he caged me against the spot with a hand on either side of my shoulders. He was shorter than me, smaller by a good bit, but I truly felt like I couldn't move. His eyes burned hotter, and dread rolled through me like I was staring into a tidal wave. You don't need to pretend you weren't getting plowed the entire time I was gone. I honestly don't give a fuck. I still want to bang you. It's part of the appeal. I gave him a wink. If I was enough of an asshole, he'd toss me, and this could all be over. Oh, I really wasn't. He somehow managed to slam his hand on the door beside my head, and I realized I'd sort of slid down a little, rather than standing tall. I straightened and knocked his hand away, but it wasn't his physical strength he had me trapped with, rather the power of his presence. Madam Winters asked me to take a vacation so no heat would land on the courtesan. Fuck, I'm sorry. The guilt was back, scalding my neck and cheeks. I owe you a lot. I feel really bad about all this. You were seriously in the wrong place at the wrong time. Stormy let out a puff of air and his bangs fluttered. He brushed them aside. The move was kind of cute and I wished he'd do it again. I knew better. He grumbled. The stars told me and I ignored them. But you're right. You do owe me. His smirk turned predatory. Maybe you don't have a plan, but I've had 2 months cooling my heels around this place to think about what I wanted when you got out. Maybe I should take it out of your ass. That's all you ever really want to exchange currency for anyway, right? Well, you owe me. Hey now. My hands flew down to my butt without me thinking about it, and he rolled his eyes. What's wrong? That scare you, Ross? I tried to move my hands away, but nope, I left them there, guarding my hole. Oh wow, it does, doesn't it? I was kidding, sort of. He snickered. You've never had anyone knock on your back door? Clearing my throat, I went for my please donate money smile. It's never come up. The fucker cocked his head in a way that only made him prettier, and I sighed. Damn it. Or you don't get up for it. I shrugged and jerked my hands up to my sides. I was always paying, so I was always fucking. It's fun. I never saw the point of doing anything painful. Oh, it's not painful if the person you're with does things right. He leaned in and nipped at my chin. The heat of his mouth on me after so long had my stomach tingling. Yeah, I don't buy that at all. Don't be boring now, Ross. It's the worst thing someone can be. I kept you as a client longer than anyone else. You're all I've got right now. I've been waiting for you to get out. He stepped in until his warm, muscular body pushed against mine from chest to knee. It was amazing, and I sighed into the small kiss he pecked on my lips. Did you... I swallowed hard enough that my throat hurt. Do people pay you to fuck them? The corner of Stormy's mouth kicked up and his eyes twinkled with amusement. All at once, in spite of the fact that I was older than him, I felt like a stupid kid. People paid me to do a lot of things. A lot of kinky, fucked up things. And a lot of sweet things. Mostly never exactly what I wanted, but it was fun and interesting. I thumped my head back against the door. Wow, the humiliation is complete. Not only am I a publicly ridiculed loser without a job, now I'm fucking boring in bed too? Stormy giggled.
I never said that, but I haven't forgotten what you said to me either the last time we were together. I knew you were walking out of jail into troubles, and I knew you might not find yourself with a good place to land. I have a proposition for you. You like shady deals, don't you, Ross?
This did not sound good, and the gleam in his eyes was the same kind Agasti'd had when he marched me to an actual jail cell. Stormy had something over me, and I'd had about enough of that to last a lifetime. Vane might let me stay at his place. I haven't asked yet.
You know he won't.
My dad...
I knew your dad wouldn't want you in the house. I sent River.
Sweat beaded on my neck and trickled down my spine. My heart kicked up. I kind of liked the trapped feeling more than I should. My cock chubbed, and I took deep breaths of Stormy's sweetness. What are you thinking?
You don't like to fuck unless you're paying.
He leaned against me, and his eyes closed as his lips parted. With a thrust of his hips, he nestled his firm cock against mine. Fuck, he was hard too.
I'm going to make you pay any way I can. You're going to do whatever I say, whenever I say it. Take me out. Do whatever I want.
He rested a finger across my lips.
You're going to bend over for me, Ross, and you're going to scream for me, and you're going to fucking pay with your body until you can move out of here again, until you pay me back in full. Does it really matter how you pay, so long as there's a price?
He opened his eyes wide, and I got lost staring into the darkness of his pupils. My heart tripped all over itself. I swallowed hard and tried to think around the excitement gathering low in my stomach that fueled my growing hard-on. No, a price is a price. I don't know about this. He rolled his hips against mine, and the stab of pleasure that rocked through me destroyed my thoughts. Fuck. Stormy smiled.
Oh, don't look so scared. I'm not evil.
You're so hot. I don't care if you are. His laugh was genuine and warm this time, and I relaxed.
Have a shower, and then you're taking me out. I'm bored. That can be your first order of business. I'm not even sure what I'm going to call you, Ross. You're my servant for a while, my sex slave.
He leaned in, and I sighed into the soft kiss he laid across my lips. He went up on tiptoe, and I wrapped my arms around him and dragged him tight to me. He smiled his way out of our kiss, and I was staring stupidly back at him for too long before my brain kicked in again. Stormy, what happens when I'm on my feet? He walked his fingers along my shoulder and then tapped my chin.
We go back to the way things were. You can pay me with cold hard cash. You get to have your oh-so-titillating quasi-public fucks if you're still brave enough to do that after all this. I'll go back to my smorgasbord of cock, just the way I like it. All's well that ends with dick, right?
How can I take you out if I have no money? Stormy's narrow-eyed head shake had me feeling stupid.
Oh, I didn't mean you had to pay, love bug. I just meant you'll escort me. I haven't wanted to draw any attention to myself since we're sticking to the boyfriend story. I've stayed in like a good little hermit, pining after his one and only cock, and now I want to go out. I want it all. Shopping, My hair needs to be done so fucking bad.
It's punk rock. I like it.
Aw.
He batted my chest with the back of his hand.
Aren't you just the sweetest? I hate going by myself. I used to have a client who liked to sit and watch me get worked over at the salon. He'd be hard as a rock, trying to hide it under a magazine. The girls at Due North thought it was hysterical. They dished about that to everyone else who went in there, believe me. Dinner, out or in, so long as I don't make it. I can't stand one more meal I put together myself. I'm a good cook, but you know?
I was almost knocked out by the rush of words. Seriously? Were you always this high maintenance? I was feeling overwhelmed, but things could probably be worse.
Yes. Why do you think I had so many men?
He huffed.
But first, I want a cookie.
I glanced around. We didn't stop anywhere for...
Shirt off.
He stepped back and crossed his arms, staring me down. Really? Okay. It took almost no time at all to shrug off my suit coat and drop it, and then my shirt was next. I tugged the material from my pants, and when it was unbuttoned, I tossed it onto the coat before I leaned back against the cool wood of the front door. Stormy let out an appreciative hum.
Wow, is prison a workout cruise or what?
I had nothing better to do. He drew lines over my abs with his fingertips, and I sighed as a pleasant rush of tingles flashed out and raised goosebumps on my arms. I wasn't ready, though, when he stepped in and attacked my right nipple. I hissed as he nipped with his teeth and then sucked away the sting. He sank his teeth in lightly, and the pleasure pain that flashed to my cock, like it was connected by a live electric wire, had me groaning. Shit. He bit hard enough that I knew anything I wore later would rub against the spot and drive me crazy all night. I whined and knocked my head back. I didn't have it in me to shove him off, because the pain was somehow better than I'd imagined it could be. He let go and smirked. I wanted to kiss his spit-shiny lips. Your clothes are here. I'll set something out for you while you get the prison stank off. I don't know about this. I just want to pay you. His eyes practically glowed with delight.
Oh, you will. We're bartering, but I expect a fair exchange of services. You're going to entertain me. That's why I was at the courtesan, Ross. I had nothing I had to do, only things I wanted to do. I don't need the money. I don't need anything, except something that will keep me interested. And you ruined it for me. I've had 2 months of being pent up and stuck in this apartment. Trust me, you're going to feel like you earned every minute of this roof over your head. Go shower.
He stood back and slid a look over me from the tips of my shoes to the top of my head. I'd never felt so objectified in my life. I fucking loved it. I just got out of jail an hour ago.
Trust me, I don't care.
He raised a hand in my direction, and I got the feeling he might have slapped me if I'd said anything else.
I've been bored for nearly as long as you've been gone. This cock is the last one I've seen.
He stepped in and gave me a good squeeze that had my eyes slipping shut. My stomach coiled with the pleasure, and I wanted his mouth on me.
And you better make the fucking frustration of my very valuable time being spent as a good boy worth my while.
Okay. Excited and actually kind of worried, I went off in the direction he pointed. It had been a while, and I had to search around. But as soon as I found the bathroom, I hustled inside and then closed and locked the door behind me. What insanity had I landed myself in? Chapter 8. Lane. In my boredom of 2 long sexless months while Ross had been in prison, I'd shopped a lot, mostly online. I'd bought new furniture, sex toys, shoes, and even clothes for Ross. I didn't have any expectations for him, but the moment he walked through that door, I'd known he still wanted me, craved me, and the man got off on having to pay whores. It only made sense he'd be turned on by the idea of paying me with his body. I'd spent enough time around men to understand what they wanted, and Ross was one of my favorite clients. I probably knew him best. So, while he was in the bathroom, I pulled out a pair of pants and shirt I'd bought him, as well as underwear and shoes, the kind I knew he wore and would look nice on a night out. The shirt was striped black, white, and tan, while the pants were the same tan from the shirt. The shoes were a light brown too, and the underwear plain blues and grays. Because as much as I wanted to get fancy with them, I wasn't sure if Ross would appreciate my buying manties, let alone making him wear lacy briefs that said "suck here." I smiled at the sound of the guest bathroom door opening in the hallway outside my room. "I'm in the bedroom." His footsteps pattered lightly before he made an appearance at the threshold of my door, wearing nothing but my favorite fluffy pink towel wrapped around his waist. He flushed, glancing down at himself with a shrug. "It was the only one on the rack. I hope you don't mind." I grinned and sashayed over to him, making an effort to put an extra swing in my hips, exactly how he liked it. When I reached him, I laid a hand on the warm skin of his chest right above his heart, so I could feel the thump-thump of it beneath my palm. "You can use whatever you want while you're here. You are my sexy boy toy after all." Need flashed in those brown eyes of his, and he stepped in closer, gaining some of the confidence he'd had before he went to prison. When he placed a hand on my hip, I raised my eyebrows, challenging him to take what he wanted. The hesitation was still there, a glimmer that flashed in his eyes, so I took the lead. I grabbed his shoulders and dragged him against me, slamming my lips against his. He groaned into my mouth and seized my hips, squeezing in a way that made my cock twitch. I'd missed his touch, and it had been too long since I had a man against me. Even though I wasn't selling my body while he was in prison, I could have found a man to spend time with me, but I didn't want to. Ross was on my mind, how he'd gone to jail for me. Well, it wasn't completely for me, but he could have sold me out, and he might not have gotten any inside time at all. I cupped his cheek and deepened the kiss, and he leaned into me, trying to gain the upper hand, but that wasn't going to happen. For the first time, I was in control. I wasn't going to let him take that from me. I clutched at his hair, yanking it back in a way I knew would hurt his scalp, and he hissed. Nipping at his bottom lip, I smiled sweetly. "Don't forget who's in charge now, love bug." He licked at the bruised skin on his mouth and grinned back. "You planned this all along." I laughed and gestured to the clothes on the bed. "For you." Cocking his head, he stepped forward and reached out to touch the fabric of the shirt, soft and smooth, which was the only reason I'd bought it in the first place. I liked a gentle shirt on my skin, a whisper of cotton that felt like a kiss every time it moved, and I'd have no less for him. "You bought me new clothes?"
Your old ones are in storage, but I thought you needed new ones. I shrugged. Fashion's a bitch. She keeps on marching. Am I a kept man now? You'll dress me too? His voice dropped a notch, and I glanced at him, studying his face carefully. The last thing I wanted was to upset him, but with the way desire encompassed his expression, it was slowly becoming clear he'd be anything I asked him to be. Interesting. I prefer the term houseboy. I tweaked his nipple, the same one I'd already had in my mouth today, and he hissed, baring his teeth at me when I twisted the nub. He stepped closer, his chubby cock pressing into my thigh. Do you want to be my houseboy, Ross? Clean the house for me while I bring home the bacon? Be my sex slave, ready with your cock or ass when I want them? He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing with the movement, and he scraped his teeth over his bottom lip as though he was taking the time to think about the suggestion. But we both knew he wanted this as much as I did. He cleared his throat. I need to find a job. Then find one, I whispered, squeezing his nub again. His eyelashes fluttered in response. But until then, you're mine. Fuck. The word came out with a harsh breath, and he shifted forward like he was going to kiss me again. But I rested my hand against his chest and shook my head. No, we're going out tonight. We don't have time to fuck. I waved at the clothes again. Put them on while I shower. Be my good little houseboy. Where are we going? He asked, and I merely winked at him as I pranced my way toward the ensuite bathroom. I didn't bother to get my clothes. I had no problem walking around naked. God knew, Ross had seen me in my birthday suit more than once. Hell, I bet it was more like 50 times. I didn't rush my scrub down because I was curious how patient Ross would be. Did he have the personality of a sub? I thought so, even if he tried so hard to be a dom. He had the charm of a man who could trick hundreds of thousands of residents into believing every word he said. But when push came to shove, he required direction. I was about to be that dominating force he needed, and the thought excited me. After the shower, I dried myself, and then hung the towel on the rack in the bathroom before I strutted back into the bedroom, where Ross was still waiting like a perfect subby boy. He sat on the bed, hands on his knees, as if he wasn't quite sure what he should be doing, and the sight made me smile. The clothes suited him, and I commended myself on the perfect choices. The tan and the stripes matched his skin and only made the shirt look even better on him. I whistled, gaining his attention. Damn, love bug, you look good. He examined my naked body with slow ease, his gaze eating me up like I was a free-for-all buffet, and I preened under his attention, cocking my hip and winking at him. Honey, you've seen it all before. I laughed and went to the walk-in closet. I had too many choices, and they'd all work for tonight. But as I zipped the hangers across the pole, the sound of metal on metal filling the small space, my attention finally landed on a shirt I enjoyed wearing on a good night out. Deep violet with light lavender flowers blended into the fabric. The pattern was an eyesore in all the right ways. I always liked being the center of attention, and this choice would put me on display. The pants were a little plainer, tan like Ross's, and the Oxford shoes I chose went with the shirt, shiny black with purple, depending on which way the lights glowed on them. He laid his hands on my hips just as I bent to tie my shoes, and I laughed again. I straightened and turned to find his impish grin. "Did I tell you that you could put your hands on me?" I tapped the middle of his chest with my finger. "Keep them to yourself until I say so." Ross gathered in closer, hands still on my hips. His breath tickled my ear. "Please tell me I can fuck you tonight." I tisked at him, but couldn't resist wrapping my arms around his neck and tugging him against me until our chests were flush. "If you're a good houseboy, you might get something. First, you need to impress me as my date tonight." "Where are we going? Please, not hair or shopping." He licked the shell of my ear. I shivered. He knew that was a sensitive spot. Cheater. "No, neither of those things. But only because I already have plans. We're off to my friend's birthday party." I patted the middle of his back and dragged myself out of his hold, even though I wanted to stay in his arms. "Now come on. As much as I enjoy being fashionably late, we're on the verge of being rudely late." Winking at him, I crooked my finger for him to follow as I left the room and headed to the kitchen. I grabbed my car keys from the bowl on the kitchen island and turned to see him frowning from near the front door. "You have a car? I always drove us around." I chuckled and shook the keys at him. "You never asked if I had one or not. It's not my fault you assumed." He shook his head with a laugh, and we left. I made sure to lock the door before I nudged him to follow me. Down the elevator into the basement, I led him to my flashy BMW SUV, which made him stop to stare. "So not just a car, a Beamer?" His mouth parted in surprise. "Sweetie?" I stepped closer and patted his cheek gently. "Let me tell you something about me. My parents have money, okay? My papa's a plastic surgeon in California. No one pays for eternal youth like Hollywood people." "Really?" His attention jumped from the car to me, as though he wasn't sure what he was supposed to be looking at, and I nodded. "Yes, really." A lady I knew lived a couple of floors beneath me strode out of the elevator and glanced at us briefly before she had to have another look. My guess was that she'd realized who Ross was the second time around, and she nearly tripped over a short yellow painted pole near one of the cars while her gaze was focused on us. I made a show of waving flamboyantly. "Hello, doll. We're looking for a threesome. Interested?" I teased in a high-pitched tone that had her scampering for her car faster, dropping her handbag in the process. She quickly picked it up before she nearly threw herself into the driver's seat of her car. Ross chuckled. "You're amazing." I flashed him a bright smile. "Why, thank you, sexy. Now get your cute tush into my BMW and let me treat you. Be my arm candy." He bowed dramatically. "Anything you wish." I slapped a hand over my mouth, delight and amusement making my insides airy. "That's a first. I like it. Maybe I should have you naked around the apartment all the time, waiting for my next command." We both laughed and got into the SUV. Once he had his belt buckled, he shrugged. "Maybe. I wouldn't complain." His face was delightfully rosy. "Don't tease me with possibilities," I said, and winked as I started the engine. The city was busy, with rows of cars packed into the streets that led to where we were going. I didn't expect any less for a Friday night, so I took as many shortcuts as I knew to get to Blackout.
Even with the quick trip, though, we still ended up being an hour late by the time I got the car into a spot in a city parking garage. We walked past Jezebel's, another bar, and headed south until we finally reached the club. "This is a nightclub?" Ross asked carefully, staring up at the dark neon lights that flashed and the carved-out words "blackout." "It belongs to the Kings, if I'm not mistaken." "Does it?" I asked innocently, but the look he gave me said I wasn't fooling anyone with my act, least of all him. "Whose birthday party is this?" He glanced around nervously. Usually Blackout had a line of people waiting to get inside, but I assumed they must have warned their clientele throughout the week that it would be closed for a VIP event. "Do you want an honest answer, or would you rather be surprised?" I slid my hand into his and dragged him against my side. "Let's go with the truth," he said more confidently than I'd expected. "I'm a criminal now too, you know." I grinned at his joke and bumped him with my shoulder. "Look at you, owning that shit." We headed to the door, which had a big, closed for private party sign lit up through a glass cutout, but all I had to do was knock twice. "To answer your question, it's my girl Millie Mae's birthday. She's a harlot, big 30. "A harlot?" He said the words slowly, as though testing them on his tongue, before he nodded. "Makes sense. They own the courtesan, right?" "Yes, Lovebug, they do. Millie Mae is a client of ours as well. Not mine, because she's a woman, and I prefer this." I reached across to squeeze his package, nestled quite comfortably in those new pants of his. He thrust his hips forward slightly, but I quickly removed my hand. "She has a couple of men who she enjoys spending time with. Romeo for one, but you wouldn't know him, I suppose. He's a strict top, and as seeing as you said you've never bottomed, I'm sure you've never met him." "No, I haven't." The door ripped open, and I grinned when Jester, a big burly man who I knew was a member of the Kings of Men MC, stood there in his leather cut wearing a scowl. "Hey, Jester." I waved cheerfully. "Sorry I'm late. I had to wrangle my houseboy here. He's my date." Jester grunted in answer and opened the door wider, giving us a view of his gnarly and colorful tattoos. The Kings were the reason I'd wanted artwork on my chest in the first place, even if my papa nearly had a heart attack over it. After he'd seen it, I heard a never-ending lecture about what it would do to my skin as I aged, but I didn't expect any less from him. My dad had a whole other complaint, something about the Torah. I hadn't been paying much attention. Unlike me, though, Jester was covered in colorful tats, and every time I saw him, I couldn't help but stop and appreciate them. He gestured for us to come in, and I slipped through the door, Ross right behind me. I thanked Jester as I strode past him and into a room crowded with drunk people. The club's strobe lights flickered across the dance floor, which had a few familiar faces wriggling and groping at each other while they rocked to the music. I was used to the sea blue hue that Blackout was known for, but they'd obviously changed the light settings for Millie Mae. The smell of alcohol meant drinks had already been poured and spilled. This was going to be an interesting night. Millie Mae sat at the head of a long table set up on a raised platform. She had a black birthday sash across her shoulder, the words "birthday bitch" printed across the front. She looked as sexy as always, in a black corset that propped her boobs up and a pair of leather pants. As soon as she saw me, she called my name, stumbling to stand and nearly tumbling over her own boots as she made her way over to me.
"Stormy, the storm's here."
She threw her arms around me and dragged me against her chest, squashing my cheek against her jiggly breasts. I didn't mind, because even though I didn't like women, I'd seen my fair share of tits, and they were soft. I worked in the courtesan after all, and breasts were the least scary thing I'd been pressed against.
"Hey girl, happy birthday."
I laughed when she finally let me go so I could give her a kiss on the cheek.
"Thank you."
She grinned at me. Even though she was clearly drunk as a skunk, her makeup was perfect, the black lipstick barely disturbed. She pointed at me and pouted.
"You're late."
"I know, honey, and I'm sorry. I had to wait for my houseboy to get out of prison." I waved at Ross, and as if seeing him for the first time, her mouth dropped open.
"Fuck me, it's the mayor. The mayor is your houseboy?"
She reached over to pat his face and grinned.
"He's so sexy. I jilled off thinking about you a few times."
Ross made a face like he wasn't sure whether he wanted to laugh or be horrified, and in the end, he grinned at her. "I'm honored. I hope Fantasy Me took good care of you." Millie Mae fluttered her long black eyelashes at him.
"All my fantasy boyfriends do, sweet thing."
Her attention swung back to me, and I froze under the scrutiny.
"Does he have a nice dick?"
"Right here," Ross said as I laughed.
"She's drunk,"
I murmured, touching his arm as I snuggled closer to him. I was surprised I could hear him in the chaos of the music and the loud, intoxicated bikers and professionals who filled the room.
"Yes, Millie Mae, his dick is perfect, and it's mine, so keep your claws to yourself, doll."
She let out a long sigh, then shrugged, her boobs jiggling with the movement.
"I tried."
"It was a valiant attempt, darling, but this one belongs to me." I kissed Ross on the cheek, and he leaned against me. The warmth of his body made me feel secure, which was a strange emotion, but I felt good about finally having a man at my side, someone I could call mine. Sure, we weren't dating, and he was mine because he owed me several $1,000s, but I was fine with that. Millie Mae's gaze flickered between us, and her smile grew even wider, making her look like a Cheshire cat.
"Come get a drink, guys."
She dragged us toward the bar, where Josh, one of my favorite bartenders, was working. His purple hair glittered under the lights. He winked as a hello and leaned over the bar top. Usually he didn't work here, but I suspected they'd pulled him in for extra hands. "Hey guys, what can I get you to drink?" One of the kings who I knew as Rogue walked behind Josh, slapping him on the ass on the way past, and Josh didn't even flinch, like he'd expected exactly that. As far as I was concerned, an ass slap wasn't anything to be surprised about. I liked Josh, though. He was my kind of person, with his mesh shirt and ever-changing hair color. "Can I get a railbender?" "You drink beer?" Ross said in surprise as he gathered in closer to me against the bar. The scent of the cologne he'd put on, which happened to be mine, tickled my nose and smelled good on him. I made a mental note to make him wear it every day. "Did you expect me to only be a martini drinker?" I teased,
poking him in the side and smacking my lips in his direction. "Presumptuous, aren't you? You only ever ordered mixed drinks when we were out together before. I'm impressed," he whispered into my ear, kissing the skin in front of it before he turned to Josh. "I'll have the same." Josh smirked at us and nodded. "Sure thing. It's on the house tonight. The harlots are paying." I snorted. "No wonder the Kings are here. You'd find them anywhere there's free alcohol." He laughed and shook his head as he strolled off to get the beer. Any other time, I might have taken the moment to appreciate the way those pants worked his ass, but Ross had my full attention. He looked so good tonight that my mouth watered every time I glanced in his direction. He peered around the room, taking in the bikers and whores who were grinding and fucking one another on the dance floor and across the rest of the room. Public sex wasn't anything new with these guys and girls, but this was also the first time I was aware of that Ross had been near the bikers during a party. Jester was one of the ones doing the fucking, and Bliss, a fellow courtesan who Jester favored, was bent over a table getting pounded by the big man's cock. Even from here I could see the pleasure on Bliss's face. When he saw us looking, he raised his hand in a hello. I waved back, but that wasn't the only body part rising. My cock was half hard at the sight, needs sparking through me tight and hot. I shivered and turned back to the bar to nudge myself against the wood, hoping for relief from the pressure. "Does that turn you on?" I whispered to Ross, watching the hungry expression flash across his face. "Aren't they hot together?" "Yes." He dragged the word out, his voice low and guttural. When he looked at me, his pupils were blown from desire, and that only made my cock grow harder. "Do you want to fuck me in front of all these people?" I whispered, slithering closer to him so I could rub myself against his thigh. "This is what you do to me. You make me so hot and horny. It's been 2 months since you've had me." He pressed himself tight to my side, his mouth so close to mine I could feel his breath on my lips. "I thought about you every time I jacked off in prison." "Yeah?" I dragged my bottom lip between my teeth and grinned. "Thought about my tight hole squeezing your cock?" The sounds of the grunts and moans that filled the room had my belly warm. It had been so long since I'd been to a biker party that I'd forgotten what it was like. I could ask Ross to fuck me right here over the bar, and no one would say a word about it. Hell, the courtesan had parties just like this too. Events like this were all about sex, and it had been too long since I'd had a dick inside me. I couldn't remember the last time I'd gone 2 months without a fuck. "You know, we could take our beers upstairs." I licked my lips and tilted my head back just a little so I could lightly graze my mouth over his. "What do you say?" Josh placed the drinks in front of us, but there was no way I was tearing my attention from Ross, and Josh must have understood or was used to it because he moved on to the next person. Ross swallowed, his cheeks flushing red with need as he smirked. "Yeah, let's go." I patted his shoulder. "Stay right here." Leaving him there, I walked toward a booth of Kings in the far corner. I'd spotted them as I'd come in, and King, the president of the club, was sitting in the middle with a can of pop in front of him, and his boyfriend, a former DEA agent from what I'd heard, at his side. Casper, the manager of Blackout, was on the outer right edge of the rounded seat, and I knew he'd have the keys to one of the rooms I wanted. I stopped beside the booth, and conversation between them died. They all knew me from the parties I'd attended at their clubhouse. Smiling sweetly, I focused on Casper. "Hello, my favorite." Casper snorted and swiped at his white-dyed hair, brown at the roots, so much like mine in color. The side of his neck was tattooed with a veiny heart that reached for his jaw. "What do you want, Stormy?" I pouted. "What makes you think I want something?" He raised his dark eyebrows. "Try again." King and his boy toy laughed, and I sent them a wink before turning my attention back to Casper. "You might have noticed I brought a friend with me." "The ex-mayor? Yeah, we noticed." He leaned back and crossed his arms, his mouth twisting up on the right. "And?" "Well, he just got out of prison. It's been 2 long months, Casper. I need his cock inside me." "So have sex like everyone else." He waved his hand toward Jester and Bliss, craning around me to get a good eyeful. "I'd rather we have some time alone. Maybe in one of your VIP rooms upstairs?" I added an extra dose of sweetness in my voice, but Casper wasn't foolish enough to fall for it. Damn him. He gave me an unimpressed look, mouth pursed. "No." I pouted harder, doing my best to appear adorable. I knew I wasn't Casper's type, but that didn't mean he didn't have a weakness for me. I was used to getting my own way in the long run. "Please?" He glanced at King, who nodded, and then he sighed. Digging into the pocket of his leather jacket, he produced keys and dangled them in front of me. But when I went to reach for them, he snatched them away again. "Take VIP 1. 2's ready for another guest tomorrow. Clean up after you're done. I don't want to see one bit of cum in there. Do you understand? Not one drop." I chuckled. "I'll make him lick it up if it comes to that." "I've got dominatrix clothing in there for an event happening next weekend. Don't mess anything up." He passed me the keys, and I squealed in excitement, slapping a sloppy kiss on his cheek. "You're a doll. Thank you." I didn't give him time to second-guess his decision before I was nearly running back to the bar. I waved at a few courtesans on the way past and made it back to Ross in record time. My gym teacher from high school would have been proud. By the time I got to him, Ross had already drunk half his beer, and I had no desire for mine, so I grabbed his hand and yanked him toward the stairs that would lead to the 2nd floor. "I didn't get our drinks," Ross said, but I shook my head. "Fuck 'em, love bug. I need to get laid." I nearly tripped up the steps in my excitement, and my dick struggled against the confines of my underwear. I needed Ross, and I needed him now. Pleasantries didn't matter. Millie Mae had seen me. I'd turned up for the party, and now I needed my mayor's cock. We got to the 2nd floor, and I unlocked the door that led onto a platform landing where the kinky fuckers who came to special parties here had to sign non-disclosure contracts and show IDs at a ticket booth. There wasn't anything fancy about this area, especially when every inch was painted black, from the railings to the walls, but it led through another set of doors to a big room with a bar. The recently built room was empty, except for some standing tables and a stage set up at one end, which meant they didn't have plans for events this weekend.
I led Ross toward the left side of the room near the bar, where there were 2 black doors and unlocked VIP one like Casper had told me, tugging Ross in behind me and making sure to click the latch back when we were inside. The VIP rooms were for special clientele who had money to pay for extras, or in my circumstance, knew the manager and owners. I shoved Ross hard. He stumbled backward onto a semicircle couch against the wall near a jukebox. He grunted as he landed, and while he was stunned in stillness, I took a look around at the gear Casper had mentioned. Like he'd said, there were all kinds of dominatrix toys and clothing piled together on a table in the opposite corner of the room. But what caught my eye was the leather. So much leather. This room was fancy, and I took a moment to appreciate it. The couch was royal blue, and they'd installed a small bar in the corner. There was a stripper pole in the center. The floorboards beneath our feet were dark wood, a beautiful contrast to the blue walls, and I suspected they'd put it in because it was easier to clean than carpet. I grinned and pointed at Ross. "Stay right fucking there and don't move an inch. Am I clear?" He nodded. "As crystal." "Tell me something." I slithered my way to a row of outfits hanging on a portable clothes rack. "Have you ever played in bondage, Ross?" He cleared his throat. "No." "Ever thought about it?" I slid the hangers back and forth, checking the sizes and styles of each piece of clothing until I came across something that not only would fit me, but intrigued me. "Maybe. I've watched porn." Chuckling, I laid a pretty dominatrix corset and leather pants across the table before I started to unbutton my shirt. He watched, gaze glued on me as I popped each button slowly. "Do you know about safe words?" He nodded, and his fingers twitched noticeably at his sides. "Yes." "What's yours?" I slid the shirt off my shoulders and then worked on my pants next, making a teasing show of wiggling my hips as I slipped out of them. I shoved my underwear down my legs, leaving me bare for him. My cock bounced to freedom, and I gave it a generous stroke. Ross licked his lips in response. "I don't have one." "Make one up then. Some people just use red if they want to stop." I grabbed the leather pants and unzipped them. They were interesting in that the zipper was at the back and went from the waistband to near the front, which meant if I wanted Ross to fuck me with them on, he could. Shimmying into them wasn't easy. They were created for women, and while I had a small figure, I also had an extra something in my crotch area I had to account for. Cupping myself, I wriggled my cock and balls into the leather until I finally managed to get in them, then walked over to Ross and turned my back on him. "Zip me up." He did as I asked, and I resisted the urge to tell him what a good boy he was. "Not yet. We'll stick with red." I nodded as I sashayed my way back over to the dominatrix top. The leather pants moved with me, but they also pinched me in sensitive parts, which made me wince every so often. I had to be careful with Mini Stormy and his friends. The top was a black corset, and while I had no tits to use as leverage, if I could buckle it tight enough, it'd stay up on my chest. I got Ross to help me with that, too. His reaction to me in leather amused me, but also made me fucking horny. If the leather wasn't such good quality, I'd bust through the material. "What is this?" Ross whispered, shifting on the couch and cupping himself through his pants. I tisked at him and pointed. "Don't touch yourself." He quickly snatched his hand away and put his palms on his knees. What a good sub. Smiling in pride, I went back to the assortment of toys and clothing and found a nice pair of black heels, pointy and high, and it completed my dominatrix look. It was a shame I didn't have makeup, but if Ross enjoyed this, I could always buy my own custom-designed clothes to do it again. I spun on him and placed my hands on my hips, studying the desire and need that flickered across his body in an almost palpable wave. His fingers twitched and his lips parted, a small wisp of air leaving his mouth, like he wanted to moan but was too scared to do it. What do you think? Fuck. Ross's laugh was shaky, and he let out another quick breath. You're so hot. Yeah? I winked at him and palmed a condom and sachet of lube from the jar sitting on the table. Last but not least, I grabbed the final piece of flair to set the moment on fire, a pair of handcuffs. I dangled them in front of myself as I strode forward, the heels clacking on the wooden floor. I think I should get my first payment, Ross. I'm going to cuff you tonight, and then I'm going to use your cock. I'm going to fuck myself on you, and there's nothing you can do about it. He let out a groan this time, and his eyelashes fluttered. If you want me to stop at any time, say red. Am I clear? Ross nodded quickly. Yes. You may call me Mister. Say it. Yes, Mister. He swiped his tongue over his lips and swallowed again. Yes, Mister. I grinned, excitement stirring low in my gut. The leather pants pinched at my balls and made my cock harder. I wasn't really surprised by being turned on from a bit of pain. I won't fuck you tonight, but I know you want that to happen as much as I do, don't you? He hesitated, and I thought for a moment I'd read him wrong. But then he went to touch himself, and I hissed. He took his hand back to his knee. Yes, mister. Good, because I want that too, love bug. Your cock, your ass. It all belongs to me now, and I'm going to use you. I whispered in a low, desire-filled tone. He groaned. I swung the handcuffs. Time to give me your first payment, honeybee. Chapter 9. Ross. Stormy was sleek and edible in his leather and the corset that cinched tight to his middle. As he strolled toward me, my body prickled with heat. His pale skin gleamed against the black leather clothing and made him glow like an otherworldly creature. My cock saluted, and I fought to take a deep breath. The cuffs glinted in the low light of the room, and he sent me a wicked grin. But I really didn't deserve to touch the sleek curves of his ass, or have those talented top-dollar lips on me. Not right now. What did I have to give him? My body was all I had to offer this evil dream god, and unease burrowed into my stomach. All I had to give him was me. How could that possibly be enough? If what he was saying was true about the money he had, then he'd never been in my position when I patronized him. He'd never needed my money, or me. So what was he getting out of this? What had he gotten out of all the times we'd been together already? He stopped in front of me and jingled the cuffs so that the music of metal had my breath speeding. I dug my fingers into the couch cushions on either side of me. When I hesitated to hold up my wrists, Prison and all the humiliation I'd suffered still fresh in my mind, Stormy executed a graceful bend that stuck his rounded, beautiful ass high in the air and grabbed my hand. With a smirk, he straddled my lap and then sank his teeth lightly into the heel of my palm. The heat and odd pain had me jolting, even as he pressed his leather-clad ass against my groin. The friction destroyed me, and I nudged upward and gasped at the pleasure. The excited bulge under the tight leather at the front of his pants made me all the harder. The thinking part of my brain shut off under the onslaught of pressure from his ass. In a daze, I let my hand go limp and stopped struggling, and he carefully unclenched his teeth from my flesh. "That wasn't so difficult, doll, was it?" He licked the indent left behind in my skin from his bite and snapped the cool metal strap around my left wrist. My cock surged at the conflicting sensations of his scorching mouth and the freezing metal. "Stormy, what?" "Let me do your thinking right now. Let your mister take care of you, Ross." Dumbly, I nodded, because what else could I do? He grabbed my other hand and forced me to hold still while he cuffed that one too. And by forced, I meant he was just too perfect to struggle against. I panted and tried not to embarrass myself as I gave the cuffs a gentle tug. The pressure as he wriggled his ass on me made everything more difficult to contain. My stomach clenched, and I dropped my head back with a groan. The muscles at the base of my cock twitched and strained, zipping a tight tension through my lower abdomen. Stormy shifted his weight, and a tender thrum of pleasure jolted from my cockhead deep into the center of my body. It had been forever since I was with a real live man. 2 months without him had been hell. He bent and danced a kiss along my neck, and I tilted my head to give him space to work. He licked at the spot below my ear, and then dragged his teeth along the same place not even a second later, which rippled goosebumps over my arms. Who was this aggressive man, hotter than the sunny side of Death Valley? And what happened to the cock-hungry hooker who'd been willing to follow my lead? None of my awful ideas while I was mayor had been too wild for him. He'd let me fuck him in so many places around the city. To be fair, he was still after my cock, and I was hard as fuck, ready to let him have it. "Oh, my houseboy likes this," he drawled happily and gripped the chain between the cuffs in his fist. He raised my arms in the air over my head and bounced his ass on me. I felt stretched out and exposed as I tugged lightly to bring my arms down, and I'd half expected him to let me pull my hands back between us. He didn't. Sweat broke out on my skin, and a thin line seeped down the back of my collar. I rocked my hips with a grunt. That corset. I licked my lips. "I've never seen you in anything like that. Holy shit." His strawberry pink nipples stuck out over the top, and the leather cinched in his waist. The dip at his hips drew my eye directly to the bulge pushing out the leather at his crotch. There was barely enough room in those pants to contain him. He was fucking amazing, and oddly more masculine than usual in those clothes that showed off his cock so well. "Stormy, I wish—" "What do you wish?" he asked softly and ground down on me. My brain wouldn't work, and I tugged at the cuffs again. "You're my bitch tonight, Ross. What do you say to that? You're going to give it up. Pay me with this." He rose just enough to grasp my dick through my pants. Embarrassment and excitement had me nodding and lifting my ass in the air toward him. He gave me a good squeeze and even managed to massage my balls with his fingertips.
"Is this what I want? What do you think?" he murmured.
His grip went a little too tight and I whimpered, but it wasn't painful enough to make me lose my wood. I breathed through the sensation and he let go. He sank down again and sucked an oomph out of me as he drove my hips against the couch.
"Are you going to use this dick to pay me?"
he demanded, tone cold. "Yes, mister," I murmured. "Yes, if you want it, yes." I could have babbled out a longer answer and probably wouldn't have made much sense, but he saved me the humiliation of sounding stupid and sealed his lips to mine. The kiss he laid on me pressed our lips together hard. I tried to push my tongue into his mouth, but he nipped me. I whimpered at the slight pain, and then he invaded, filling my mouth with his tongue. It was strange. He'd never acted like this in the past. I tried to put my arms around him, but the cuffs pulled, and he still had the chain between them gripped in his right hand anyway, controlling me. He leaned back and sucked at my bottom lip as he went.
"Hold this,"
he said, and I was shocked to see how flushed his face was when he lifted my shirt to my chin. He let go of the cuffs, and I fumbled to do as he'd said. The position of keeping the hem lifted while I flashed him my torso was strange, and had me letting out a nervous chuckle I tried to swallow down. I wasn't sure what I was doing, or why I was listening as he ordered me around, but the serious set of his mouth made me worried about what he might do if I didn't follow orders. He latched onto my left nipple, lips soft and silky on the inside, and I squirmed at the ticklish jolt of heat that powered through my gut. "That's too much." He let go enough to lean back and show me his even white teeth, in what maybe was a smile, but seemed more like a wolf snarl.
"I like tits,"
he said, and massaged my chest.
"Yours are nice. Good, solid pecs. Nice nipples."
"Women have tits. Men don't."
"Everyone does."
He sat up and framed his chest with his hands.
"See how great they look?"
"But I'm a man."
"So what? You're my bitch, doing what I tell you to do in payment for all the shit you owe me. Are you seriously talking back to your mister?"
"No," I said, and gulped hard as he narrowed his eyes on me. He leaned forward and whispered,
"You're mine, Ross."
Heat streaked through me and I closed my eyes as a twisted pleasure, damn close to coming, settled into my groin. I panted hard. He pushed me back against the couch and went after my chest again, biting and sucking on my left pec above my nipple. It felt good as he sucked all around my nip, leaving deep reddish-purple bites in his wake that would probably bruise tomorrow. Then he was back on my nipple, and I kicked my feet at the tingles as he squeezed my already abused pec while he lightly worked the nub. I humped against his ass and held my breath at the intense rush of pleasure. Abruptly, he sat up. I panted through the awful end of the feeling I hadn't been sure I'd liked to begin with.
"You want it,"
he growled and seemed sort of surprised. I nodded. "Yes, mister."
"Keep that shirt up,"
he snapped, and the next thing I knew he was fumbling with my belt. He crawled off me enough to open my pants, and then I helped him as he jerked my clothes down to my knees. My cock stretched into the air. Dazed and excited, I stared as he kicked off his heels and then went back to the table across the room. He held up what I assumed was a single pack of lube, and I ogled as he strutted back toward me and ran his hands down his hips.
I wanted more. Forgot how big you are.
He winked. Mister, you're beautiful.
I know.
He had a condom open in the blink of an eye and rolled onto me next. The lube was a quick smear, and then another as he opened the second little pack. He grinned and cocked his hip toward me, still standing between my legs.
You can fuck my ass as soon as you unwrap it.
What? I asked. He turned, and the thingy at the end of the zipper hung shiny and right in my face. I went to reach for it, and he grasped the chain of the cuffs tight in his hand.
That's not how it's done. Use this,
he murmured, and tugged at my bottom lip. Leaning forward, I was entranced. The metal in my teeth was strange, and the cold tang on my tongue was the last thing I wanted. I had a craving for hot flesh, his skin. I tugged and tried to slide the zipper, but it curved around his body, and I only got the tab wrestled down a little way. This had been so easy when I was using my hands. Stormy laughed and turned with me as I struggled, and the more I pulled the zipper, the more my cock ached and leaked. I wanted inside him. I was ready, and there was a thick bulge under his tight pants, so he must be too.
Why are you doing this?
I whispered, and licked at a small patch of his unveiled hip as it became exposed under the leather, wanting any piece of him I could get.
I want to see you work, and you're paying with your time, effort, and body,
he replied, tone slightly cold. Embarrassment had me grasping the tab between my teeth again, and I tugged with renewed effort as he twisted his hips to help me. Finally, the zipper was at the end of its track. Triumph had me smirking at him. Stormy sent me a wink as he folded down the leather and flashed me his tight ass. I darted forward to press a kiss on the closest cheek, and he laughed.
I'll allow it,
he said with a breathy gasp.
Yes.
I tried to go directly for his crack, but he didn't bend forward, so all I ended up doing was swiping my tongue against both of his cheeks and burning to do more, wishing I'd already done more with him. I could have had my face between these cheeks in the past. Why hadn't I ever eaten him out? I'd been so worried about being the big man, being in charge, doing all the things the man paying the money should do. I'd treated him like a servant and hadn't ever considered doing something only to pleasure him. My lack of care with him seemed like a tragic waste right now, with his hole so close and yet so far. He shoved me back against the couch and straddled my hips again.
You're not fucking me to get off. You hear me, sugar stick?
His eyebrows dove, and a sternness twisted his mouth. He reached down and gripped the base of my cock, giving it a light yet somehow threatening squeeze.
You're fucking to get me off. You get the difference?
Yeah.
Good, because if you come before I do, you're not going to like it.
He let my cock go and slithered his hand up under my shirt, which I'd let go at some point. He gripped the hem of my shirt and brought it to my lips.
Open.
I did as he ordered, and dry cloth was stuffed into my mouth.
Bite.
I'd never been so exposed, and my dick throbbed. He straddled me, and I had no warning as he lined himself up with my cock, which was swelled to the limit, and sank down. The heat and grip of his body was phenomenal and had me squeezing my eyes shut. I'd always loved fucking Stormy. He had the tightest hole, and the slimmest hips, and the prettiest fucking stomach and legs, and he was worth every penny I'd ever spent on him. He sank down until he was settled on my lap, and the heat of his insides rolled my eyes back in my head. And then he went back to tormenting the nipple he'd already tortured, ignoring the other side completely. I whimpered as he sucked on me, and sensations blasted through my gut. He sat up enough that my cock slid almost all the way out of the blazing heat of his body. "Fuck me," he said around my flesh. "Move those hips, fill me and make me come." Groaning around the cloth in my mouth, I rested my shoulders back against the couch, planted my feet on the floor, and fucked up into the tight, delicious heat of his body like my life depended on it. He bit hard on my nipple, and lightning sizzled on the head of my cock. I dropped the cloth as I yelled and started a fast pace in and out of his ass. He stuffed the shirt back between my lips with a laugh I was happy to note wasn't as steady as earlier. "Keep it in there." I nodded, and tears leaked out of my eyes when he bent and sucked softly on my nipple again. I tossed my head and wished he'd switched to the other one. He squeezed his inner muscles around me, and I couldn't think. My body transformed into a tool with one purpose only: to fuck. Mindlessly, I rushed toward the peak that twisted tight in my body. Stormy laughed and pressed down against me, but I knocked him around like he was on a galloping horse. After a bit, he stopped sucking my nipple and gripped my shoulders tight. Excitement and pride fluttered in my chest as his eyes slid closed and a flush bloomed up his neck and into his face. He pecked a kiss to my cheek and then pressed his mouth into my neck, where he started sucking again. The tickle of pleasure from his lips on my skin was too much, with the way his ass gripped me, and the pleasant weight of him pressing down on me as I struggled to keep a steady rhythm while I fucked. The sweet, clean scent of him filled my nose. Prison had been dirty and musty and terrible, and he was heat and life and everything wonderful in the world, and I didn't deserve this at all. "Pay up. I want my cum on your skin," he murmured in my ear. "Please, your mister, do it." He gasped as I punched my hips against his body, and the lewd slaps of our skin echoed in the room. My stomach muscles began to burn as I plowed him with single-minded concentration. There was a raspy moan in my ear, and then Stormy slipped his hand between us and began to jerk off. I tried to reach down to help, but he grabbed the cuff chain. "Fuck, be my sex toy. Do it. Fuck me," Stormy yelled, eyes squeezed shut. I grunted through my shirt and tongued the fabric, wanting to come myself, and yet not wanting to miss it when he did. His plush mouth fell open, and he let out a breathy gasp as he tightened his ass muscles around my cock. Hot cum splashed onto my abs, and I trembled as I kept fucking, and the musky scent of sex made my head swim. He said, and his head lolled back. I was so close, almost there. Pleasure coiled, ready to blow, at the base of my cock as my balls drew close to my body, and a bucket's worth of cum waited to spray out of me. I hadn't been able to cum right in jail. Nothing in there had felt good. I squeezed my eyes shut as I fought through the muscle pain gathering in my legs and fucked his tight, hot hole. "Oh, have you earned it?" He whispered into my ear with a sly tone I didn't like. I fucked faster, so close, and then he sank all of his weight down on me. I cried out and shook my head because I could barely move. My cock twitched, and I wanted to thrust so badly. Your mister thinks you should wait. This was about paying me. He leaned down and bit at my nipple again, and the pleasure-pain twanged deep in my gut. Excitement slammed me, and sex heat coiled in my groin. He flicked his tongue out, and the tingles that danced over my skin and deep in my core took me by surprise. I bucked up as I unloaded my cum into the condom and twitched with the best full-body rush I'd ever had in my life. When I was done, I lay there panting, trying to catch my breath. Stormy tugged the shirt from between my clenched teeth and sealed his mouth to mine, fucking his tongue deep. He explored every corner of my mouth and then sat back. Fucking delightful. Unexpected. He raised a dark eyebrow. I was going to make you wait until we got home. Ha! I never wait. I mumbled stupidly, and an amused look flashed across his face before it was replaced by a frown that made me squirm. Oh, you'll learn. My stomach tightened, and my dick did not go down as he gave the cuffs a playful tug. He let out a laugh. If we weren't borrowing a room, we'd do a round two, but that would be crass, doll. He raised gently off my dick, and I whined. There's a trash can in the corner near the door. Dump the condom, he said. Talk about a dismissal. Fresh waves of humiliation slipped through me. That was normally how I acted when I was done nutting with a hooker. The heat in my face didn't die as I stood and hissed my way through tugging the full condom off my cock. I tied the latex at the end and jerked my pants up. My fingers were unsteady as I fixed my clothing and got rid of the evidence of our good time. When I turned back around, Stormy was leaning against the table across the way. I'm waiting, he said, and snapped his fingers at me. For what? Your mister requires your assistance. Help me get these pants off. He waved a lazy hand at his lower half. Me? Is there anyone else here earning their keep? Stormy's smile was radiant, and I went to him, my knees trembling in a strange way with every step until I reached him. I helped him peel the leather down his long, slender legs and ended up on the floor at his feet. He was beautiful in nothing but the corset, as I kneeled before him in a position I'd never found myself in. What would it be like to suck him sober? His cock was thick but had gone down. I leaned forward and gave his cock head a fast experimental nudge with my nose. He snickered. What are you doing? That's not helping me with my clothes. He twisted in my gut, and I searched around on the floor for his socks, which I slid on him first. Then his underwear and pants went on next. I helped him slide on each shoe and then tied the laces. Assisting him with his clothing was an oddly humbling experience, especially with the metal clinking on the cuffs as a reminder I was his to order around. I wasn't sure why I was going along with this, except he was still a sex god in that corset, and as troubling as it was to be following orders, it was also nice to know precisely what I should be doing. Can you keep this? I slid trembling fingers along the curly-Q designs on the side panels of the corset as he beckoned me to my feet. I leaned forward and lightly sucked one of his pretty flat nipples into my mouth. He smiled when I glanced up, although he didn't seem pleased or unhappy, more of a mild neutral. I stopped and stood back, not sure if I'd been fucking up or on the right track. I hated the indecision that plagued me, an old problem I'd always had when it came to sex and life in general. No, I can't keep this corset, but it would be easy enough to get one. He caressed my face and patted my cheek. Unlace me. Start at the top. It had taken him almost no time to get into the corset by himself, but my clumsy fingers were thick and dumb as I worked at the loop at the top. I loosened the ties enough to help him slip it over his head. Sadness slammed me when his pretty lingerie was gone, and I bent and grabbed his shirt from the floor for him. He passed me the corset. Hang these borrowed clothes back up. Do it right, because if I get bitched at for this, it's coming out of you one way or another. He flashed me a toothy grin. Yes, mister, I murmured, terrified at how much I loved saying that to him. He gave me a sweet smile that made me unable to look at him. I took the corset and found the hanger with the clips and busied myself getting everything put away, my cock hard as fuck again. It was weird and awful and good all at the same time to be doing his bidding. Oh, he said with a giggle. What? I asked as I turned back to him. He gave me an embarrassed smile. Well, he ran the tips of his fingers along the table. Sadly, the keys to those cuffs don't appear to be here. I'm sorry, but what? I glanced down at my restrained hands and then back to him. My stomach dropped to my toes and stayed there. He shrugged a shoulder without a speck of apology on his face. We'll just have to ask downstairs if they have one. Oh, no. No. I can't. Can't go out there like this. He only laughed, curled his fingers around the chain between my hands, and tugged me toward the door. Relax. They already knew we were fucking in here. I tried to dig my heels in. Stormy only laughed and dragged me toward the door with more strength than I would have given him credit for. And I followed, my face burning and my cock embarrassingly ready to play again. Chapter 10. Lane. I paused halfway across the empty second-floor entertainment room and glanced at Ross. The last thing I wanted to do was humiliate him against his wishes. And while I'd loved the thought of taking him downstairs in cuffs for everyone to know he belonged to me now, I didn't want to push him either. You can say your safe word at any point, in case you don't want to do this, I reminded him gently. He shook his head sharply, cheeks blooming a beautiful red I rarely saw on him. I decided I enjoyed his reactions, and heat thrummed through me as he tugged lightly on the metal of the handcuffs. I smiled, unable to help myself. Excitement had my cock nearly fully hard again, and I pressed the heel of my palm against the sensitive head. Calm down, boy. Grabbing the chain that linked the cuffs between his wrists, I tugged it to guide him across the floor. We descended the stairs, aware of the noise coming from the raging party on the first floor. These people, harlots, kings, and courtesans alike, were about to see their former mayor cuffed and following me like a slave, and the thought of them seeing my ownership of him had my cock jerking. As soon as I opened the door and we hit the blast of noise from the party, curious eyes turned to us as I walked Ross over to the king's table.
Bliss gasped and slapped his hand over his mouth from where he sat in Jester's lap in the booth the Kings occupied. We stopped in front of them, and I smiled as I turned to face Casper. "You wouldn't happen to have the keys to these, would you?" I asked, pointing at the handcuffs. Everyone's gazes went to the metal around Ross's wrists, and I didn't miss the way King smirked as his gaze took a quick dip down Ross's body. King wrapped his arm around his boyfriend and dragged him closer. Casper's dark eyebrows did a dance as they rose on his forehead, and he returned his attention to me. "I don't remember telling you that you could use our toys while up there," he said casually, with a half-smile that curled at one corner of his lips. I shrugged unapologetically. "I improvised." "What else did you improvise with?" he demanded. The whole crew in the booth appeared interested now. I grinned and sent him a wink. "Wouldn't you like to know? That's between me and my—" Sending Ross a quick look, I realized that while I was his mister at the moment, I didn't have a pet name for him. I'd heard courtesans use boy before, but Ross was definitely not a boy. He'd proved that more than once when he'd fucked me. "My Pookie." "Pookie?" Ross coughed into his hand, and it sounded suspiciously like he was laughing. I poked him in the side. I didn't want him ruining my moment. "Your Pookie," Casper said carefully, pressing his lips together. Apparently Ross wasn't the only one amused. "Okay. Sit down," King demanded, and it took me a moment to realize he was talking to us. I wanted to ask why, but King wasn't the kind of person to argue with. The bikers moved around the booth some more, so there was enough room on the edge for Ross and me to slide in on the left. I took the seat closest to one of the boys I didn't know, while Ross took the outside. King froze Ross in place with a nasty glare. "You and I need to have a discussion, Mr. Ex-Mayor." "About what?" Ross stiffened farther, and I reached over to slip my hand into his, which he had in his lap. The chain between the cuffs rattled as he interlocked his fingers with mine. "About the money we gave you." King leaned forward and grabbed the can of Coke in front of him. The gray at his temples sparkled for a short moment as lights from the dance floor flashed on him before they disappeared again with never-ending movement. "You gave me money to permit the second floor of this place." He glanced around the room and then back to King. Raising his chin, his voice held a strength that reminded me of the mayor he had been. "And I did that. If this is your attempt at blackmailing me, don't. I might not be mayor anymore, but that doesn't mean I'm going to put up with any shit." I inwardly applauded Ross and squeezed his hand to let him know how proud I was of him. He sent me a small smile, but then reverted his attention back to King, who smirked in his direction. "Yes, but you know the new mayor, don't you? He's a friend of yours." Ross immediately shook his head. "I risked a lot by taking bribes, and Vane won't do the same. He doesn't need your money. After the stunt I pulled, I doubt he'll even want to talk to me." King sighed and took another sip of his drink. His face twisted in irritation, and I didn't miss how his eyes swept to the side to stare at the cold beer in Casper's hand. Rumors said the King's president was trying to cut down on the booze, which made him even more dangerous than usual. "So, you're no help to us at all?" "Not in the way you want." Ross leaned into me but kept his chin high. "I'm not a criminal, Mr. Arthur." King laughed and his face relaxed.
You were a politician, Midbury. You're worse than a criminal.
I should have let the moment go, because I'd be a courtesan again soon, and King's Club brought in a lot of money, but I couldn't let anyone insult Ross. He was the best client I'd had, and right now, in a strange way, he was under my protection. He was my sub. I think he's had enough people judging him for one lifetime, King. How about you give us the keys like I asked, so me and my Pookie can leave? Wide eyes from around the table turned on me, and in any other circumstances, I might have been frightened to take on a club president like King. But the harlots were here, and not only were they friends, but in a way, I was their property. They wouldn't let anything happen to me. King didn't seem pissed, though. He leaned back against the seat and laughed, the rich sound loud enough to boom around the small area we were cooped up in.
You were always outspoken, weren't you?
That's how I got my nickname, honey. I bring the storm. I winked. Now, if you don't mind, we have places to be. King waved his hand toward Casper, and Casper shook his head, standing up. He walked toward the bar. Had it been before this whole thing with Ross, I might have checked out his ass, even asked if he wanted a free ride. Now I had no interest. Ross was enough of a fantasy to enjoy myself with. I would have even let him stay for free, without sex, but I knew Ross enough to understand that he got off on the idea of paying to fuck, except now he was doing the paying with his body. Why do you have the keys behind the bar? I asked when I saw Casper grab a set and walk back toward us.
They're a master key. King shrugged. It fits all the cuffs. Keys go missing all the time. It's best to have a set, in case we have to get people out of locked situations. Like your Pookie. His boyfriend elbowed him, and King laughed again. I snorted, but it made sense. When all sorts of fun was happening, it was expected that things went missing, and I wouldn't want to be stuck because of lost keys. Casper unlocked Ross's cuffs and snatched them from him, not taking the care to not yank them too hard, and I glared at him. He grinned. Sorry. But he wasn't. The Kings were mad at Ross, that much was clear. They thought they had someone on the payroll to give them what they wanted, and now they were back to square one. If what Ross said was true, and Vane wouldn't risk dealing with the club, then they didn't have any kind of leverage. Of course that would piss them off. You should have kept your sex games at the courtesan, or in your house, Mr. Ex-Mayor. King leaned back and curled his arm around his boyfriend's shoulders, dragging the gorgeous, shaggy brunette closer. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Ross rolled his eyes and shoved himself out of the booth. I followed, guilt for bringing him here gnawing in my belly. I'd thought this would be fun, to get away from the media circus trying to get the gossip about the newly released ex-mayor. The bikers shouldn't have cared what Ross had done, but I hadn't thought about the money that slipped into pockets to make things work in the city either. Come on, Pookie, let's go. I glared at King and flipped him the bird as we left, and the sound of his rough laughter followed us. The guy didn't give a shit that Ross was no longer mayor. He simply wanted to get a reaction out of him, and now I was pissed off for Ross. I said goodbye to Millie May with a kiss on the cheek and a promise to catch up later before I guided Ross out of the front of the club and toward the garage where we'd parked. The streets were filled with partygoers enjoying their night, dressed to the nines and looking sexy as fuck.
I'd never been the kind of person to judge a body size or the appearance of someone, because as a courtesan, I'd learned great sex came from the most unexpected people. Although, I'd always had a soft spot for Ross. His kinks aligned with mine, and he always treated me with respect. "I'm sorry about King," I said when we got to my SUV and I unlocked it. I slid in, hit the start button, and flipped on the heat. Ross rolled his shoulders and sighed, falling against the leather seat. "It's not the first time I've dealt with him." "Did you really take money to make the second floor of Blackout happen?" He nodded. "Yeah, that's what I didn't want the cops to find. Bribes on top of public lewdness. They would have had the time of their lives." "I'm sorry the cops were jerks." I huffed. "I kind of deserve it." He sent me an amused grin. "I threw them in the mud when it came to the whole retraining thing last year." "I don't know why it was surprising to them," I argued as I put my foot on the gas and guided the car out of the parking spot. "If that happened in a corporate setting, the same thing would have gone down. HR would have retrained everyone." Carefully, I eased the car forward toward the garage exit. Ross shrugged, but turned a sweet smile on me that made my heart race. "Thanks, by the way, for letting me stay with you and paying for everything." I returned his smile. "Of course." Clearing my throat, I continued. "You know, I'm going to say this once so we don't mess with what we have." I held my breath for a moment as I reached the exit and had to fumble through getting out my credit card to take care of the time we'd been here. When I finally had the payment out of the way, the yellow and black striped bar before the street seemed to take forever to rise. "If you don't want to have sex with me, I'd be happy to let you stay anyway. I'd never force you to do anything you didn't want to." I nodded once, eyed up the traffic, and punched the gas to get into the flow of vehicles. Ross reached over and grabbed my hand, lacing our fingers together again and squeezing. His skin was softer than a lot of men's hands I'd touched, and it was never clearer that he'd always worked in an office. I didn't mind. "You gave me a safe word, mister. If I wanted this to stop, I would make it stop." "But you don't?" I asked hopefully, fluttering my eyelashes at him. He laughed, and the sound went straight to my groin, tightening the muscles in my belly from excitement. "No, I don't. I'm your sex slave." His tongue slid across his lips, and his gaze slid down me slowly enough to make me shiver and nearly bump the wheels over a curb. "I want you to use me. Ride my dick. Whatever makes you happy. I'm yours." Pleasure slithered through me, and I let go of his hand so I could grab his crotch, giving his hardening cock a firm squeeze. "Do you really? Do you like the thought of being my Pookie, ready to please me any time?" He groaned, his head falling back against the headrest. "Fuck yeah." "Good." I massaged his cock through his pants, and my hole clenched at the thought of that very same piece of meat inside me only a half an hour earlier. "Because you're mine until I say you're not." His tongue poked out, and he licked his lips as he gazed at me again, eyes clouded with a kind of passion that made my balls tingle. "Yes, mister." "Do you want to suck my cock?" "Yes, mister." His voice went guttural. "And would you like me to use your ass too? Fuck you?" His throat worked, and for a few long seconds I thought he was going to say no. "Yes, mister." Images of what I wanted to do to him flashed through my mind, and I grinned. Fuck yes. I was going to destroy him for any other man. If he wanted to see what a courtesan could really do, I'd show him. "Good, Pookie." He winced and I laughed. "You don't like that nickname." "It's a bit legally blonde, isn't it?" I gasped and slapped my hand across my chest dramatically. "That happens to be my favorite movie. Are you insulting Elle Woods?" "Oh, God, you're one of those?" He groaned loudly, and I smacked him this time. His laughter filled the car, and the realness in it made my chest constrict. It had been far too long since I heard that sound. "I'm sorry." "You don't like it?" I asked with a pout as I pulled into the driveway that led down into the parking garage of my building. "It's not a movie I'd willingly watch again." I snorted. "Not unless I tell you to. You are my slave now, after all." "I'd safe word out of that very quickly," he grumbled. "You're no fun." I stopped in my designated spot and switched off the ignition before I turned to him. He looked a lot more comfortable than he had earlier, and I realized maybe I shouldn't have thrown him into the deep end so quickly. I should have started with an outing of just me and him, but I'd been so excited to show him off as mine. "Do you like movies at all?" "Of course I do." He stepped out of his side of the SUV and I followed, locking my baby as we headed toward the building entrance. "Action movies, Channing Tatum movies." I grinned. "Oh yeah, that man has a rock-hard body. I'm more of a Chris Hemsworth guy." "Really?" He sent me a surprised look. "You watch comic book movies?" "Duh." I rolled my eyes and nudged him when we got onto the elevator and hit my floor number. The doors closed and soft music came on as we started to ascend. Comic book movies are all hot men in leather showing off thick arms. Though I'm more of a Marvel fan. Thor and Captain America just do something to me. I shivered at the thought of the two Chris actors. "Yes, please, with a cherry on top." He chuckled and shook his head as the door opened and we strode out. I unlocked my front door and flipped the latch after we walked inside. "How about we have a movie night?" I asked. I didn't want to rush him into anal when he clearly hadn't done it before, and I also wanted to enjoy time with him. All the other nights we'd spent together, it was all about getting off. And all at once I realized that I didn't know him that well. I knew his cock and the way he fucked better than his personality. "Sounds good to me." He smiled over his shoulder, and there was something relaxed about it. "I'm going to get changed into pajamas. You should get everything ready for us." I held up my hand when he opened his mouth. "The popcorn is in the pantry, and the bowls are in the cupboard over the sink." I slid closer to him, the warmth of his body making my brain a little fuzzy as I stroked a finger down his chest. "You're my house bitch now, Pookie. I say jump, you ask how high. You're lucky I'm not asking you to put on an apron. Yet." His eyes flashed with desire, and he licked his lips again. "Yes, mister." The easy way he submitted made me shiver, and I fucking loved that. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, and my extremely interested cock, I straightened and walked past him toward the bedroom. I took my time to change and set out a pair of pajama pants for him.
and by the time I got back into the open-plan living area, the smell of popcorn filled the room. Ross was still in the kitchen, but his pants were on the floor near the couch, with his shirt thrown across its arm. "Are you naked, Pookie?" I chewed on my bottom lip, hoping maybe he'd walk around the kitchen island with his cock hard and ready. But instead, when he came around with a bowl of popcorn, he still had on his boxer briefs. I pouted. "You're not." "Sorry, I wanted to get comfortable." He grinned and presented the bowl to me with pride. "I've never done popcorn before. It's fucking awesome." I blinked at him, astounded. "You've never microwaved it before?" He laughed awkwardly and shook his head. "I had a maid that came in twice a week and cleaned and cooked meals. If I wanted something like popcorn, she would make it before she left so I could have it later." "Fuck. How are you going to be my houseboy if you can't cook?" I sighed and patted him on the ass. "No worries. We'll start with cleaning. Tomorrow you can apply for jobs and clean the apartment while I go out. I have some errands to run, and I'm meeting up with one of my friends from college." He tilted his head and his brows furrowed. "You went to college?" I probably should have been insulted, but I understood why he was surprised. Most people assumed that because I was a courtesan, I had no education. They also assumed I had no money, but that was on them for stereotyping people. Ross wasn't the kind of person to be mean and nasty about it, or at least I didn't think so. He respected the professionals. "Yeah, I studied sports science and exercise physiology. I did nothing with it because I drifted for a while after I graduated, then started working at the courtesan. But now I'm not, and a buddy from college told me about an open position coming up to work for the New Gothenburg Blizzards alongside some top hockey trainers. I can't say no to that." "No, you shouldn't." I didn't miss the strange tone that crept into his voice. I couldn't put my finger on what it was, but it sounded a bit like regret and jealousy. "Are you going to see Vane or your old personal assistants now that you're out of prison?" I didn't know if I should mention it or not, but I didn't have to. He shook his head. "They won't want to see me." "Why not?" I stepped as close as I could to him and